What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing today? Give it a few seconds for people to join up. Normally takes a few minutes for people to get in here. How's everyone doing so far? What's up, y'all? I love y'all so much. Let me fix my microphone. Hear myself. There we go. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing today? Much love to everyone joining in. Much love, much love. I've got the Discord raging. I know it. But do tap that screen, do share the live, it will help get out to more people. What's good, everyone joining in? Check out the video that I just posted, everyone. Just posted a video of me on like this really big group debate where I didn't even get to speak. I got one thing to say, push the hand heart, and they cut me off. And I said it, and I got no response from anyone there, except for 3 people like raising their hand, and the rest of them not. So go check it out, watch it, like it, comment on it. I would really appreciate that. We're gonna get people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the hand heart. Only send a guest request if you've not been on the live yet. We are just looking for some debates. Never got to hear the second question. Yeah, because they cut it out. And because I asked them about precocious puberty. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. If cis kids should be able to get access to like puberty blockers as it relates to precocious puberty, and almost none of them knew what I was saying. Push that mustache. They didn't know that precocious puberty is early puberty. I should have said precocious. I fucked up. I shouldn't have assumed that MAGA would understand what that word means. Push the ICU. Literally no one knew what I was saying. I was like, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm over a Kamala, but just real quick though. What do I get access to your YouTube?
I'm sorry. I am looking for people who are voting for Trump. If you have that question, put it in the comment section and at me right now. And I'm looking at the Discord. Please do that if you're that person only. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. My dad wants to debate you. He is a Donald Trump supporter, and I am not. And here he is.
Got you. Yo, what's
hey,
up?
Parker, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You're voting Trump. So why are you voting Trump?
Well, based upon recent history, I'd have to say that I'd have to support him because economically, it's been so much better under him than it was in the last 3.5 years.
Really? So based on what measure?
Well, we can go off of several measures. It doesn't matter, but we'll go ahead and start with just inflation rate on itself. We seem to be drawing massive amounts of inflation, 19.2%, whatever it is. And then if you look at the job
right now, it's 2.4%. It was 2.45% annually in 2018.
Okay, no, Parker. So if you look at it, you're talking about a month over month, right? That's how they report them, and year over year. So if you go the year over year, you will find out that it's been over 19%.
No. What measure?
100%.
That's what index?
Okay, so if you go off the Department of Labor statistics, right?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics. Yeah, which they go based upon CPI. CPI was never at 19. It was at 9%, the highest month over month.
Yeah, that was the highest one, right?
Just 9%, not 19.
Inflationary rate for out-of-pocket expenses, based upon the last 3.5 years of the administration, we've gone up approximately 9.2% inflationary rate. Now, also, if you go into the job market itself, we can talk about whether or not.
Wait. So you can't just say that because it happened under the administration, it's because of them. Because we also didn't have a 14.8% unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration. That doesn't mean Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment.
No, so it also does mean one thing, though. How fast of a recovery did we get coming out of COVID? Because prior to going into COVID, we had all-time lows across the board for every demographic in the United States. Every one. It's undeniable. Until COVID hit.
No, that's just wrong.
How's that
Are you
wrong?
talking about unemployment? There were multiple times where unemployment was lower in 1969 and in 1952.
Okay, so in 54 years.
Yeah, so 50-year low, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right, but then there was an even lower level under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4% in 2 separate months. Push the confetti.
That I will concede to you. That is true. All right. So for 2 months after you've had the bounce back from it all, you've had the unemployment rate go down for those 2. But now when we look at that unemployment rate as an aggregate and we start going into the numbers for it, what is the largest gaining aspect of the job industry?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Okay, so if you go to the Department of Labor for their statistics on that,
Are you trying to say like that most of the jobs were just things that came back from COVID?
No, because there was a lot of jobs that were created on the government side of the house. I can tell you, like last, I don't know if it was June or July, of the supposed 240,000 jobs that were created, there was over 80,000 that were government jobs that were created. Now, if you go independently by each state, you'll see, like, for example, the state of Missouri, when they added up all their numbers together and they put it in, over 70% of the jobs that were created were done at either the state or the federal government level. So 20% of the jobs that were created.
Is it 70%?
70%, I believe, is what it was. Yeah.
Is that for new jobs that were added? Right?
Yeah,
or is
for
that
added jobs. Yep.
Okay, that could just be in a particular area. So that area requires investment, right? It's lacking private sector investment. What the government is
100%.
doing is it's stepping in and it's ensuring that there's public sector investment per standard to ensure that people are still like employed. Otherwise, right, you wouldn't see any of this type of employment. So are you saying that it's bad that the Biden-Harris administration is making sure that people are employed through various acts like the bipartisan infrastructure legislation?
Okay, now we won't go into that just yet, but we can talk about that here in a little bit. If we'll just stay on the employment aspect of it. The problem is once we create all these government jobs, somebody's going to have to pay for them. With those payments coming out, because they come out of you, they come out of me, they come out of everybody else who works, right?
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
Well, also you'd have to look into the time and aspect of that, which was COVID. So a lot of that was carryover. But if you want to go into like a green
even
new
non-COVID related spending.
Yeah, because we're
I'm talking 4.8 trillion non-COVID related spending for the Trump administration and 2.2 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration signed into law.
Yeah, but a carryover of that was also the fact that you couldn't get you couldn't block that vote that was coming in at that time either, because when you had both the House and the Senate were both going and spending like crazy, you had to throw actual money into it, because the way that we were growing was in a contractionary look. So at that time you had the government.
I'm talking about non-COVID related spending.
I know. This is talking prior to it too, right? So you can go all the way back to 2000, probably 18 or so, right? When I think the last giant one prior to COVID came out, right? What was it? It was like 2.3 trillion or something like that they spent on that budget. I mean, it was a large budget that they threw.
Okay, I don't see how you're responding to my point.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a lot of that had to do with the Green New Deal pushings and all this other
There was
stuff.
no Green New Deal.
No, but there was stuff that went into infrastructure.
You're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act. If you're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, that was deficit reducing. It was deficit reducing, so I don't understand why you're saying that's a very big spending policy, especially when we can look at the TCGA specifically that spent 1.9 trillion over 10 years, $190 billion a year, and I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that indicates it only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is $10 billion a year in annual GDP growth, and that's probably less than 2 trillion in federal revenue, or 2 billion in federal revenue. Sorry, so that does $190 billion in investment every year pay for that if we're getting like 10 billion out of that in GDP growth and 2 billion, less than 2 billion in revenue? That's a terrible economic investment.
That's an average GDP growth. When you look at the total output of the whole country as a whole, that's actually pretty stagnant. It's not really a radical growth, is it?
No, but I'm asking you, is $190 billion a year in spending, right, justified by getting 10 billion economic growth? No, obviously not.
No, of course not.
No, that is a terrible economic investment.
Yeah, and that's
right? So you're telling me the TCGA, which predominantly helped rich people as a terrible economic investment, is nowhere near what you're referencing when it added $1.9 trillion to the debt, but it's somehow a bad thing for the Inflation Reduction Act that was deficit reducing and actually gained revenue?
But it's not deficit reducing.
It is. It's been raised by the CBO.
Right now, you can find a ticker anywhere out there that shows you how fast our debt is growing.
Wait. I'm talking about the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, okay, the Inflationary Reduction Act, when you go to put into that.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Inflation Reduction Act, it's the same thing. I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to get my words all twisted. So if you go and you dig into that thing a little bit deeper, when you go ahead and you say, this is what we expected to get and what we actually net earn have been two separate things. It's been a balanced sheet. There hasn't been a positive outflow from that act. We're hoping that there will be
what's your source?
A positive act. Let's see. You can go off of the DOE on the energy side because energy's only gone up on that. So part of their input into it. You could go into
no that has no relevance of whether or not
does,
this had an effect because the reason why energy went up is because we have less imported oil into the United States because of the Russia-Ukraine situation and because of the fact that Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production in 2020. So that's specifically the reason why we have less oil imported into the country right now. That's actually what's led to the increase in energy costs. We can help decrease them by investing in renewable energies, which acts as a substitute. You can't just demonstrate whether or not there's an effect by saying there's high gas prices right now.
I could say that too.
The hand art.
The one thing that I can definitely say to that is you can't tell me if we go into renewable energies that that's actually the way forward. Because you and I both know that we've dumped a lot of money that's gone nowhere. $650 million into Stellantis Corporation that just went upside down. They just got buried. So there's a net loss. Actually, what was it? 340 million?
You're talking
80 million?
So
but that's part of the renewables.
So listen. So if you're talking about an overall multiple, like over $1 trillion spending bill, appreciate the hand heart that you're referencing, of course there's going to be some portions of it, right, that don't necessarily follow through in terms of investment. There's not 100% efficacy, 100% efficiency, but what we're doing is we're bettering the scenarios that exist. Are you saying we should have no fight against climate change? Are you saying that this policy isn't good? And I want to ask you, what about the overall policy isn't good, especially when it's deficit reducing?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put this out there then. I can agree with you that I think everything needs to be done in order to make it a tenable solution for any type of pollutants and anything like that, climate change, whatever you want to call it, right? However, when they do that stuff, you have to have buy-in from everybody. Right now, you're losing buy-in. All of your major corporations that are trying to do EVs are going through a contraction, even though Elon Musk just hit a massive freaking windfall.
Are you just saying it's EV?
No, I'm just not saying it's... No, because you're wind turbines. That too, that aspect of it, we don't have a constant production of that. The coal.
I'm not saying there is. So you're just telling me that there are some limitations that exist for it, and I understand that these limitations exist, but that doesn't mean that we can't have any type of transfer mechanism. And for the inconsistencies that exist for wind and solar, there's things like tidal, nuclear that can offset those particular scenarios.
How are we going to get a nuclear built again?
There was that in the Inflation Reduction Act. We already have nuclear right now.
I know we already have nuclear.
France uses it right now. Are you saying France can do it, but we can't? Push the paper.
Oh, no, not at all. The problem is trying to get the approval through the government because there's so much red tape for it. For probably about the last 15 years, the University of Idaho produced a cool running, I think it's equivalent of a 10 meg, housed-sized nuclear facility, right? A nuclear power structure. And it was cold. So you would use geothermal and stuff like that to cool it off. It wasn't hot. You wouldn't have the catastrophic meltdowns and all that other stuff. They're finally building one. This thing was ready to go all the way back in 1998, I believe. So the technologies have already been there. But when you go from 1998 to today, when they're actually starting to build just one, and it's at 10 megs, right? So your 10 megs probably run a city of about 10,000 people or so on 10 megawatts. So
are you just going to say it takes time to develop these things? Because I'm not like
all,
fucking.
Because the development
I'm not lost.
was there.
I know what's going on. Can I explain the position so you understand that this is a transitionary model, right? We're not saying that we're going off of fossil fuels right away. This policy doesn't do that. This policy just makes us less dependent on foreign oil. And you're against that. You guys are literally rambling about the fact that, we're so dependent on other countries in terms of oil. We shouldn't be dependent on them. But you guys aren't willing to make the investments in renewable energy here in the United States?
Okay, so you can be weaning away from it, right? But what's the market date that everybody wants to hit to be fully exclusive on EVs? 2035.
No, that's not it at all. You're talking in terms of specifically like one aspect. They say specifically by 2050 there's going to be net zero carbon emissions.
Okay, how close are you to that right now?
That's 26 years from now.
Yes, and how close are you to that right now? And then
it depends on legislation that we get passed.
The one thing that
wait, by the way, what is the alternative? Tell me.
The alternative is we start utilizing the clean aspect that we have. Get more into the nuclear. Get more into the nuclear for the power generation. I agree with that. Now, when we start talking about, okay, we need to build up the infrastructure in order to do that. Nobody's building any infrastructure. Nobody's tied in for any electric lines going anywhere.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Coal? We use low sulfur coal all the time. Guess where all of our coal goes? That gets dug out of Wyoming. It gets thrown into trains.
Wait, I'm asking you, like, for solutions. You're not providing them. Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
I believe that there's definitely climate change. Now,
humans?
Now, am I going to say that is the lion's share of it done by the United States?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you, is it caused by humans?
Can I ask you this? What's been the greatest cleaner?
Yeah, if you don't answer my question, I'll kick you from the stream. I'm not going to do this whole thing where I'm like walking in like circles. I'm asking you the question: do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
By humans, yes, relatively speaking, and I think the biggest aspect
is a majority of the climate change recently that we've seen in terms of an increase caused by humans.
You know, I'm going to go off that deep end, and I'm going to say the largest effect of climate change is going to be our polluting of the oceans. By jamming all that plastic, you're creating all those hot spots. You're going to affect all the atmosphere.
So those are still you need EPA regulations for that, right?
Yes, and we also need.
So if we got the EPA. Push the pinch face. If we got the EPA, that doesn't work.
You do, right? But why aren't we pulling away from plastics being used as throwaway stuff? Why don't we get back into like they used to do in the 1970s? Go home with a paper bag. That's a renewable.
Wait! I never disputed that.
No, but I wish.
And also, I just want to let you know, it's not just what's in the ocean, right? Do you accept what climate scientists say about climate change?
Not all of them, but yes, I do. I also believed.
If you do accept what climate scientists say about this, you completely dispute what Donald Trump says about this because he thinks the climate's going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet.
Not at all.
So do you see that as actively delusional?
No, because I can see this, in my lifetime. Just in my lifetime, 55 years, I've gone from the world's going to freeze to the world's going to boil to that we should have been dead 10 years ago.
None of that is true. Can you tell me specifically, like, do you dispute that? Do you dispute Donald Trump thinking that the earth is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet? Do you think that's delusional?
No, I can't dispute that either because we're cyclical. And you know that as well as I do.
Okay, yeah. So do you think that this is off cyclical, like off of what's typical?
I don't believe so. We'll find out when we have.
Okay. So then you just said it's not caused by humans. So you just contradicted yourself.
It's a contributory factor. But do I think it's
the main cause humans?
Do I think
you said yes because of plastic? So now you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. What I'm telling you, I think
you are absolutely contradicting yourself.
No, not at all. I believe that we contribute to.
You just said the main cause. Right? The main cause was plastics in the ocean, right? Which is human caused. Yeah, but now you're 100%. Telling me that it's not human caused.
Yes, I think you can turn it back if you clean up the plastics. I think you can turn back some of that loss.
So it is human caused, yes.
I think that we're playing a role in it for sure.
It's human
100%.
Caused, yes. It's mainly human caused.
No, I won't say it's mainly human caused.
No, okay, but that's what you just said earlier.
No, I said I will go down a different route and say that it is also part of. And I will even buy
you explicitly
into.
I asked you. Do you think the main cause is humans? And you said yes. And you said specifically because of the effect on the ocean.
They play a part in it. There's a very fine.
Okay, so you're telling me that the small. So it's not a majority of this. So you dispute what climate scientists say.
No.
So you're delusional, and you dispute what climate scientists say because you think you know more about how the climate operates than climate scientists.
No, I'm not going to say that at all. What I'm going to say is this. If we can learn how to clean up after ourselves, we can slow any potential growth that humankind does to our own atmospheres, right? To our own climate. We can control what we can control. There's other circumstances that we'll never be able to control.
I don't know what you're responding to. What specifically are you responding to that I said?
By you thinking that I think it's 100% human factor. It's not 100%.
I never said 100%. I said is most of it, right? Because there's a natural balance within our particular nature. We saw how it affected the temperature, right, in the past millennia. We've seen the effect on carbon emissions. There is a huge increase since the 1850s, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Anyone that has 2/5 of a brain cell can realize that that's obviously going to be related to human beings.
Yeah, but if
Literally,
you go
that's
through
like
this, no,
that's
no,
like
no,
an
Parker.
obvious thing. Climate scientists indicate it's a very obvious phenomenon that we can test. We have evidence that
100% not
that
true,
with
Parker.
more carbon in the atmosphere, it increases temperature. We have like studies on like how ocean acidification, coral reefs have been getting destroyed based upon like the increase in the ocean's temperature. Right? We can see all of these things. We have tests that prove that.
We also have tests that show where there are barrier reefs that are increasing in size. There are other
Is that a
reefs
majority of
that are-
areas?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, because some always die
No.
off and
What
some
is the
come
net
back.
level? Is the net decrease or is it net
The Great Barrier
increase?
Reef is actually recovering at a
Net
faster
decrease
rate
or
than
net
it was.
increase?
That's
Net
a net
decrease or
increase on the
increase?
Great Barrier Reef.
No, I'm saying net decrease or increase for the globe.
I'd probably say it's sustained like polar bears. It's probably about even.
It's probably about even. Where are you getting this
Probably
information
about
from?
even. That I would have to look at, but I know that the Great Barrier Reef, the
It's
largest
probably
one,
even. So
is
he
actually
can
growing.
he can just intuit it. He has telepathy,
No,
right? He's
not
like
at all.
he's omniscient.
I'm not saying that. Oh, I wish I were, but no, I'm not. I can tell you that, if you look at ice core samples, right, and you can look into popular
So are you saying that you
science
get
and
this
all
from
that stuff.
science?
Some of it is
So if you get it,
scientifically backed.
oh, some of it. So not all of it.
Well, because I don't know everything. I'm not omniscient, as you pointed out.
Okay, so
But
then
I
why
can
don't
tell
you trust
only
that?
the stuff that
Why
I
don't
know
you
that
trust
I've
the
read.
professionals and the scientists that actually have studied this for decades?
Okay, so how about the scientists that don't agree with what you're saying? How about the ones that are totally on the
What the
opposite side of it?
3% of the 97, right? 97 versus 3.
Okay, well, that's kind of like 3% of the educators versus 97% of the
Wait,
educators.
I'm sorry. Like, if it is the case that there's 97% of climate scientists
Okay, let me
versus
put it this
3%
way.
of climate scientists, right? I think the 97% of climate scientists are significantly more likely to be accurate with the level of technology that we have access to.
I wish that were the case, and I wish I could believe you. And I wish
What
I
do you
were
mean?
a better human.
You think the 3,000?
You know
I mean,
why I
the 3%.
can't?
You think the 3% is more reliable? Can you
You know
explain
why
to
I
me why?
can't go with it? Because a lot of those people that are doing it and are along for that ride want funding. So they're going to say whatever they can to get the most funding available to them. If you go through other sources like people out of
Then
Scandinavia
why do the big fossil
countries,
fuel
they'll
companies
tell you that it's
fund the
opposite.
3%? So why are a lot of the people in the 3% taking money from big fossil fuel companies?
Well,
How
I
come
imagine
they're
like
not
anybody.
funding?
They're all looking
How come the
for it.
big fossil fuel companies aren't funding the majority of the climate scientists that specifically are indicating this? How come they're funding the 3% of individuals that believe otherwise?
You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? Because who's done the most to clean up the environment in the United States? Those fossil fuel
government?
companies.
The
Those fossil
government.
fuel companies. No,
Because
it's
they've
their
been
research.
forced by the government.
Yeah, but you know what they did?
Yeah, but like,
No. So once you put that mandate down and they did it, they went ahead of it and they got in
Lisa,
front
thank
of
you
it.
so much for the $1. Dude, I can't believe this guy, man.
What
Bree, thank
can't
you so much
believe?
for the $3. Thank you so much. Janice, thank you so much for the $10. Mo, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Right? How ridiculous! You just acknowledged it. You just acknowledged that it was the government that forced them to do it. It wasn't them out of their own right.
No, when you're
they
telling
just
us- I know that.
care about. Stop.
Okay.
Let me please finish.
No,
Let me
I
please
th-
finish. It's
Yeah.
not that they just. It's not that big fossil fuel companies care about us. It had nothing to do. That had to do
No,
with
you're
governmental
right.
regulations. We forced them to do the right thing.
You're right.
Come on.
100%. But then why did they go the extra mile and why did they go further than the regulations
Extra
demand?
mile. Which ones?
Oh, we can go into coal companies that did it turning scrubbers. DuPont. You could go into DuPont doing coal scrubbers, plant scrubbers for getting rid of emissions, lowering all that down. When we were talking about Lake Erie-
lowering all that down. It isn't lower it all down.
Oh, it's
it
lowered
helps,
it down.
but it doesn't
Is
lower
acid
it all
rain
down.
an issue anymore?
You understand that that's because of, again, the government.
Do you understand that it's at a higher level than just the government? Because you don't want to buy, and neither do I. Want
So
to
some
buy from a dirty
firms
company.
do that, but the overwhelming majority is not that way. You're not looking at it from a macro lens.
Even the smaller companies are doing it because more people like you and I don't want to buy dirty.
Oh,
So it's a
okay. So
consumer-driven
now you're just saying
event.
it's consumer ethics based, right? What you're not
No, a lot of
understanding
it
is
has
that
to do
again,
with
that
it.
doesn't affect the overall market because a lot of the market has asymmetric information. So we don't even know whether or not the particular good that we're buying, how much carbon was in the process of producing or contributing to that, right?
No, but-
There's no idea. So again, we don't have information about that. So clearly, there's going to be the case that they are able to pollute at mass levels without us having that information.
You do have that information.
That's important. That's why it's important for us to have a governmental entity to specifically ensure that these types of things, right, aren't taken advantage of, which Donald Trump wants to undermine the EPA.
No, he wants to put the regulation down and do it so that you don't have 87,000 steps to go
So no
through.
Regulations, right?
No,
So again, the thing
it.
that specifically limited the acid rain that you're referencing, let's get rid of that.
No, 100% no. It needs to be in place, but you don't need to do it at 17 different locations, 17 different entities. Why can't you have 5 entities to go through? Why don't you have your local? Why don't you have your regional? Why don't you, or your state, your regional, and your governmental? Why do you have to have 18,000 different steps and 18,000 different agencies to go through to get the answer, yes or no, when you should be able to meter
That's not what Donald Trump's
smaller.
advocating for. He's not
That's
advocating
100%
for
what he's
those types of
advocating.
EPA regulation. No, he's shown no interest in that.
No,
Zero
he's
interest.
already told you. What did he do before? You know what? I'll get rid of 2 if you give me 1.
He said clean water and clean air. That's specifically
right,
what
because that's what you want.
That's what his environmental policy was. It wasn't acknowledged climate change because he doesn't even believe it. He thinks that it's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. You guys are anti-science. You guys are anti-facts. You guys are delusion conspiracy based, and you guys all want to spread that across the entirety of our government sphere. You want that to be the main influence within our academia, within our education. What our children are hearing, they're learning conspiracy growing up because we don't use evidence anymore. We don't rely on science. Is that what you want our children to be learning? Are you?
You know what I want? This is what I want the kids to learn. I want them to learn how to be a good husband, take care of husbandry for their
That
planet.
is totally irrelevant. Of course, we want people
No.
to be good
Okay.
people, love and
So with
compassion,
that,
but that's
you
not
have
by
to
voting in
have-
a guy that
No.
sexually abused a woman. That's not by voting in a guy that wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country.
Oh,
That's not
hold
voting
on.
for a guy that says he
Hold
grabs
on.
women by the
Can I
vagina.
ask you a
He doesn't have
question?
to ask. That's not a guy
This
who
is
says
great.
specifically
This
likes
is
to
great.
walk
I'm
into
glad you
changing rooms
said
of
that.
naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. That's not a guy that did any of those things.
No,
Like,
that's
not
great.
the moral character of what we would want from our children, what we'd want our boys and our girls to treat their spouses, the people that they care about, the people in their family. That's not how we care about that. If you care about character, you wouldn't say that bullshit. That's unbelievable.
Okay, so since we're going on to a character thing, can I ask you a question? What was his
Wait,
personal
you brought up
gain?
character. You brought up character.
What's his personal gain from any of that stuff that you just mentioned? What did he personally gain out of that?
What do you mean? What did he sexually abused women, right? He engaged in bigotry, right? You understand that, like, those things, right? I don't see any justification. I don't think
see
there's
the
any good
bigotry.
reason that he could have engaged in those things.
Where's the bigotry
That's
at?
disgusting and disgusting. What do you mean? Where's the bigotry? Calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Is that not bigotry?
Are you kidding me? He's never
What is
said
bigotry?
that
Can you?
either.
Yes, he did. You
How
want
do
me to
you-
play
no,
it?
I'll tell you
you
which
fucking
sta- oh,
liar! You are
states.
unbelievable
What
liar, Madison. Give me
countries
the
did they
$10.
pull out?
Hold up.
What countries?
Don't lie. Listen. You said that he never said he wanted a complete and total shutdown of
Muslim
Muslims
ban.
entering the country. Do you want to bet?
Muslim ban? No, I know about the
Hannah,
Muslim
thank you for
ban.
$5. Thank you so much.
What
Michaela,
did it
thank you
go
for the
to?
$1. So are you going to lie and say that? Now he did. You're going to
No,
move
no,
the
no, no, no,
goalpost.
no. I'm going to agree with you, but I
Donald
want you to
J.
give me the
Trump is
context to
calling
it.
for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
So, what do you think that meant? Just kicking them all out. Don't let anybody come in. What that
Yeah, he
is
said
people coming in.
Here, I'll
No,
tell
no,
you
no.
what he meant. I'll tell you what he
No.
meant. Complete and total shutdown of
No.
Muslims entering the country.
No, even that was walked back, and you know that as well as I do, because what that actually meant was, great, just like us, we have to go through a vetting process in order to get a passport. You have to know what the background is for those individuals. You couldn't get those backgrounds for those individuals coming in from certain Muslim countries because of the
Can you
war-tornness
tell
of
me
the
what
whole
completely?
prospect,
Can you tell
right?
me what complete and total means?
Complete and total, as referenced to outside that speech, was if you couldn't be vetted, you can't come in.
No, he said a complete
No.
and total shutdown of Muslims
No,
entering the
that's
country.
what he said in his speech,
That
and
is
what did he
all
have to do? He had
Muslims
to
will
walk
not be
that
allowed
back,
in the
right?
country.
Did
You
he not
cannot
walk
tell
it
me
back?
that's not what it means. You can't
Did it
tell me
not
that's
get
not what it
walked
means.
back?
You cannot gaslight me out of that.
No, did it not get walked back?
When you say walk back, what do you mean you walk back?
Did he
What
not
walk
have to come
at?
back the next day and specifically say, that's not what I mean. I'm not shutting off all Muslim nations because people can come from Saudi Arabia. People can come from other ones. I'm talking about whatever. Hell, it's probably when he used the word shit hill or whatever in the hell countries, right? Shit house countries or whatever in the hell he said. I don't remember that either.
Oh,
but anyway.
can you play me that? Can you play me that? Can you play me that? That clip? Because again, let's just be very clear.
I gotta Google that
Let's be very clear. Complete and total to everyone else.
Nobody.
Can I please finish? Complete and total to everyone else means every single person who's Muslim would not be allowed into the country. That's what it means.
Okay, now with that being said, did he ever shut it off so where no Muslims could come in this country?
He can't do that constitutionally.
Yes, you could.
The only reason, no, he can't. So
yes,
can you tell me how he could? Do you know what freedom of religion is in the Constitution?
No. I know that. But
freedom of religion
But you got to remember,
we are protected against religious persecution by the Constitution. I understand Donald Trump wants to terminate the Constitution. Donald Trump doesn't care about our Constitution, pushes the boxing gloves. But our Constitution does not allow for him to do that, and that's why he couldn't.
Not at all. You see, that's where you're wrong. Because when you're talking about immigration and when you're talking about religion, you're talking about two different things. Could you do a complete
and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
When you are talking about those two, you're conflating. You're conflating.
Do you think it's possible to do a complete and total shutdown?
Don't fit. Hey, you can't put that round peg in that square hole.
Do you think that it is by law allowed constitutionally to restrict all Christians from coming to the country? Do you think that's by law allowed? Do you think that's constitutional?
If you were to stop any one particular group of people, you would have to shut down every single one of them, because we are open to everybody, regardless of race, religion, or creed, or ethnicity.
Okay, so right? What you just did is you just acknowledge. No. Let me please finish. You just acknowledge that it is the case that it is constitutionally protected against religious persecution. Right? So if you're constitutionally protected against religious persecution, the reason why Donald Trump couldn't do this in particular is because it's not constitutionally allowed.
That's not true.
That's the
reason. What I'm telling you is when we go through and you look at how the immigration processes work, a non-native citizen, which would be a non-native or citizen of the United States, is not afforded the same constitutional rights as somebody who is a citizen or just recently became a citizen. Those constitutional protections are afforded you as a citizen, or as somebody who's immigrated into the country is also
so what
protected
you're arguing is
by that.
You're arguing is that constitutional rights don't apply to legal immigrants?
Are you in the country? Yes. If you're coming into the country, no.
Constitutional, that's still, you understand that, like, this is like akin to saying that, like, you could have limited like the Puritans from coming from Britain during the beginning aspects of the U.S. Country. That's what you're arguing, right? That's not true. Anybody. You can't block on the basis of a religion that is not allowed constitutionally.
Okay? Why has that happened in the past?
Because you are discriminating on the basis of that. There have been Supreme Court actions against these things to engage in. Do you know what the Civil Rights Amendment is?
Absolutely.
Civil rights?
Do you understand that it's happened in the past?
Not Amendment Act. Do you know the Civil Rights? So there has been plenty of things specifically that constitutionally have been protected for other groups, whereas they previously were not protected. So now they're absolutely
when they
protected.
Are constitutionally protected, who is constitutionally protected? Are they citizens or non-citizens?
You are constitutionally protected. If you are a citizen in the country, you're constitutionally protected through legal migration. They cannot specifically discriminate right on a legal process right against someone's religion. They can't do that. If they can't do that, well, then you cannot specifically limit all people who are Muslim from coming to the country. That's why listen. That's why Donald Trump couldn't have done that. Okay, that's the only thing that held back Donald Trump from doing a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, which is religious persecution.
Well, no, that's not actually it. It was because you weren't shutting it down from other places and you weren't vetting them. This is the one thing that...
What are you talking? You're not answering the question.
No. I'm going to answer your question 100%. I'll 100% you. They did not limit anybody coming in, right? But you can. According to immigration law, you can stop anybody from coming in. No, constitutionally you can, because you are not affording somebody an opportunity to enter into your country to infringe upon your rights. You, Parker, they can't just bring anybody in. They're supposed to be vetted. If they don't come in a legal manner, you can send them out because they're breaking the law.
No, what you're saying is that what you're arguing in terms of Donald Trump is that there's no legal manner for Muslims to come into the country.
No, not at all.
Again, discriminating a legal process. Be quiet. Listen, let me please finish. You're discriminating a legal process, right, on the basis of someone's religion that is constitutionally protected. Ask any civil rights lawyer, Literally any civil rights lawyer, any constitutional lawyer will tell you that is not allowed constitutionally speaking. You are speaking gibberish. You are yapping, my guy. You got a degree in fucking yaponomics, right? Linguistics, specializing in Japanese, my guy. What the hell are you doing, dude? This is not constitutionally allowed.
I like that one. That one's good. I got to remember that. Japanese. All right. That was good. That was pretty, that was fun. Hey, no, seriously though, on an actual note, your Constitution applies to you, right? Immigration law, if you read into the immigration law itself, you can shut off this pipeline to anybody coming into this nation if you wanted to. It's done. It's been done in the past. I'm sure it'll be done.
You can't do so on a protected class like religion.
But I can do it from a regional basis. I can do it from a state basis.
Wait, you just conceded. You just conceded.
No,
you just
we don't
conceded.
do it. We don't do it.
No, you just conceded.
You could do it if you wanted to, but that's not
No, wait, no, you just conceded. You just said that it's only a regional basis and it's not based upon the religion.
Yeah. What is it?
Exactly.
You're not banning them. That's what I was telling you before. If you couldn't
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Gina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. And Christian, thank you so much for the $50 from Norway. 1 week until election day gift. Thank you so much. And Gina, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Damn, you got a lot of contributors. That's awesome. You're doing well, Parker. You don't need to get a job. You got one. All right. So, congrats, by the way. Seriously.
I mean, I've already argued this thing against you. I don't think that you're going to give me a response at this point.
No. I'm not going to, because the one thing that I'm going to say, and you're not going to agree with no matter what, is, feelings and facts don't match. So
we have facts and you've only got feelings.
Yeah. No, not at all.
You're literally the guy who doesn't believe in climate change caused by humans mainly.
I don't believe it is mainly caused by humans.
Exactly my point. Do you believe the earth is flat?
Absolutely not. It's round. Well,
why
spherical.
not?
Why not? Because, I don't know. Let's figure it out. I mean, without science, we can do it with math. So,
Okay. So
truisms.
Okay, sure.
Let's stick with truism.
Do you believe in gravity?
I actually do. I've been hit by sticks and rocks falling out of the air.
Okay. So the point I'm making is that is specifically science. Do you believe in germs? Germ theory?
I do.
Okay. So obviously that's science, right? What do you get that from? Evidence.
But
do you believe in dinosaurs?
Do I believe in science?
Do you believe dinosaurs existed? Do you believe dinos?
Yeah, because I see fossil records.
You do? Okay, so that's science.
It's paleontology, but that's a different subject. It's a pseudoscience.
You don't think that's a pseudoscience?
Yeah, we'll call it a pseudoscience. Kind of like psychology.
Pseudoscience? You think that paleontology is a pseudoscience? That means you don't believe dinosaurs exist.
Come on, Parker, work with me here. I'm trying to be fun.
You didn't believe dinosaurs existed?
Yeah, of course I do. I'm probably one of the few people you're going to get to agree that dinosaurs did exist. I think they did. Okay.
100%. I mean, good. I'm glad that I'm glad that we agree that dinos exist.
Yeah.
Existed,
I also don't agree with scientists when they said that the world was going to freeze back in the 70s. But these are the same scientists.
What scientists?
Oh, come on, Parker. It's too easy for you to look up. I'd do it if I had my stupid phone with me. But in 1974,
I'll give you time to go look it up while I talk to people.
Well, hold on. I can just yell at my phone. Hey, Google. Tell me when Time Magazine published about the Earth freezing or going into a cold series of events in the 1970s, Ice Age.
Here's what I found.
Time.com. 1977. It is science.org, actually. Sciencefeedback.org. 1977, where they were talking about the Earth going into a mini ice age. That didn't happen.
No, what climate scientist said it, though?
Oh, hell, I don't know. It was in the 70s and I was a kid. But it was the prevailing thought at the time.
Actually, the ice age, that never happened. But the Earth was not cooling and ice age was never imminent. That's what your article says that you just cited.
I know, but now
the article that you just cited, scienceline.org, right?
Parker,
that article says, but Earth was not cooling and ice age was never imminent.
Hindsight being 2020, right? It wasn't imminent because it never happened. We also didn't have massive drying of the ocean when they said that was going to happen. We also haven't had massive flooding yet. Florida should only be about 5 miles wide right now if we believed everything that
right now it says in this
Yes.
quote unquote, it is a myth that scientists in the 1970s widely predicted global cooling.
Not a myth.
And that is Sarah Green, an environmental chemist at Michigan Tech University. Right? That's what your own scienceline.org source literally just cited.
It was
literally,
on Time magazine.
It says,
Parker.
quote unquote, it is a myth that scientists in the 1970s widely predicted global cooling.
Time magazine about Earth going into an ice age, 1977. It was
but
done
not
by
only.
Time
Wait,
magazine.
I have two things to say. One, you're wrong. Two,
No.
even if you were right, that doesn't indicate science today is wrong. Okay, so you should still accept science. In the same way you accept dinos existed, in the same way that you accept vaccines are effective, I hope. In the same way that you accept basic science like germ theory and you accept that gravity exists, right? All of those things, science, evidence related, right? You don't believe the evidence when it relates to climate change?
Many vaccines do work. There's also some that have had very bad aspects on the other end of them.
Do you think the mRNA vaccines are part of those?
I'm not sure.
There we go.
I don't know enough about it. All I do know is this, that, my kid has, heart issues now, and he didn't have them until after getting the shot, and he's your age, right?
Has he got COVID?
Yeah, of course he got COVID.
How do you not know it's related to COVID? Because it's significantly more likely to happen from COVID.
Because nobody else is genetically that way.
Wait, did the doctor say it's from the shot?
Yeah, probably a probable cause, a probability cause for it.
The doctor said that.
Yeah. Yes, and that is one of those things. Yeah, it was actually a nurse. Yeah, one of the nurses down at Kansas Research Hospital.
But not the doctor that specifically looked.
Well, yeah, they came in too, but it was the Kansas Research Hospital nurse that was talking about it and talking. So
just
also
one random nurse,
females.
not the doctor, right?
No, and also she was talking about females that have harder periods now because of it, or
wait, you understand that nurses don't identify those things, right?
You do understand that I do understand that they don't. I also understand that that's a major research hospital.
So the doctor
where
didn't
they work
say
on
it.
this stuff daily.
So the doctor didn't say it
too. The doctor said it too because it was a cardiologist.
Really? Now the doctor said it.
Cardiologist.
So the doctor said it specifically.
So you don't believe in doctors?
No, I'm not disputing that. If the doctor said it, that could possibly be true, right? But the point I was making is that it's significantly more likely to be negatively impactful if it is from COVID, and it's significantly more likely to happen from COVID. So I was just asking if the doctor did say it, well then sure, but that's not what you said originally.
Yeah, but the thing is when you go through the COVID at such a young age, 16, the effects that it would have on your body was slim, especially in that beginning period, right? When they first came out, the COVID thing, the morbidity rate and the damage to the body was very small from that virus when it hit us, right? It really was. Unfortunately, a lot of people died, and that was horrible. Absolutely atrocious, right? But a lot of the science at the time said that other aspects of treatment didn't work, when now we found out that everybody has published that, Trump wasn't off his rocker, that you could actually use ivermectin, and it is a treatable thing. They talk about that today.
Not for COVID. There's no evidence supporting that. There's no evidence supporting it.
Okay, you need to look it up because it just came out a few months ago.
Give me a source. What's the title?
Let me find out, because it was all over the news. Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, and I bet it's gonna randomly come out someday that nuking hurricanes is effective too under your world.
No, I think that's a big pile of horse shit. I'm sure everybody thinks that's a pile of horse shit because
we should trust the violent offender who literally said that he wanted to nuke hurricanes with access to nuclear weapons. That sounds like a great idea.
He also said shoot freaking bleach in your veins. You're going to tell me that too, right?
Wait, but I can literally play the clip of this.
You can literally play a clip that says, I want people to shoot bleach into their veins.
I'm talking about the prior claim. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. Well, I thought you were going to tell me some other stuff, and I wasn't going to buy into that either.
But we can talk about we can talk about how Trump did refer to that. Like he did refer to that, but I was talking about the prior claim.
Oh, yeah, I'm kind of confused right now. I was trying to look up something, and I forgot what I was going to look up. Anyway, ivermectin. Okay, Google. Ivermectin.
I can't believe people still these days believe this shit. It's unbelievable. I've been debating people with this for 3 fucking years, dude. 3 fucking years. I did COVID debates for so long, debating people. People still believe this shit. It's unbelievable.
I know
You got flagged for misinformation. bro got flagged for misinformation. I'm surprised. Wow, I couldn't see that one coming. Wow, dude, I didn't expect that one. That's interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I'm surprised that it took that long, chat, honestly.
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
What's your birth year?
1997, January.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
What time is it?
It is 5 o'clock.
There's no way it would be 5 o'clock. Bro, what the hell? 5 o'clock? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. Why are you voting Trump?
I get it that, you know, he has a personality to him. I get that. I mean, I get that a lot of people don't like him because of his personality. He says, I'm a Trump supporter, and he says shit to all the time that I'm like, I cringe. And I'm like, why did you say that? You know? So let's start there. But as far as the country goes, bro, he's much better than Kamala Harris. There's no doubt. There's not even a question.
How is he better than Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris wasn't even voted into office. She wasn't even voted to be running for president in the first place. The Democrats,
she was by the delegates.
Yeah. Who put her there? They decided.
I'll tell you.
Joe Biden was not worthy, so they put her there. That's a fact.
Who's that? Who's they?
The Democrats.
Okay. You understand that one of the Democrats is Joe Biden, so Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden was like, yeah, I'm going to drop out, right, because I don't think I have a chance to win based on internal Democratic polling, right? And because of that, let me please finish. And because of that, he was like, okay, I'm going to endorse Kamala Harris, right? And the entire party is going to coalesce around her, right? Because it is the case that most people support her. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee.
She was the most unpopular. She was the most unpopular vice president in American history. That's a fact.
Where'd you get that?
So how did she go from being?
Can you give me a source for that?
Look it up.
Yeah. I'm asking you what's your source for that.
Am I going to have to Google every?
Google your own claim. You have to Google your own claim. Because I'm looking right now, and I do not see on page 34 of trustmebro.university anything that justifies what you just said. Because, look, the entire page is blank, dude. It's blank.
Okay, well,
dude.
I'll give you that. Let's go with that then. She was very unpopular, and I don't think anybody disputes that. Okay,
can you answer the question? Where you said that she was the most unpopular? Do you have a source for that? Or did you just make that claim because you felt like it?
I'll have to get off this phone. I'll have to get off and stop disputing you. I'll have to go look it up and then come back. Do you want me to do that?
You can swipe out of the app. Swipe out of the app, and you can stay in.
Bro, I think it's pretty clear that she was unpopular as a vice president. Do you dispute that at all?
Wait, I have a question. Did you know that Donald Trump?
Do you think that she was popular as a vice president?
Yeah,
when
I
Joe
think that she
Biden
was popular by a lot of people. But listen, push the boo. Listen, for vice presidents, yeah, vice presidents are some level of popular. Yes, of course. So let me ask you, let me acknowledge this real quick. Do you think that Donald Trump was very popular when he ran in the early 2000s?
Yes, he was very popular.
Really? Is that why he dropped out very quickly? I mean, his campaign lasted like 9 months.
How The View and everybody else, Oprah Winfrey,
lasted like 9 months, dude.
They all loved him. They all loved him, bro.
What did he get in the polls? What did he get in the polls? Did he even get 1%?
Everybody
get
loved
1%
him
and he dropped out
until
within
he
9
ran
months. He didn't
against
even make it a
Democrats.
year.
How can you not
He
see
didn't
that?
even make it a year.
How could you not see that? Everybody
talking
loved him until he ran against Democrats.
And that's why he got 0% in Trump 2000. Trump 2000, 0%. Let's go. Woo!
Are you insane, my guy? Are you insane, my guy? Are you insane? Everybody loved him, including the
0%.
View.
Yeah.
Everybody else
they
loved Donald
him.
Trump
Until
he ran.
But if Kamala Harris
Democrats.
gets 15% in the Democratic Party, no one supported her.
Why do you not
she was
see
VP.
that? Why do you not acknowledge that?
Yeah, because
why do you not acknowledge that?
Listen, can you stop speaking for a second?
I'll shut up for like the next 3 minutes. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I do acknowledge everything as it relates to what's fucking reality. I don't acknowledge delusional bullshit that you just come up with and you make up with because you feel like it. Appreciate the boo. I don't just believe conspiracy because I require evidence. Right? I'm not a sheep. Right? I don't just accept things because
were you born in 2022 or not?
Wow, you really got me there. You really got me there, dude. You really got me there, man.
Can you go back a few years? At least a few years? You talk about 2022. Can you go back?
Maze, thank you so much for the $5. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Thank you. Emma, thank you so much for the $8. Coda, thank you so much for the $1. You said I'm an idiot? What makes me an idiot?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the $1. I can't go back past 2022. I can't go back. I'm just going to go back to when Donald Trump said blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, bro.
That was before 2022. Go back to 2000. Are you mad? Do you need a safe space?
I'm not mad at all.
Okay.
All I want you to do is tell the damn truth, bro. Tell the truth.
I am telling the truth. Do you need your own MAGA safe space? Filled with
I don't.
Couch cushions?
Just tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Prior to Donald Trump running for office, everybody loved him. Everybody. The Democrats loved him.
And that's why he got 0% when he ran in 2000?
He could go on The View and say whatever he wanted, and everybody loved him. But once he ran against Democrats, that's when everybody hated him. And
he got 0% running on single-payer health care.
So how did he get elected? How did he get elected, bro?
In 2000, he didn't. In 2000, he didn't.
Was it the Nazis? It was the Nazis, right? The Nazis.
I mean, they voted for him.
Is that right?
They voted for him.
God damn. You are so stupid,
not trolling. I'm actually not trolling. The Nazis literally did vote for Trump. I'm not trolling.
You are fucking stupid.
How?
There is literally. I'm sure that there are. I'm sure that the far right wing, the far right wing Nazis, people in this country, they probably voted for Donald Trump. There's no doubt about that. But to assume that all Trump supporters are Nazis is a completely different fucking thing.
I never said that. I never said you're a Nazi. Well, you just got harassment and bullying, Cash, because you've been so rude to me, apparently. According to TikTok. Bro, when did I say that everyone who's a Trump supporter is a Nazi? Like, what? I just said all the Nazis voted for him. Christy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christy. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sydney, are you voting Trump? Oh, okay. Democrats or communists, socialists, Marxists? You communist, socialist, Marxist. You know what's the hell to you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Chad, thank you so much for the $3.33. What's your birth year?
2004.
And you said you're how old? Nice job. Solid. Great start. Great start. Let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, share the live. Everyone will help get it out to more people, y'all. Yo, what's up, pal to you? Hello.
Hello?
Are you voting Trump? Push the boo.
No, hell no.
Based. All right, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Fill the bar a few times. Let's try to easily get up to 1 million likes. I think we can do it within like a few minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people. You can watch the video that I just put out, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
I feel like they're not old enough. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen, share the live, everyone. It will help get out to more people. You want to support me? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. I think that person was on earlier, by the way. I accidentally just added them up again. Push the boo. All right, let's get this next individual up. It's not adding this person. I apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Let me just get someone up here. I do apologize, y'all. Appreciate the love painting. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, 2006.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Texas. I moved when I was I've come from Australia and I've got a citizenship now because my dad.
What time is it right now?
The time's not popping up on my phone, unfortunately.
Swipe down.
No, brother.
Just swipe down. Just swipe down.
Kamala Harris.
Just swipe down.
Her accent everywhere she goes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just not gonna believe you. If you can't swipe down for 2 seconds, right? I'm not gonna believe you. What? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. Tap that screen, everyone. We're getting close to 600K. Let's keep going. Keep it going, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said Parker picks the easiest ones. I sent them an invite. Are they going to even join? Please join. Please join. I picked the easiest ones. Is that why I picked you and you still didn't join? What's up? How old are you? All right, how old are you?
36.
What's your birth year?
1984.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Wait, 36, 1984? That doesn't even make any sense. What? All right, let's get this next individual up here. That's MAGA math right there, everyone. I'm telling you. Kathy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for still my favorite on TikTok. Thank you so much. And Julio, thank you so much for the $3. For happy to say I voted for Kamala today in the state of Georgia. Yo, good for Julio. Good for Julio. Let's get some W's for Julio in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, votes in swing states are so important, unbelievably important. But vote everywhere. Vote for Kamala Harris, everyone. Make sure you get out and do that. I'm actually going to be doing that tomorrow, everyone. So, yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Just because, like, you guys say he's...
What's your birth year, actually?
Racist. 2005.
Okay.
I'm in Boston. It's 8:30. Well, 1 minute until 8:30.
You're good. You're good.
All right. I'm voting for Trump because, like, you guys can say he's racist. He's like, I don't know, saying that women can't do like anything or whatever. But I just would like a president who can sit like at a table and be with other world leaders and like not start World War III. So, like, I don't care if he's like...
Who's more likely to do that? Who's more likely to do it? A prosecutor or a violent offender that, you know, claimed he wanted to nuke hurricanes?
So like, what's your evidence like that he's a sex offender? Like,
yeah, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay,
Jamie,
and Kamala should be arrested for murder because of entering. Okay, Kamala should be arrested for murder because she let illegal immigrants enter the country and they killed 3 like innocent American citizens.
Okay, so Molly Tibbetts got killed by undocumented immigrants. You think that's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration?
Wait, what? I didn't hear you.
So Molly Tibbetts got killed by undocumented immigrants. You think that's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration?
No, I just think if Trump would have been in that scenario, they wouldn't have allowed any illegal immigrants to enter the border.
Really? So Molly Tibbetts actually died under Trump's administration and was killed by undocumented immigrants under Trump's administration. So
No,
should he be charged for the murder of Molly Tibbetts?
No, it was under.
No? Why not? That was under his administration.
No, it
should
wasn't.
he be charged for murder? He's a murderer. Right? Is that your view?
No.
No. Okay, so if he's not a murderer and that's not your view, well then clearly that's not a good argument you've got there.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Why would you vote for a guy that wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, that sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to illegally steal the election? Push that mustache. Wanted to terminate the Constitution, said he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, calling his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive and curvy, saying he likes to walk into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he
no one can understand you. Like, I literally can't understand you. Like, seriously. And also,
okay,
like,
I'm sorry, which one do you want me to elucidate? Which point do you want me to elucidate even further on?
Let me ask you something. All right. If you want to get braces, would you go to a dentist or a painter?
You'd go to a dentist.
Okay.
There's the cap. So what should Trump go to believe in climate change or not?
No,
should he go to climate scientists?
What I'm saying here is that Trump is a good president. So I don't want him, like, I don't care if he's this and that.
Okay, so should we look at what the economists say? You said look at the specialities, or let's look at what economists say. Do they say Trump's plan or Harris's plan is better? For stand up.
Well, I mean, that's just opinion based. Like, you say Kamala is better.
Wait, you said would you go to a dentist or would you go to a mechanic for your teeth?
Yeah, well, taxes.
You go to a dentist, right?
Haven't taxes been way higher with Kamala and Biden than with Trump?
Well, yeah, we're currently still under Trump's tax plan per standard. That's interesting. Currently still Trump's tax plan. So thank you, Trump, for the high taxes. Thank you so much, Trump. I really appreciate you increasing taxes on us, right? Push the boxing gloves.
No, that was Biden with the gas prices and everything. Yes.
That's not a tax. And also, we actually have the highest level of production of oil right now than any point in American history. The reason why the price is higher is because we're getting less imports from countries around the world. Push the cap. That has nothing to do with the United States. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause that? Justin, thank you so much for the $1.
I mean,
Kate, thank you so much for the $5. Maze, thank you so much for the $15. Lauren, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Bridget, thank you so much for the $20 for voted for Kamala in Florida today. Let's go. Turning it blue. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $20. Yeah, go for it. What were you saying, sorry?
Why are you voting for Kamala? Let me
Yeah, she influenced to get passed really good policy like the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, right? She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't try to coup the country. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Basic things like that. Push the cap.
Okay, so can you tell me what the acts actually are?
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act had the largest investment in renewable energy ever of any country, and it had the $35 cap on insulin for people who are seniors on Medicare and other individuals on Medicare as well.
Okay,
right? So all people on Medicare are protected.
Where do you think the money where do you think the money comes from where she's getting to help businesses and free healthcare for people who can't afford it? Where do you think that money comes from? Our taxes, doesn't it? So
a price cap isn't coming from our tax dollars.
No, I'm just saying she said that she's gonna give businesses startup businesses money to start off and also people that can't afford healthcare and can't afford education all of that for free. So
she never said she was gonna make all of that free, but I wish.
Her pocket?
No,
it's coming from our pocket, isn't it?
Okay, so I wish she was giving all those things for free. I don't think that they actually said that. But in terms of where
They said
they're
that.
getting
They
the
said
money,
that. They just said
no,
that.
they didn't.
No,
But
lie.
where they're
Yes, they
getting
did.
where they're getting money for all of their spending policies, right? They have specifically an increase in the corporate tax rate to 28%, which is 7% lower than what it was under Obama. 28% long-term capital gains for income over 1 million in a year. Currently, it's 20%, right? And then also increasing income tax on income over $400,000 in a year, which is a little crown. Whereas actually, if we look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicates that the campaign plans for the Trump administration versus the Harris administration. For the Trump administration, it's 7.5 trillion over 10 years, and for the Harris administration, it's 3.5 trillion over 10 years. So apparently, we have a greater ability to pay for our spending policies than Trump's administration. So where is the money for the tax cuts to rich people going to come from? Right? Is it going to be from the middle class? Is it going to be through the context of him increasing prices on American products, specifically coming to the country from other countries around the world? Because it is the case that he wants to do tariffs.
You think just because a person has more money, they should just give it away? Like, who worked for that? Themselves. Like, yes, there's some people that get lucky. Okay, that's how the world works. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm not president. Like,
I have a question. If the inevitability, before we move on to that, if there's inevitability of taxing someone to ensure that we have public policies for everyone, I would prefer it to be placed on people, right, who are much more wealthy than for it to be placed on middle class individuals. Would you prefer that it's placed on middle class individuals through the context of tariffs?
I mean, if you guys want to be fair, it should be placed everyone the same.
That's a regressive tax
isn't it?
system. No, because that's actually regressive, because cost of living impacts people who make less to a greater degree. They spend a greater percentage of their overall income on cost of living comparative to people who are rich, spending a portion of their overall income on cost of living. So obviously it makes more sense to tax people who have significantly greater levels of funds. Here's the boo. And thank you so much, Heather. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Erica, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you so much for the I voted for Kamala in Iowa today. Justin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Madison, thanant you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. And Christian with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
Don't pay taxes just because they take bank loans, because who would deny like $100 million from like Bill Gates or something like that? That's why they don't do it.
So you say you should pay your money and stuff. I live in California, right? I do pay taxes, right? You understand that's consistent with my current philosophy, right? That's not inconsistent with my philosophy. What I'm saying is that extraordinarily rich people should be paying a majority of the taxes rather than putting it on people who are in the middle class, because I want people in the middle class to be better suited towards being able to have economic advantages, social mobility, right? And food for their children, reducing childhood poverty, right? Things that actually benefit everyone across the board, not just people who are extraordinarily rich, right? And are going to get an extra yacht. Rayba, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5. Jade, thank you so much for the $1. And Karen, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so like the money you're making off your lives and everything, like, are you gonna give it to the like underprivileged, the homeless? Like, what do you do?
Wait, I pay taxes. And I advocate for programs that help people like that. So yes, I pay. I live in California. I pay like one of the highest tax rates in the nation. Okay, is that not consistent with my ideology?
Sure, it is consistent.
Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Bal, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bal. Thank you so much. And Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Bal in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Like, so your place in abortion is that it should be legal. Why? Like, why?
Because I care more about the rights and autonomy of a sentient woman that's alive, right? And people who are pregnant than I care specifically about a non-sentient embryo. Right? I don't care about non-sentient embryos. I don't care about zygotes, right? I don't care about sperm. Just because something's cellularly speaking alive doesn't mean I grant it value. I grant sentient human lives value.
Okay, what about after, like, there's a beating heart? There's no life?
I don't care about a beating heart. I care, that's not life. Life is defined at conception, right? But I don't care about just cellular life. I care about sentient life. So when does sentient life begin? Subjective experience?
No, as the heart like starts beating.
Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead? Delaney, thank you so much for the $10. Caitlin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I mean, depends what the person wanted as their, I don't know, like final wish, I guess.
Oh, wait, no. It'll say that they don't have any particular determination on that. Should the family be able to make that choice? And if if the family does make that choice, are they murderers?
No.
No, okay,
Because-
they're not, but their heart is beating.
Okay, you're right. I'll give you that one.
So it's not the heart that you value. It's not just the cellular life that you value, because both those exist. It's some other quality.
No, but you're taking an opportunity of a life.
You're covering your mic.
That person didn't have, like, opportunity.
You're taking away an opportunity of life? Are you saying sperm should have rights?
No, I'm just saying, like,
I can't hear you. You're covering your mic.
oh, after, like, the heart starts beating, and then if you, like, kill it, you kill the life, basically. Like, you're taking the opportunity for it to grow, for it to, like, evolve.
So you're taking away an opportunity. So that's the same thing as like pulling out. Is it wrong for someone to pull out? For standard. And Kevin, how old are you? For standard.
No, I just believe, like, I don't think sperm is life. I just believe until there's a beating heart, that's life.
Sperm is living.
And,
It's
like,
biologically living.
and, like, sadly, I can't do anything about this. I just, like, would allow abortion, like, if someone's raped, but I'm not gonna be president, so I can't do anything about that. But I just, like, don't agree when people use it, like, as, like.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump
contraceptive
leaving it up to the states, right? Specifically that restricted women's access to abortion in instances in which they have been assaulted in certain states based on their state's abortion laws?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think a woman should be allowed to abort if they were raped, but that's the only case, like, nothing else, just like.
Okay, what about life of the mother?
But that is legal. If the mother's life is.
No, do you think that exception should exist for life of the mother?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hey,
So,
yo,
what's up, Kevin? What am I scared of?
What are you scared of? Let me answer this question. You ready? So,
go ahead.
Can you enlighten me and the viewers on why, when Trump was president, there was no new wars, and under Kamala, you see all the wars going around? Can you
So, what's
answer that?
do you know what the Turkish-Kurdish war is?
So that's not what I asked you.
Wait, no, but that's something that happened under Trump's administration
Yeah, but
because he
that's not
pulled
what I
troops out of
asked.
Kurdistan.
There was no
You said there were no
wars.
new wars. I just gave you an example of one.
That's correct. There was no
Based
new
upon
wars.
your definition of new wars, that's a new war.
What's your definition, Parker, of a new war?
Yeah, so if we're talking about like a new war, it would be a new conflict, right? Right, and actually, under either of these administrations, there hasn't been a new conflict, right? Because these were pre-existing conflicts.
See, a new
Thank you so
war
much.
is not a new conflict. The U.S. government did not define any new wars when Trump was president, yet they did under Kamala. And Kamala,
Wait, what new wars?
as you described, the prosecutor.
Kevin, which ones?
He was she was the negotiator for the Ukraine and Russia war and the war in the Middle East. She was the negotiator. They said that. She said
was
that.
for Ukraine, right? But like that was
She was the negotiator
no way you
for
could
the war.
Can I
She
please
talked
finish,
to
Kevin?
both
So
foreign
there's no way you
leaders.
could have.
He talked to Zelensky and to Putin before.
Okay. Yeah. So again, as it relates to that doesn't mean that she caused it specifically, right? Just because there was specifically like conversations that she specifically had with Zelensky does not indicate that she was specifically responsible, right, for this happening. There were already troops on the border. Appreciate the sunglasses. When she went out there, there were already troops on the border, and they were already known that there was going to be an invasion. Okay, so don't act like that wasn't known at that time, right? You're just like, your revisionist history is ridiculous. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Yeah, there you go. Picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Oh, now you got to swipe out of the app, swipe back in. Dova, thank you so much for the $6.66. And Trisha, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4. Thank you. And literally though, Trisha. Lady, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. You're the other individual left. Kevin, did you swipe back into the app? Swipe out and swipe back in. Okay, everyone keep tapping that screen. Unmute your mic, man. Click the profile picture, bottom right, then click the microphone. Push the boo. Jeez, bro. Click the profile picture, then click the microphone.
Yo.
Alright, go for it.
Jeez, bro. Click the profile picture, then click the microphone.
Okay, this guy can't figure out how to fix it. Nate, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Nate. Bro cannot figure out how to fix it. Are you voting Trump?
Yo, what up, bro?
Danielle, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump? Daily Minion Piece, thank you so much.
Look, I live in Sweden.
Okay, and you're also covering your mic.
Man.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Okay. You already did?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, yes, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump? Wait, what's your birth year?
03.
What month?
May.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I mean, I'm leaning towards more Trump, but I just came on here because I just wanted you to like educate me more on why you think Kamala is the better option.
Kamala? Well, she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. She didn't try to coup the country. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country. What she did was she influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Lindsay, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. The Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, and the PACT Act specifically. Amber, I appreciate the subscription, which benefit middle-class Americans, veterans, right? Increase infrastructure, right? Did things that benefit the American economy, right? Things like that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was it. I just literally wanted to hear your opinion because I was leaning towards.
For sure. Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. By the way, everyone, we have what's it called? The rules of the live. If you come up on the live and you're not like debating, we do kick you off. That's just how the live works. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
Fuck.
That's truly unfortunate. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
All right, so I looked at the
Thank you so much.
Kamala Harris's policies, right? Kamala. Anywho.
Kamala.
Okay, whatever. All right, so majority of her policies contradicts themselves. Like she goes on, the whole 2025 crap. He's constantly said that he's not even for that. He's not even read it. Also, like you were speaking about the CHIPS Acts. If you look at the production of chips and whatnot, that actually was good under Trump. And because of the pandemic, all these businesses and whatnot, they quit working because of COVID, of government sanctions and whatnot. So to say that her plan was good under the CHIPS Act and you're voting for her, I just don't understand that. Because if you look at the production of chips, do what?
What did the CHIPS Act do?
Promote more computer chips in cars and whatnot. The production of chips.
In the United States, right? It's going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips. Right. What about that's bad?
But if you go and look at the production time under the current administration, it's pushed back from, a year and 6 months? And before the pandemic under Trump, which I still don't understand how a lot of people doesn't understand, like from the pandemic and stuff was going good, then the pandemic happened and it's not so good anymore. But you guys still blame that under Trump when it was a pandemic. That's what
I never blame Trump. You guys are blaming
I'm not saying you as general.
Okay, so then let's talk to me. We're talking to Parker right now, right? It is the case that I never specifically blamed Trump for that, right? But I will blame his response, like things that he did. And then in terms of this specifically, you're literally blaming the Biden-Harris administration for the economic state of affairs, right? When that's something that's a byproduct of the pandemic.
But yet,
your description. Thank you so much.
But yet you said you're voting for her because of her policy on the chips.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. Yeah. What about that increase, that influenced the increase in manufacturing jobs? What are you talking about? Well, how's
So-
that bad? You never mentioned how it was bad.
But yet you're saying you're voting for her because of that.
That's one of the reasons. Yeah, that's a good
But
thing.
it's majority of jobs coming back. Like I own my own businesses, and because of COVID, we had to shut down. After COVID, my employees came back. So how is that her doing? It's not.
Well, I never said every single one of the jobs was that. I just said that this is a benefit and this increases the amount of manufacturing jobs in the United States. That's all I've said. I never said that it caused all the jobs.
True. I don't see that true.
Well, you can look at U.S. manufacturing jobs after the Chips and Science Act, right? There's an undeniable fact that it's increased, right? The investments specifically are going to bring us up to 20% global production of chips. In order for that to happen, it has to create jobs. Okay? Right? So that's just a part of the policy.
Yeah, I understand that. Like she gave, was it?
Did you already
1
vote?
billion? Do what?
Did you already vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't talk to people who already voted. You're already lost. You've already voted. Because we're talking to people who are voting for Trump, everyone. So if you already voted, then I mean, there's no point. It's not the topic. Olivia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it from Canada. You give me hope for the world. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you for draining my AirPod battery every day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Abigail, thank you for the $1. And Tessa, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. Are you voting Trump? Caitlin? Okay, they're not here. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, how old are you?
Hey, I am 20.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't be driving on the live. It's TikTok TOS. All right. Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I tried to invite someone, it didn't work. It's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right. Let's try to get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, it's not working. Oh my gosh, I swear I'm trying to add people up and it's like literally just not working. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump? Oh my. It's because people are literally sending requests so fast that I can't even invite someone up. There we go. I finally invited that fucking random up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Margie, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. Thank you. Purdy, thank you so much for the here we go. I appreciate it. You, what's up? How old are you?
11.
Okay, Purdy, thank you so much for the here we go. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Thank you so much, Purdy. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I haven't voted yet, but my mind is set on Trump.
Understand. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, because one of Kamala's last,
Kamala.
yeah, her. Whenever there was two fellow Christians in the crowd that yelled, "Christ is King, Jesus is Lord," and she laughed dead in their face and said they were at the wrong rally. As a Christian,
you're taking that out of context. So it is. So by the way, I just want to let you know she is Christian, right? She actually does follow Jesus. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, they were heckling the rest of the crowd. They were Trump supporters. She was responding to the fact that they were Trump supporters. She wasn't responding to the fact that they specifically said Jesus is Lord.
But it
had nothing to do with that.
It was because it does have something to do with it. Because they're always wanting to bring up this and that and the third. But that was the only thing that she said that really threw something out there. Because my great-grandpa was a pastor for 50 years. I'm a Southern Baptist. And as a Southern Baptist...
She's a Baptist.
Don't act like it.
Wait. Trump doesn't act like it. He cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn star while his wife was pregnant. Right. He specifically was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He has 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration. Right. He's been lying about the 2020 election. Right. You think he acts like a Christian?
It's not about acting like a Christian. It's about truly knowing who you're following in Christ. She claims to be different races that she's not.
Wait, what do you mean? What race does she claim to be that she's not?
Listen to her rallies. Her voices change depending on where she's at.
Wait, you're making two separate claims. You were talking about her voice changing, and then you were also talking about her claiming she's different races. What races is she claiming that she's not?
First, she is like, what, 2% African American?
Where did you get 2%?
What is his name?
Where did you get 2%? Okay, so let me clarify. Ice. Her mom, right, is from Southern Asia, right, and her dad is Afro-Jamaican. Okay.
So here's what I'm trying to say. If you go on YouTube, look at the podcast she was just on, you will actually see where she said, I'm only 2% African American. She flat out said it out of her own mouth. I'm gonna find the podcast and I'm gonna send you the name.
So are you talking about the Club Shay Shay podcast?
No, it was not Shay Shay.
Okay, what podcast? All the Smoke?
No,
Call Me Daddy?
Nope,
Which one are you referring to?
I'm actually going to have to go find it, and I will send it to his inbox personally.
Please, because I not only do I watch your interviews, but I watch podcasts as well. But listen, I'm not even going to go into a race because, like, that's dumb. But you said something that I would love to dive into, and I'm actually going to be talking about, which is you said that she changes her dialect. So do you know what code switching is?
But that's not the point. Why is she trying to? Because look, if you look at my page, I am actually married. I am married to a black man, and even he looked at her and he said, "Why is she switching up her tone when she gets in certain states around certain people?" He noticed that before I did.
Please stop tokenizing your husband. 1, 2. Code switching is a thing for anyone who's had to actually be in different spaces, i.e. corporate America, i.e. the black community, i.e. To your point, a Christian Baptist church. There's different ways that you talk, and for black people, there's different ways that we have to communicate in order to actually be successful in those spaces. I am someone who code switches on a daily basis, so depending on who I'm speaking with, I don't sound the same as I'm in this space with Parker right now. I don't sound the same when I'm in my space. I don't sound the same when I'm just talking to my fiance. It's completely different, and it's a normal survival tactic of black people. So the thing that I will tell you is, if you listen to her interviews, you can truly see when she's comfortable and she's herself, because that's when she actually talks more. So her sounding different. No.
She don't even know who she is.
She can't be herself because literally she has to be perfect in order to get even close to the amount of votes that Donald Trump is getting.
Look at the votes tallied in right now. It's already lined up to where Trump's in the higher probability as of now.
Can you cite any sources saying that? Because that literally, I've not seen that information at all. Parker, how are you?
I'm doing great. Today's been a wild day so far, though. There's been a few wild guests. Getting towards the election, it's been like this every day.
Bro, I'm telling you, literally, I had someone last night completely crash out on me and tell me that the reason why he's voting for Donald Trump is because he gets to say the things that he wants to say. Just flat out told me. I said, so you're fine with the grab me by the, he's like, yeah. He said, I would say that. It's like, are you kidding? It's getting wicked.
That's just crazy, dude. That's insane. I can't believe that someone can look at it that way.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Ice, do you have that source for me?
I'm still looking for it. Give me one second.
Okay.
Olivia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Olivia. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $2. Christina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you so much for the $3. Erica, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, y'all. Yeah, this is I feel like people have just been really making the trust me bro claims recently a lot.
Yeah, no, listen, I was having a conversation with a guy earlier, and he, you know me, you know my stance. Like, if you want to share your opinion, that's perfectly fine, but don't start telling me numbers if you don't actually have a source to back up the numbers. Like, that's just the dumbest thing to me. And the guy was just throwing out statistics, and I immediately said, okay, he was talking about black crime rates, right? And he was talking about the FBI data table that's from 2019. I was like, so we're working off data from 2019. You're still saying that's viable. That's the dumbest argument ever.
Tosha, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Literally.
Okay, so on Tennessee.com, if you actually scroll down, you will see where the
Literally
last
from Trump's administration. Tasha,
Where-
thank you so much for the $1.
But it's not even in.
Wait, you said it's on what?
Tennessee.com. It's actually very close race, as Kamala is leading more towards the women.
Kamala.
Yeah, chameleon, because
Hey, listen. Again, it's Ice. You're being way too comfortable. So let me try to explain this to you, just so maybe you'll get this.
Nothing can necessarily. My husband voting Trump.
It's not about who you're voting for. I'm just trying to educate you as far as why what you're doing is disrespectful. It's not even about who you're voting for. What I'm telling you is that you are engaging in a form of microaggression, which I would think you would appreciate if you have a quote unquote black husband. But the fact that people purposefully say people name of color incorrectly because it's a lack of respect and a sign of disrespect. It's very dehumanizing. It's something that a lot of other people don't have to deal with. So when you get corrected, it's not because someone's trying to just correct you. It's because what you're doing is super disrespectful.
Disrespectful to who? A woman who will never acknowledge that I even exist? She's aiming for the middle working class. What about all the low income families around here?
Wait, what do you mean that you exist, right? She's influencing it past policy that benefits lower income individuals in this country. She's fighting for workers in this country, whereas Donald Trump, he fights for rich people. Most of his tax cuts went to people who are rich. So how can you act like Donald Trump is more likely to recognize you as an individual than Kamala Harris?
And also, Ice, it's not only disrespectful to her, it's disrespectful to me, it's disrespectful to your black husband, and if you guys have kids, it's disrespectful to your biracial kids. I'm telling you, it's not about her.
That's the sad part, and I'm not saying that to be any weirdness towards anybody, because at the end of the day, you get freedom of speech. That is one thing that we had Americans fight for us. So I do have the right of freedom of speech. As long as I'm not coming out disrespecting you out of pocket or out of name, then there's no disrespect towards you. Like I said, just because I called her a chameleon, I called her a chameleon because didn't you just say she code switches? So that's what she's doing.
Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you, Nicholas.
In with where she's at. That's the whole point of there.
Ice, black people code switch, not just her. Not just her. Again, literally, I do it.
Because my dad. Okay. So give your definition.
Do you think Santana is disingenuous? Wait. Ice House. Do you think that Santana is disingenuous because Santana code switches?
Who's Santana? Saucy?
That's me. No, the guy you're talking to right now. The person right above you. No, me, right here.
I haven't heard no code switching.
That's because you haven't heard me in any other space except this one.
Exactly, you haven't heard me neither. So, like I'm saying, whenever you're saying code switching, where's the code switching originated from? Because here's my question:
Code switching is a survival tactic of black people that we've learned. Yes, Ice, from the streets. It's absolutely from the streets.
Okay, then so my daddy must code switch then, because my dad was right there on the same street my husband grew up at. So what's necessarily, you see what I'm saying? So there's really no code switching there.
You
think it's for the black community whenever it's not,
don't
because
understand.
I understand a lot more, but y'all are trying to defend a woman who's not doing anything. Please do not call me out.
Ice, listen.
You okay, let me try to explain it to you one more time. So the way that you're hearing me speak at this moment, did she run?
She just left, yeah.
Did the TikTok get her? Listen, they've been getting people up by the paint quick, Parker.
I think they have recently, but I didn't get a notification that she got banned.
Yeah,
she could have though.
Listen, the AI is not playing. They are not playing, and so I've had to start telling people hey, I'm gonna let you finish demonstrating whatever you want to say, but please understand, I have to tell you that this is misinformation, and if you say it enough, I'm not gonna do anything. They're just gonna ban you. They are not playing.
They have not been playing recently. They've been going after everyone. Danny, thank you for the $5. They got Dean a few times today as well.
Yeah. No, I was watching them, and it was just one guy that was up there, and he was just all over the place. And Dean was trying to wrangle him, but it was the dumbest thing.
Definitely.
Anyway, bro, I'm gonna let you go. I'll drop down.
All right. I'll see you later. Good seeing you as always.
Likewise.
All right, everyone, let's go on to the next individual. L'Oreal, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Haley, thank you so much for the $1. Patricia, thank you so much for the $25. Patricia, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I disagree with his policies and whatnot, but I had one question. Is Kamala Indian?
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala. Is she
Kamala.
Indian? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Is she Indian or black? I'm still confused about that.
She's both Indian and black.
So her dad was
Afro-Jamaican and her mom is Indian.
Okay. That was the main question I had. I wanted to clear that up because I've been seeing a lot of different things. People said a lot of different things about that. But I already voted. So you said you didn't want to talk to no one that voted already. So.
Okay. Miss Boo Boo, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope your guys has a revelation. Seriously, again, yeah, that would be definitely. I hope so as well. I hope so. Hope different platforms on the internet can help inspire that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual. Shelby, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Shelby. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I did see that they got set on fire. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024. All right. By the way, you can check out the recent video that I just posted as well, everyone, for me and Jubilee, everyone. I posted 2 clips from me and Jubilee, so if you want to check that out, make sure to do so, if you have not already. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Ashley. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, that's my plan too. Great. I haven't voted yet.
Appreciate the hand art.
Yes.
How old are you?
24.
Okay, why are you voting Trump?
Because I believe he will, 1, secure our borders, 2, help education, 3, I agree with him on the abortion side of things. Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to? Okay. And I think overall we need a revitalization of patriotism, and I think he's the best guy for that, honestly. And I think I would love to, afford things again and create more opportunities on American soil and or not pulled out of wars, but stop wars overseas and just have more peace around the world.
Okay. All right. So there's a few things. I'll address all of these things. So you said secure border. He actually called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have specifically helped build the wall, increase the amount of border agents, increase the amount of immigration judges to make the system go faster. So instead of asylum process taking 7 to 10 years to get through asylum claims, it would take 6 months to 1 year. And it would also cap the amount of people who can come in here, 2,500 daily average for a week, 5,000 for 1 day, and you could shut down the border after either of those thresholds are met. For education, he wants to get rid of the Department of Education. For patriotism, he wanted to terminate the Constitution. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much.
I don't like the Department of Education.
You also want to afford things. He wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff that would cause gas, groceries, housing development, everything you buy to go up in price because tariffs will cause prices to go up. And then for peace, he specifically pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, right, which helped keep peace specifically. He increased the likelihood of conflict in the Middle East because he specifically increased drone strikes, right, 432% increase in drone strikes. He assassinated top military general in Iran. He engaged the Abraham Accords, which specifically excluded the state of Palestine, which is one of the reasons why Iran is engaging in more conflict in the region, because they want the situation in Gaza to end. And then also in terms of this, they also allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights and engage in illegal settlements in the West Bank. Appreciate the cap and appreciate the boo. Thank you so much. Those things did not create peace.
We weren't engaged in as many wars, or in any war for that matter. When
Really?
he was
So
when
why
he was
did more
president.
service members die in conflict? 65 service members died in conflict under the Trump administration, whereas there were 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. Appreciate the boo.
Service? What do you mean by service members?
I mean people like military members in conflict.
Okay.
That message.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Okay. People are saying repeat guest because I have been on your account before. So if you want me to, but I was talking to you. I was never talking to you. I was
Oh,
speaking.
you were
with,
talking to Dean?
Yeah. Does that count?
Okay, no. So then you want to respond to any of my points? 65 service members died in conflict under Trump's administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. How, if we were not engaging in any wars around the world, were there more service members that
We're
died in
funding them
conflict?
though. We're funding them.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. So as it relates to funding, you're talking
That's
about
what
the Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned
Ukraine?
about. I think we need to have our money
do you know
circulating
what the
more
Budapest
in our
Memorandum
economy.
is?
And
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
I do not.
So we signed an agreement with Russia and Ukraine that if Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. Appreciate that mustache. They gave up their nuclear weapons. Now it's our turn to defend them. So we're defending them insofar as that it doesn't cause World War III.
World War III is going to happen if we vote Kamala in.
Appreciate that hand art. Thank you so much. How so? How is she
Because
more likely to
things are
cause World
mayhem
War
and we
III?
need change. And like
How
the only one
is she-
promising that change is Donald Trump. And I do not think I'm voting against my own rights.
How is she more likely to cause World War III when Donald Trump's a violent offender and wanted to nuke hurricanes? Do you think he's trustworthy with our nuclear weapons?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Violent sex offenders should get access to guns. That's a very, again, I applaud you on asking questions that are just very bizarre and obviously not.
That's not
I don't
a bizarre
know.
question.
I think anyone should. If somebody wants to own a gun, they
I'll
should
answer
own
the
a gun.
question for you. Violent sex offenders should not be able to get access to guns. Okay, do you agree with me?
Yeah, anyone who's violent shouldn't have a gun. But how do you test that?
Okay, so if violent
that's
sex
not going to stop
offenders-
them from getting
Listen,
guns. Nothing's going to
listen.
stop them from getting them.
I appreciate the ICU. So if violent sex offenders shouldn't legally be able to get access to guns, well, listen, if they shouldn't legally be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? You don't trust them with guns, but you trust them with nuclear fucking weapons?
I don't see Trump as that, as what you just so you're
He is a violent sex
saying,
offender.
I don't see him as that.
He's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
I'm pretty sure all these cases are still ongoing, and nothing is.
No, he was already held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. A jury made a unanimous verdict when they did not have to make a unanimous
again, we're talking
verdict.
about the future.
Ashley,
we're
thank
talking
you
about
for
the
the
future and
$5.
what's.
Quenisha, thank you so much for the $5. And Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
I believe in like looking at today and looking forward. I understand. Yeah, he's done really horrible things, and I'm honestly standing like I'm voting for him, but I am more
So
independent.
you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I do not. No, but you're
No?
asking
Okay,
me
so then
questions.
Trump shouldn't
This
be able to
is-
get access to a gun. He shouldn't be able to get access to a nuclear fucking weapon.
We're not going to use the web. He's all about peace. He's all about
He
creating.
said he
more
wanted to
peace.
nuke hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is really funny.
He said he wanted to nuke hurricanes because he thought it would make the hurricanes not as bad.
Okay.
He's delusional.
Where did he say this? And it probably
Do you
was
want
a
me to
joke.
show you? He was not joking.
there's an incredible amount of softness that comes from that has been emulating in the air, and I think that a lot of things that shouldn't be taken literally are. Hence,
Knight, thank you so much
I guess
for
I
the
could go
$2.
into
Thank you
like
so much. I appreciate it.
that comedy skit that people are freaking out about. I don't know.
Acacia, thank
Your
you so much. I
viewpoint on
appreciate
that,
that. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So,
we need to-
Pamela,
we
thank
need
you so much for the
to
$2.
be stronger as a
if he
nation.
wasn't joking and he suggested nuking hurricanes, would you vote for him?
If he say that again,
If he suggested nuking hurricanes,
yes,
right,
I would.
Jacqueline,
I would
thank you so
still
much
vote
for the
for
$1.
him.
You'd still vote for him?
I would. Yeah, I would. To be honest. The Guardian. Trump suggests nuking hurricanes to stop them hitting America. Report. Okay. Wow, that's a very nice headline. Yeah, again, I would still vote for him. So the answer to your question is yes.
So violent sex offenders should be able to get access to nuclear weapons?
Okay, I guess my answer, if that's how you're going to phrase the question and if that's how you're going to view him, then if it's going to make you smile and happy and feel proud of yourself for me saying yes, I will say yes, because I'm still voting for him. If I don't think the nuclear,
So
he's not going
violent
to try
sex
and nuke a
offenders
hurricane.
should be able to get access to nukes.
He's not going to try and nuke a hurricane.
Stand out.
Yes.
It could be anything he tries to nuke.
This is bizarre that you're even asking this sort of question. Let's talk.
How is it bizarre? I think it's
Because it's funny.
you're the party.
I think this could be a money
I think
scheme.
I think it's
smart.
really
I think
funny.
you're getting views,
I
you're
think it's
getting people
really
angry.
funny that the party of law and order, the party of let's be tough on crime, doesn't want violence or wants violent sex offenders to have legal access to nuclear weapons and guns. I think it's really funny that the party of law and order and the party that's tough on crime that thinks that now.
I think it's really funny
Jocelyn,
that
thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
that I think it's really funny that I don't want to be rude. Honestly, I can't do it. I can't
Go
do
for
it.
it. Do it.
Do
it.
I'm
My
not
feelings won't be hurt, I promise
I'm not
you.
like that. I don't like to. I'm here
Then
to
why
like.
would you even say that out loud?
I know you're right. I was thinking about it. I was on the edge. I was on the edge. I'm new to debating.
Go for it. Go for it.
No, I
Swing your
just
best
think
shot.
I think it's funny how you guys are so about protecting people, and you guys claim that you are more patriotic or more. I don't know. Do you claim that? Like would you say that
we're
you
more
have more
patriotic than the
patriotism?
people that want to terminate the Constitution. Yeah.
Okay. Any live that I see or join or take part in, which I've been doing it a lot recently because I've just recently started forming an opinion. As I said, I was like independent, more right leaning, voting for Trump.
Sequoia,
And
thank you so much for the $5.
All I've ever experienced is people just like absolutely ripping apart the guests for speaking their mind and actually answering the questions and taking it in such a direction it doesn't have to go down. Asking bizarre questions.
When you say bizarre
I think
questions,
it's
you
silly
mean
and funny,
questions
like-
that make you critically think. Gabriella, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because they're conceptually relevant to demonstrating why your reasoning in a particular scenario is not good. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Like if I cared to bring you down, I could sit here and come up with like hard questions back for you, but that's not my goal here. I'm
That's
here
what a
to
debate
just,
is. Yeah, give me hard questions.
I know, you're
Go
right.
for it. You have the space in front of 10,000 people to give me hard questions. You and anyone that decides to join on my guest box. I keep
so
it open
how do
for
you
literally
feel- how do
anyone
you
to
feel-
join my live.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you for
Amanda,
like
thank you for the
being
$2.
patient
Thank
with
you
me.
so much. Of course.
How do you feel about all these illegals running across the border and on the beaches and
Undocumented
all
immigrants.
of the millions of people that have come over that we don't know? Wait, sorry, I'm sorry. We don't know their initiative or why they're coming over or like, I don't know. Does that scare you? Or
No, because undocumented immigrants, they do not commit crimes at greater rates than natural born U.S. citizens in terms of violent crime, property crime, and drug crimes. Not only that, but it is the case that if we look specifically
Reported crimes.
at the scenario, yeah, of course, right? If we look at this particular, and by the way, undocumented immigrants, if they're undocumented, if they witness a crime, they're not going to come out and help you, right? Because they're going to get deported if it is the case
Exactly,
that
so why would they
something
report it?
specifically
So how are we
happens.
knowing about it?
They wouldn't report a crime happening to another U.S. citizen, right? But they would report crimes specifically, or no, they wouldn't. They would report crimes if they were a citizen. If you want to give undocumented immigrants access to citizenship, right? People who have not committed violent crimes, people who have not committed bad crimes, well then yes, that would make them or put them in a scenario where they would, right? And then also in terms of this, let me please address the rest of this. In terms of undocumented immigrants, right? There was a bipartisan border bill specifically that would have addressed the situation that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to not undermine or to not go for.
Okay.
Did you say you were voting for your own race?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Did you say you were voting for your own race? I thought you said that you weren't voting like against your race or something.
No, I did
Right?
not.
Because someone said that in the comments.
I
Well, that's what people are saying. That you
Sorry,
said
I was
in the
getting a
comments.
call. I was getting a call. I wasn't saying anything about race.
No, you explicitly did. I remember hearing you say something about it. It was either the two things that I mentioned. It was either that you said you weren't voting against your race, or you said that you would only vote for your race.
Rights. My rights. I didn't say race.
Logan,
my rights, because I saw a comment.
You explicitly did. I remember you saying that.
Rights. I said rights. RIGHTS. Rights, not race. I think you may have misheard me there. My women's rights.
Okay. I mean, if you said rights, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so you
what
were
I
saying
meant.
that you're not voting against your rights.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I don't believe I am.
That's what I remember. Okay, so people were spamming
Yeah.
in the comment section that you said race, and I thought I did hear you.
Yeah, rights.
Okay.
That's what I commented on. But then that goes on the whole. Yeah, we can want to go down that rabbit hole.
No, it's fine. So we can talk about it. We can talk about that if you'd want to.
Yeah, I'm open to it. I think.
Okay, but in
it's
terms of
discussion to be had. The whole.
But in terms of immigration, right? It is the case that Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill.
Say that again. It cut out.
Yeah. So again, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that was helped written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford.
Okay,
That would
and this
build
was in
more of the
February,
wall than
correct?
Donald
Because
Trump ever did.
I heard this today.
This is from 2023.
2023.
Yes, it was like May
Okay,
2023.
So I guess I'd like to look into that and
It was
confirm
like a year
because
and a half ago.
I heard on another live somebody told me that this happened in February. So I trust you because you're the guy to talk to about these things. I think. Yeah, kudos to you, but yeah, I need to look into that, to be honest. I still would vote for him, and I would like to pivot to rights because I don't know much about what you just talked about. Again, new to these conversations and having fun doing it, but yeah, I'm writing this down so I can look into it.
Okay. Would you vote for someone? Wait. So I mean, you said that you would vote for someone or let them get access to like nuclear weapons if they were a violent sex offender.
Yeah, since you're phrasing it like that, and since you're painting this picture for Trump and describing him this way, I'm gonna have.
I don't know how you don't see saying that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns is a crazy thing. I think that's crazy.
I think it is crazy
Jade,
too.
maybe, by the
I
way.
mean, you're backing me into a corner. I think it's crazy. But it's reality because people.
It's reality. What do you mean
Yeah,
it's reality?
He's not this crazy villain that people paint him out to be.
He literally is
I don't see it that way.
a violent sex abuser, right? That tried to coup the country and terminate the Constitution. You're saying isn't?
No, it's all propaganda because
It's
a
all
lot of these things
propaganda.
have.
Doesn't that just sound like you're just saying everything's fake news that disagrees with you?
I think both ends have horrible propaganda, like lies circulating on both ends, and it's terrible. Like, come on, it's like
yeah, but
not
like you
good,
understand
'cause
that
we're
it's significantly more prevalent on your side.
It's both sides. I think it's pretty equal.
You can no, okay. You say you think it's equal, but do we think that the 2020 election was stolen? Right? Do we have such a vast conspiracy like that? No, we don't.
Because you guys won it, and
In 2016,
That's your
we didn't.
opinion. And I'm not
we
gonna-
didn't
I'm
do.
not
We
gonna
didn't
tell you
send
you're wrong
false
for
slates of
thinking that.
electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes, and we didn't win. We didn't do any of the things that Republicans did. We didn't raid the Capitol.
but who tore down the cities and started fires in the streets and do you remember that?
So you're talking about the protests?
Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of that,
The,
right?
the movements that were meant to create more division and divide. That's how I see it. I think that
yeah. So I have a question. Was specifically like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, were they advocating that people that violently assaulted police officers should be pardoned? Because that's what Donald
No,
Trump
but
did. He said
Kamala
that people.
did. Oh, I know
he
something
said
about-
people.
wait, I know
people
something.
specifically. He said specifically people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers should be pardoned, and that was on January 6th. He said people from January 6th should be pardoned. Who did that?
Okay. Did you know that Kamala arrested parents for not putting their kids in school when back in the day? I can't give you an exact time.
Wait, do you know what neglect is?
Do you want to vote for someone that would do that?
Yeah, do you know what neglect is? And no one went to prison. You're not referencing
It's not
prison,
neglect.
right?
I think there are flaws in the education system, and people should have the right to choose how they educate their children. No.
Wait, no, that's not like homeschooling. We're talking about truancy in particular.
Truancy?
Yes. You don't even know what you're referencing. You're talking about a truancy law. You didn't even know that.
Oh,
Jeez,
I saw a very
dude,
long.
do more research on these claims that are bad about Kamala Harris.
The reason why I brought that up.
The fact that you're hinging on this is the bad
Can I explain?
thing?
Are you gonna let me talk? Are you gonna let me talk or no?
Well, when you say something so insane, right? Of course, I'm going to address it.
It's not insane. This was the thing. There's videos of her proudly talking to people about how she can simply sign her name on one line, and then she can have all these people arrested. And she was so proud of it. And these videos aren't probably being seen by your side. I hope people look into it more.
What
I
she
really
was
do.
saying was that with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility. That's what she was saying there. What are you talking about? You are misinterpreting what she's saying.
I wish I could share. This was like a Teams meeting, and I could share my screen with you and share that video, because obviously I guess you're not going to hear me because we're not looking at the video right now, but
I've already seen those things that you're referencing.
And also, do you want to vote for someone who has Beyonce, who is allegedly a part of all these Diddy things, like proudly
Wait, you
endorsing
understand
her?
that Donald Trump was friends with Diddy, right? He literally said he loves Diddy. Right, he's also friends with Epstein. He said he was a terrific guy, that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. So if you want to talk about that, let's talk about it. Push the hand heart.
Yeah, no, I know. I've heard you talk about it a bunch, and bring his character into it. And I never hear us talk about Kamala's character, so I'd love for you to highlight, I guess, specifics on why.
Yeah,
you're
what about her
voting for
character
based
is
on her
worse than
character.
Grape? What about her character is worse than Grape?
Everything that every time she's live or having an interview, it seems so scripted, and she repeats what she says every single time she says it. And I've never really felt strong or motivated after.
She doesn't totally repeat those things, and also that's not worse than sexual abuse. What the fuck is wrong with you? Not being able to answer a question is worse than Grape. even if that was true, right? That's like insane to say.
Who said that? You just said that for me. I never said that. Thank you for putting words in my mouth, as you do to everybody who joins your live.
You were essentially arguing that she can't answer a question.
Do you want your president to be able to like articulate what they're doing and their plan for the future? And when asked what would you do differently than what is being done today, she says, "Oh, I don't know. I think things like she wouldn't change it." She actually said that she wouldn't change anything about the way things have gone, and we can't afford anything.
That's fine. What's Trump's healthcare policy? What's Trump's healthcare policy? 9 years into running for president, what's his healthcare plan? Nothing. What's his child care plan?
We weren't talking about that. You just.
What's his child care plan?
I don't know. Off the top
What's his
of my
housing
head.
affordability plan?
His what?
What's his housing affordability plan?
To make everybody make more. To these plans that the left side's put in place get people stuck in holes.
Do you see what I mean? You got nothing.
No, I do have something. I'm talking right now.
I like how you don't care about any of the plans from Trump's side. Push the hand heart.
No, but I'm saying Trump is going to revitalize work ethic and create more opportunity on American soil.
Revitalize work ethic?
And help housing prices.
His plan is to tell people to work
Interest
harder?
rates right now are at 8%. And under Trump, they weren't that high.
That has to do with the Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the president.
I want to
oh my
have
God.
safe streets. I want to
Crime has nothing to do with him. He's literally a criminal.
Roles.
So you want to fix crime by voting for a criminal rather than a prosecutor? What type of crazy shit are you referencing?
He's not a criminal in my eyes.
He is a criminal. He's a convicted felon.
No, I don't. Nope. fake news.
By definition, he's been convicted of 34 felonies.
I'm pretty sure most of these things are still pending for something, and I don't know the proper terms, but
What's
I'm
pending?
pretty
Wait,
sure.
no, it's not. It's not, because sentencing hasn't happened, right? It's not pending on appeal. He was convicted, right? Already, he was convicted.
Yeah, no. Still voting for Trump.
Push the bill. So you're gonna vote for a criminal to stop the crime?
Yes.
Push the boxing gloves. That's fucking ironic.
Yeah.
You're gonna vote for the violent sex offender to stop crime. Really? That's gonna do something. You're really being tough on
He's not
crime
a violent
here.
sex offender. He's
He
not.
is. He's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Push the hands up. Acknowledge it, right? You can sit there and you cannot acknowledge great victims for so long, but it's very clear, it's very evident, it's true. Push the hand up. The fact that people are still denying it this far on is crazy and insane.
You're talking to a group victim, so trust me, I get it. I know it's not anything to
I'm really sorry to
play
hear
lightly
that,
about.
but you understand that you're still denying E. Jean Carroll. You're still victim blaming her.
I'm not.
You're still saying it didn't happen to her.
I never said it didn't happen to her.
Wait,
But I'm not. It's not going to stop
Wait, so
my.
you
It's
do
not
think
going to stop
did
me
it
from
happen?
wanting different
Do you
to see
believe E.
change
Jean
in
Carroll?
America.
Do you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Yes.
Okay. If
Oh
you
wait, no,
believe E.
actually
Jean
no.
Carroll-
Wait. Eugene Carroll is the one who making these
Eugene.
accusations.
You said Eugene? Eugene. Martha, thank you so much for the $15.
Oh,
Thank you so
sorry.
much.
Oh my
you didn't
goodness.
you didn't even know her name, but yet you don't believe her?
No, I'm not. I need to look into it fully. I need to look into that. But
why haven't you looked into this? Where's the hand art?
Because I've heard you talk about it a bunch.
If it's true, would you vote for him?
Yeah, I would vote for him still.
Why'd you laugh at that?
Because it's funny how frustrated you're getting
Knowing
from it.
the harm
when
that it
we have
perpetuates.
freedom of speech.
I'm sorry, Gabriella. I'm frustrated with the fact that people want to support rapists. Yeah, like I think any human being that has any type of ethical backbone would
I
think
can't tell if this is an act or not.
I'm not
For money.
acting. How is this an act for money?
Because because people are sending you a lot of money, which is awesome. Good for you, honestly.
I have
Respect the
12,000
grind.
people in the live. Of course that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's
right?
awesome.
How does that respond to the fact that I'm calling out you for your terrible behavior? I did this well before I made any money off of this.
Yeah, true. Respect. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I should not have brought that up. That was rude of me. But don't support grape in any
You're going to vote for a guy even if he's a
I'm not
rapist. You said
voting
if
for that.
it were
I'm
true,
voting
you'd
for,
still vote for
again,
him.
the other policies is what I'm voting for, or the other reasons.
What policies?
Okay.
What policies? What policies are so great you're willing to vote for a rapist?
Well, I think the border is good.
What border policy? Victor, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Martha, thank you for the $15. Libby, thank you so much for the $15 for voted for Kama and Colin Allred today. Yes, let's make Texas go blue, by the way.
He is planning on getting a lot of
Quincy, thank you for
the
$2.
criminals out who have come over as of recent.
Yeah, so get criminals out, but not him. He's literally a criminal.
So
How
why
do you
is he-
evaluate that they're criminals? The criminal justice system?
Okay.
I thought that was corrupt.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still voting for him.
How do you know they're criminals? Appreciate all the roses. Thank you so much.
Because there are gangs like all over my area at least, and it's
Wait, how do you know they're
I've been
criminals?
getting warnings about leaving my house.
Wait, how do you know they're criminals across the entire nation?
How do I
Trash
know?
Panda. Are you saying because you trust
Because
the
there was-
process? Christina, think of the $5.
Because there are
Thank you
people
so
being
much.
shot and killed, and there was a 12-year-old girl. I don't know if you heard this story, but I'm sure you didn't, because this mom came to a Trump rally to like tell her story. I don't know. Did you see this? Her 12-year-old daughter was shot and killed by an illegal immigrant who came over with plans of mass. I don't even know. Who knows
And
what their
how would
plans were?
Donald
And
Trump
that's
have
the
stopped
scary
that?
thought of it.
How would
That's the
Donald
scary
Trump
thought
have
of it.
stopped that? If it was undocumented immigration, how would Trump have stopped that?
Because the point of everything is to strengthen the border, so this undocumented immigration
What border
doesn't
policy?
happen.
What border
We don't want-
policy? Push the paper crane. Because he's talked about mass deportation, which is deporting them after they're here. How is he going to prevent people from coming here who are undocumented? What's his plan?
I
so
trust
vague
him.
generalizations, you just trust him? Vague generalizations is okay for Trump, and you trust him, the rapist, by the way, right? But you don't trust Kamala Harris, who actually has a policy plan proposal
No,
set up.
I don't trust her at all.
She actually has a bill, the bipartisan border bill, push the boo, that Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine. Right? She actually has things to point to. Donald Trump has dog shit. He's got nothing.
Did you read those? Did you read those in full? Like
I want to mass deport people. So he wants to spend money on immigrants in the country rather than spend money on people in need? Is that what Trump is arguing? He wants to spend money on deportation, on flights
but
for
Kamala wants to
immigrants?
spend money. But Kamala wants to send billions of dollars across to other countries to fund wars and not reinvest in America.
Do you know what the Budapest memorandum is? I'm running a hypocrisy argument on you guys. Appreciate that, Josh. Thank you so much for the subscription. Right, as it relates to this, because you guys argue this all the time. So what I was doing is I was applying the same argument you guys typically apply back onto you.
That's what you do all the time.
Of course. Yeah, I use your own reasoning against you. It's called logic.
It's called manipulation.
Of course, you think logic and reasoning is manipulation.
No, because it's not logic and reasoning. Because a lot of your claims are fueled by like your personal opinion, which is fine. Again, freedom of speech is why we're here and talking.
Are you manipulating because your opinions are based upon your opinions?
No, I'm.
Wow, that
I'm
was
very,
a very intelligent
civil.
point there.
I'm being very civil right now, and I'm not trying to anger anybody.
No, what I'm telling you is that you just said that I was manipulative. Pretty sure the manifesting for having opinions, right? You have opinions. Are you manipulative?
No,
obviously you don't think that you're manipulating.
Do you see
because
the
you have
difference in
opinions.
the way that you're approaching me and the way I'm approaching you? Like this is the problem we need to fix.
Me debating you? I'm showing you how what you just said didn't make any
disrespect
sense.
and the lies that are being spread.
What lies?
And just the way you've said a lot of lies today. It's hard.
What lies?
You know, Parker.
You can't tell me what lies.
Yeah, I'm not here to bring you down. I'm
just asking
voting for
what lie.
Trump.
Can you name a single lie that you're referencing?
I think you consistently calling him all these names is false.
What
Spreading
names?
false info.
What names? Be specific.
A felon.
A felon? He's a convicted felon. I'm not lying, right? There's literally court documents that indicate this. You're just denying reality. You're literally delusional. If you don't believe that he's literally been convicted of 34 felonies, you're delusional, right?
I think, and I see it as delusion to think that Kamala is going to get us into anywhere good. So, again.
Wait, I can actually prove that you're wrong. You can't prove that. That's not delusion because you can't prove it.
I could prove it. Trump has.
No, you can't.
Okay.
I can literally prove he's literally been convicted of 34 felonies. I can actually prove that. What are you talking about? You can't prove to me that Kamala's not going to do anything. What? That makes no sense. She's actually been the most influential vice president ever.
Really? What
yeah,
has she influenced that has helped America? Like, what has she done that's good?
Most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, and she raised billions of dollars in private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of them coming here in the first place. Jackie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Right, so I'll give you an example. She was a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which gave us a $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare. Right, it gave us the largest investment in renewable energy ever. And what's controversial about the Inflation Reduction Act?
Because of the efficacy of renewable energy. I worked in renewable energy recruitment for a while, and I've it was right when the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, actually, and at this point I wasn't very in tune with politics.
What year was the Inflation Reduction Act passed?
I'm pretty sure 2022. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're actually right. So in terms of this, right,
That's when I started
mean that
working
has a low level of efficiency or efficacy, right? That doesn't mean that it has a low level, right? Actually, if we look at the cost specifically of like solar, it has decreased in cost by 3 to 4 times according to the Department of Energy since 2013. So since we've been making large investments through the Obama administration and the Biden-Harris administration, we have seen massive decreases in the costs associated with solar. So it actually is significantly more efficient to produce kilowatts in terms of solar way more cheap than it was.
I was working with more commercial and industrial and like utility scale projects, so it was insane. Like it was cool to be a part of building companies that could do it. But I also would find myself, I wasn't in it, and I wasn't really into like the political side of it all. But I would have people reach out to me, and I don't know. I'm not against us like gas powered vehicles either, but I think electric vehicles are great, and yeah, solar is great. I have solar on my house.
Okay, so again, we can invest in renewable energies and do that alongside other types of things. I'm not saying get rid of fossil fuels right now. What I'm saying is that we should transition off them. First, the coffee.
I don't think we need to transition off them completely. That's
oh,
yeah.
Really?
See,
so
that's
how are we going to fight
disagree.
human-caused climate change?
There's a lot of other ways we could do that, and that comes from the big corporation. Like, I think it's up to every single everyday people doing their part and like being carpooling. Obviously, if you want me to like list out. I'm just saying there are ways like turning off our lights and saving energy that way.
And turning off lights. You understand? We've been telling people to do this already, right?
Wait, I know, and no one's doing it.
We fight against climate change. You think carpooling and turning off lights when you're not there is going to fix it?
You're not letting me speak, man.
I'm sorry. That was just so insane. Go for it. I apologize.
That was just the first thing I said out of a slew of thoughts that I had, and every time I go to
I'm asking you what the fix is to climate change, and you're saying carpooling.
I'm just saying. I know it's silly, but there's a lot of pollution that comes from whatever.
That's a very small percentage of overall pollution. I just want to let you know.
But I think like big corporations and companies, and it's up to the big guys up top, right? There's a big group of 6, or what's the number? There's like a certain amount of people responsible for everything, right? Same thing for media and how everybody's getting their information. But yeah, I think it's up to like the big corporations to do their part. And again, the rest of the world. It's not just the United States of America that's affecting the climate.
What
it's not just the United
big
States
companies to do that?
Sorry?
If you don't have regulations, what incentivizes big companies to do that?
They from knowledge and not just knowledge.
They'll just do it. Glenn, I appreciate the $3. Yeah. They'll just do it is not an actual fucking plan. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kaylin. Thank you.
Yeah, I have to go.
Bye.
I have to.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Verena will help get it out to more people. Joseph, how old are you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, yes.
Why so?
So Trump has a lot of really good policies. Number one, he will secure our border. Our border is at the all-time illegal high. We've had more people come into this country than when Trump was under administration. Number two, Trump will take taxes off of overtime, which is really good for people that, if they work overtime, they can get, they'll be charged tax. I feel like he will also make it more affordable for inflation. So, people who are first-time homeowners, like my husband and I, we're planning on.
Okay, can I address these?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so inflation, he's actually going to influence there to be more inflation because he wants there to be 10 to 20% universal tariffs that are inflationary. He said border security actually called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have effectively addressed these things and built more wall than he ever built under his administration. Yet it is the case that he didn't support that bipartisan border bill. And then thirdly, what was the last point you made? Taxation. So yeah, in terms of no tax on overtimes. So you understand that he specifically is going to have no ability to pay for these types of plans. So it's very unlikely that this would get passed through Congress.
Okay. Yeah. This is just kind of like what I've researched on, but yeah, I definitely feel like it's been really hard to try to buy a home right now, especially for like groceries and stuff. And I just feel like living has just been awful the past couple of years. So I do feel that with Trump in office, a lot of these issues will be solved for sure. So
yeah, but Sydney, that no economist agrees with that because it is the case that there's going to be an increase in prices if Trump gets his main economic policy proposal passed, which is universal tariffs. But Sydney, you do kind of have a lot of background noise, so I would recommend just looking into universal tariffs and what its impact is going to be on pricing, because the prices went up under the Biden-Harris administration, but that wasn't caused by them. That happened globally.
Okay.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Hey, I can't
Trump?
only speak for but so much. So, hey, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I like his immigration policy. I think we should start deporting some of these illegal immigrants. Also, I think we should not.
Okay, what's your process to deport?
Grab them. Okay, I would like to round them in a nice little bus and send them.
How do you know who's undocumented?
You can take a look at them.
You just take a look? So you racially profile people?
Absolutely.
So my girlfriend's Mexican. Would you just send her to Mexico?
I would ask for her green card and say, hey, you should probably show me
Wait,
your
so
green
if she
card.
doesn't have her green, so if she doesn't have her card on her, which she doesn't have a green card, she's a natural born U.S. citizen, right? It is the case that you would specifically deport her?
Absolutely.
If she doesn't have her papers on her?
Yes, why not?
You deport my girlfriend just because she's Mexican.
Is she there legally?
She was born in the United States. Of course you'd question that. Did you question whether or not
Okay,
I was
so if
born
she's
here
born in
legally?
the United States,
hey,
well,
Brandon,
why would it matter if she has a green card?
why'd you not question whether or not I was born here legally?
Because you're white.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
So simply because I'm white. Okay. So you understand there are undocumented immigrants who are white in this country as well?
Okay. And?
Okay, so then why don't you assume that people who are white are here undocumented? You guys just
Because
sound
all of you are
bigoted.
here undocumented. If you really want to stop and think about it, no one really owes you any kind of morality. I don't care about what you consider about racially profiling. Like, if you're here illegally, you don't need to be here. You gotta go.
My girlfriend is here legally, but you said you would deport my girlfriend because she's fucking Mexican, right? You're insane.
But
You're a
you didn't
delusional
tell me
maniac.
she had a green card. You didn't tell me she had a green card.
She doesn't have a green card if she was
You
born
told
in the
me that
United
she didn't-
States.
You told me that she doesn't have a green card.
I told you she was born in the United States.
Okay, well then why didn't you start with that?
Do I have a green card?
You're trying to do gotcha, dude. Everyone's sick of this crap, dude.
Brandon, do I have a green card?
Do you?
No, I was a natural born U.S. citizen. Same thing with my
why'd
girlfriend.
you ask me? What's the point of asking me? You're trying to do
because
gotcha,
you
man.
assumed that because my girlfriend is Mexican that somehow she's not here legally and somehow we should deport my girlfriend. That's fucking insane.
No, it's not.
The fact that you said you would look at my girlfriend and be like, oh, what's the border?
Well, I would say, hey, do you have
the
the papers? Are you here illegally?
If she doesn't have her papers on her because no one carries their papers everywhere, you're saying you would deport
Well, then
her.
we'll just go on to the next person. If you can prove that you're a naturally born citizen, you would have to go. But if you can't, you're going to get into the bus and you're going to go back to where the hell you came from. What's the problem?
Wait, so are you saying if they can't provide it on the spot they are, like where they are right now, you'd deport them?
Yes.
You know, they did that in the 1920s. That's actually ethnic cleansing.
Well, that sucks for them.
You're arguing to ethnically cleanse Mexican Americans that are here legally.
If they're here illegally, okay, but ethnically cleansed.
No, you're ethnically cleansed. No, you're ethnically cleansing them because they're here legally.
That's definitely not the same thing.
Ethnic cleansing is forceful removal and displacement from a place where someone is legally.
Well, that sucks, but hey,
Based
I have
upon
to
an
tell you
ethnic
this,
trait, so you're literally doing it
America
because they're
really
Mexican.
doesn't owe you morality if you consider our history, man. You keep thinking that because something is supposed to be like moral.
Are
it's
you
a good
rage
thing.
baiting?
No.
That's so sick for you to say that.
Yeah, well, you know what? You keep thinking that I owe you morality. That's the problem.
Wait, so
You're
anyone who's
already on
non-white,
gotcha.
you should assume that they're not here. Not from here?
I'm just saying, if you see the amount of illegal Honduran drug dealers on San Francisco streets right now selling drugs to black people, you can tell if somebody's here not legally or not.
Judy, I appreciate
can
it.
tell
Thank
you
so
right
much.
now that
wait, no, you can't.
Yeah, you
And
can.
I have a question. Are you white?
No.
So are you saying that anyone who's not white, you should assume is not from this country legally?
It would be hard for you to tell if they were here illegally, but you would have to prove that you aren't. But if you have to do, but if you've done something illegal,
Wait, are you actually arguing for racial
and you got
profiling?
caught if the police catches you and you've done something illegally and you're not from this country, you gotta go. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, so again, you are assuming people are not from this country just simply because they're not white. That's what you said earlier.
Well, hey,
Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Lexi, thank you so much for the $5 as well. XYZ, thank you so much for the $4. Glenn, thank you for the $3. I don't know how you don't see that as crazy. You understand these types of policies that you're actually advocating right now have been used to disenfranchise and discriminate against plenty of communities in the United States on the basis of their ethnicity.
Bro.
Or Mexican Americans, again, we're ethnically... Be quiet,
This
be quiet.
country does not owe you morality.
Hey, Brandon, I don't owe you morality to stay in this live. If you keep
Okay, well then kick me
saying the
out,
same
man.
thing
I
over
already
and
told you I
over,
can't stay
will.
here for long.
Brandon, right? You understand that we do provide people ethics, right? And morality. Everyone, right? We have firefighters, we have police, right? We have healthcare policy that ensures that people have basic access to their needs, right? We ensure that there's food for children, right? We do provide, right, ethical standards to people. But for some reason, you don't want to apply these ethical standards to individuals who are non-white simply because they were not white, which is insane
because
for you to
they're not
say.
American citizens. I hate to tell you. They're not American citizens.
Again, you are assuming that because they're not white, they're not American citizens.
I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna he's specifically targeting illegal immigrants, okay? I mean, if you have an ID, okay, fine. But if you don't and you're here illegally, I doubt very seriously. And besides, as a white person, you should know how easy it is to immigrate here. I don't know why you're even trying to do this gotcha tactic, man.
It is not easy. It takes 7 to 10 years to go through the asylum process legally, and it takes 5 to 7 years to get through the legal process.
Nah.
Brandon, you're just like not acknowledging reality.
No, I
Amy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amy. And Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Elisa, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Taxes.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Wait, are you saying that if they don't speak English, they should be kicked out from this country?
Okay, moving along to a different policy.
Sabrina, think of the $5.
Okay, I think his
no, if
policy
someone
on
doesn't speak
cryptocurrency
English,
is
should they be kicked out from the country?
Yeah, well, like, I think cryptocurrency and his idea of not taxing or getting rid of capital gains tax.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I love his policies about closing down the borders. I know that we had open borders for a really long time. Also, that was, all over the news, especially what happened in Texas. They were literally tearing down the borders. Everything that happened with the Haitians a couple.
Can I address these things? So one, we didn't have an open border, right? Two, as it relates to this in terms of like the razor wire that they were taking down, that's because the state of Texas was putting that up when it's not their jurisdiction, it's federal jurisdiction, and that was harming federal border agents' ability to do their jobs.
Okay. But then what about all the Haitians that happened so when Biden, when he was, or he still is technically in office, but a couple years ago, when he told all the Haitians that he can come to America and that we have a place for them. And then there was thousands of people waiting for them to come into our country. And Kamala didn't say anything about it. She didn't try to stop it at all.
Wait, the Haitians that came in the country are here legally.
No.
Benita, thank you so much for the $5. Deborah, thank you for the hanging lights. Yes, they are.
No.
You want to put money on that? Most Haitians here are legally.
But then how do you explain the thousands of people that were showing up with bags on their backs?
Because specifically people in those small town Republican areas actually were asking them to come. Because if you've been to rural communities, right, they're losing people in these areas. The schools are dying, which means the city dies, and then everything goes underneath. So actually, people coming to these areas specifically revitalizes their economies.
Okay.
People are leaving rural America. We want people going back to rural America so we can build it up. Right? People can come to this country for a better life, and we can help people who are already in this country continue to have a better life. You understand that if we just let these rural areas die, what happens to those people in the rural areas? Where's that mustache?
So then what's the issue with a lot of the homeless now and the lack of employment?
Because Republican politicians don't want to provide any social safety net specifically for homeless individuals.
So lack of employment, homelessness, and the fact that the government, there's just so many things right now that people can get government assistance, but then they're not working. And then it's not really encouraging anybody else to work. And so if we're having to take care of all these people, we as in taxpayers and everybody.
Why don't you just stop working and do that then?
Because I'm morally correct.
So it's only morals that are stopping you from doing that?
Absolutely. I believe that this is definitely a huge moral debate.
So you're saying right now you could choose to just stop working and you'd be totally fine, then why is there homelessness?
No, I don't think that it would be totally fine. I do believe
Wait, I
that
thought
people
if
are
all these
homeless
people are just doing
but there's
nothing and
also
they're living
government-
off the
but there's
system,
also
how come there are
government
homeless
assistance that are
individuals?
giving people food, they're giving people technology, they're giving people.
Lily, can you answer my question? Right, if it is the case that everyone is just able to live off of the government and they don't have to work, then why are people homeless?
Because they're living off of government assistance that isn't giving them housing. Sure. Actually, there is government assistance for housing, but people are choosing not to because they get more benefits living on the street.
So you think that people just living on the street are getting tons of benefits, right? And
if they
everything is
choose
paid
to
for
have
them.
it. And some people choose not to get it. Of course, everything is a choice in this country. Everything is absolutely.
So what programs do they get?
Well, there's welfare. It's no longer known as welfare, but yes, you can get
What types of welfare?
welfare for groceries, welfare for
Food stamps?
yeah, so food stamps.
So
There's
we have
also-
food stamps specifically that help children get food?
I
So your
didn't say
issue is
anything
food
about
stamps?
children.
Wait, do you think we should get rid of food stamps?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I agree.
You know that children rely on food stamps for food, right?
Yeah, I know. 'cause
My
there was
friend,
one
my
of them.
friend Dean, when he was a kid, he relied on food stamps for food. If he didn't
Oh, no,
have
I
food
know,
stamps,
I'm
he would have
aware.
starved. He would have gone to sleep starving.
Oh,
okay.
I know.
So
I
I think that food stamps absolutely should exist because I don't want children starving in this country. Push the massage. We live in the richest country in the history of the world. You're telling me we can't
I don't
provide
believe that,
food for our
actually.
children?
I don't believe that we are the richest country in the world. No, I do not.
Okay, name one
We are
country that has a
trillions of
larger
dollars in
economy
debt.
than us.
I would imagine there's countries that are doing way better than us right now.
Name one country that has a larger economy than us.
Probably England.
No, not even close. California has a larger economy than the UK. It's not England. Push the
But then
boom.
you also do realize that there are more people in America than there is in like other countries in the world.
Okay.
There are more people
so
here in California than there are in Canada. So
wait, you just said that we don't have the largest economy. We do. We have the biggest economy in the world.
No, but
Our
not the
GDP
best.
is the highest of any country. I never
not
said
the
we were the
best.
best. I never said we're the best. And we're not the best because Republicans don't want to provide health care for every citizen. We're not the best because Republicans don't want to help fund education so that we can have the best educated society in the world.
Yes, and
Instead,
I
we choose
agree.
to be dumb and believe in conspiracy theories because we don't want to educate our children because we want to cut out the Department of Education. Well, that sounds like a fantastic idea when we have
Well,
conspiracy
I think that
so
there's a
prevalent in
lot
this
of
country.
secrecy about the Department of Education. But yeah, I do think that our country definitely needs help. And I think that if Kamala wanted to help, she could have done that in the past 4 years.
And she did. The Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, and the Infrastructure Bill.
Parker, as somebody that actually went to research, I encourage you to go to Google and type in the accomplishments of Kamala Harris. And
Wait, I just gave you
only
things.
have-
Reference anything I just said.
Again, you're
Can you tell me
interrupting.
3 provisions within the bipartisan infrastructure bill?
No, but you're interrupting me. I'm not done talking. And I'm sure you love that line because she loves it. But I do encourage you to Google her accomplishments, and the first thing that will come up is just her race and her titles and nothing about any of her accomplishments.
Lily, how do you think I found all the accomplishments to be able to tell people on the live? What the hell are you talking about? You understand that having her race is not an accomplishment, right?
Exactly.
No one claims it's an accomplishment.
No, exactly.
You guys just bring up her race all the time because you're obsessed. You're fucking obsessed with her race.
No.
Right? She doesn't bring up her race. She's not running on the fact that she's a black woman. She never did that.
But she just likes to, change accents once in a while.
You know what code switching is? Here's a little crown. Do you know what code switching is?
No, go ahead.
You could reference dialect. You're talking about African American vernacular English as a type of vernacular, right? In terms of code switching, that's because she exists in a society, right, that perpetuates racism, right? And because it perpetuates racism, it creates conditions where people who, right, are black subconsciously or consciously engage in code switching, so they experience less racism.
So accent switching.
Yeah, I just explained it to you. One, it's vernacular.
Not code.
One, it's vernacular.
Not code.
Two,
Accent switching. accent switching. So she
You're not listening. You're not listening, are you? Can you repeat to me what my argument was?
So
Lily, I'm going to tell you to repeat to me what.
No, you love
Lily,
people, so I'm going to tell you just as much as.
I can just mute you, Lily. You understand that I have total control over the live, right? You're on my platform. Okay? Can you tell me what I just said, Lily? Lily, please describe to me what I just said.
You said code switching, but in reality.
And that is? What is code switching?
So when she is put in a certain environment, she will then start talking in that environment.
That was a terrible description of code switching, Lily. I just described it to you.
I was listening to you. Clearly, I wasn't listening to you. I was talking at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you weren't listening to me. And that's the issue, is that I was describing it to you and you're not listening to me. And that's why you didn't understand what I was saying. And you were going to try to like, oh, let me speak. You weren't listening to what I'm saying. So why would I say that as a productive dialogue or continue to let you speak when you're not engaging with what I have to say?
But it's quite literally.
Lily, thank you so much for the $3 for Lily's for Kamala. Tarina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Tarina. Okay, so code switching specifically, right? People will engage in who are black, typically speaking within society, because it is the case that there is racism perpetuated in our society, and it's they don't experience as much racism, okay? Whether it be subconsciously or consciously, that they engage in the code switching.
So what instance were you talking about where she was doing that? Because there's multiple interviews of her doing multiple different accents.
Interviews? What interview?
Interviews to. What do you mean? What interview?
Name the interview.
Yeah, she doesn't like to do interviews. I'm so sorry.
No, she did with 60 Minutes. She did with Fox News. Donald Trump did go on 60 Minutes. Every other presidential candidate has done so since the inception of 60 Minutes. Why didn't Trump go on 60 Minutes? Please tell me.
Well, he's done a lot more.
Why didn't Trump go on 60 Minutes?
I don't know. Let me call him.
Okay. No response. Incredible. Wow.
So do you have a response to why he didn't go on 60 Minutes?
And no, because there is no good reason, right, for you guys. Actually, the response that is true, that I wouldn't even want to bring up if I were you, Shayla, thank you so much for the $5, is that he doesn't want to engage with the other side. He's scared of being questioned on his fundamental beliefs because he doesn't have a fundamental basis for it.
No, because he did a debate with Kamala Harris with ABC News, and we both know that they definitely.
And he got cooked. He literally had to say that she had an earring that gave her all the answers because he got cooked.
But then he wasn't only debating her; he was also debating.
Push the rock star.
Anyways, I also do want to touch on the topic of abortion and fertility, because I think that his policy of saying that he wants to make it so that any woman that is struggling with infertility now has access to IVF, or will have access to IVF when he's
pro-life.
Yes.
She doesn't know it. Okay, so when does life begin?
The second that the baby is starting to form in your stomach, the fetus.
In your stomach?
In your fetus? In your uterus.
Okay, wait, so life doesn't begin at conception?
Define conception.
Fertilization of an egg.
Yes, I believe that that's when life starts.
Okay, that doesn't happen in the uterus, one. Where does conception occur in the human body?
I still believe it's the uterus. It's the vagina, the cervix, everything, the ovaries, the egg, the sperm.
Fallopian tubes. Jesus Christ, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. That's insane.
I still believe that that is when life starts.
That's insane. Okay, so life begins at conception, right? I'm not disputing that, but you understand that IVF, right? They discard literally hundreds of thousands of lives that are zygotes and embryos, right? Because they create more zygotes and embryos than they actually utilize. So you understand that if you're paying for IVF, you're actually going to be killing people under your own worldview. You just didn't know what IVF is. You don't know where conception occurs in the human body, and you want to restrict other women's access to get abortion?
Yes, absolutely. I do not think that abortion is right at all.
Okay, but you're killing people if Trump wants to pay for IVF. You're going to kill more people by paying for IVF because there will be an increase in the amount of patients. Versus the Galaxy, thank you so much. There's about 5 to 7 zygotes and embryos created per patient, right? If there's 300,000 current patients, and we expect that to increase by at least 2 times because it's paid for instead of extraordinarily expensive, there's going to be literally hundreds of thousands of zygotes and embryos, possibly millions per year, that specifically die, right? Because Donald Trump wanted to pay for IVF.
Yes, he wants to make it so the insurance pays for IVF as well.
Yeah, that makes more people die under your worldview. That's going to kill more people than the overturning of Roe versus Wade, or than the keeping of Roe versus Wade, the codification of it into law.
But then
More people under your worldview will die. What's up?
But how does abortion not kill people?
Because it's not a person prior to sentience. But under your view, right, even if it is a person, Jordan, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. There are less abortions than there would be discarded zygotes and embryos from paying for IVF.
You think that
Marin, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Shayla, thank you so much for the $5. Yes.
Not everybody can afford
listen,
IVF,
because
and
what we're doing is we're
comparing.
comparing the level of abortions that occur prior to Roe versus Wade being overturned, and we're comparing that to the level of abortions that occur after Roe versus Wade being overturned, right? Because then that tells us, right, specifically due to Donald Trump's policy that he wants, leaving it up to the states, what the difference in the amount of people who are murdered is per the stage, and there's going to be less people from the change in the determination of whether or not Roe versus Wade is in place comparative to paying for IVF. So your policy, you voting for Donald Trump, will kill more people under your own worldview. But you don't give a shit about people. You just care about controlling other women for some reason.
That's not at all how I view that at all.
Well, then it's not about the person, because you don't care about the zygotes and the embryos that are going to be killed by the paid for IVF policy that you're advocating for. Again, you care about them. I don't. I don't think zygotes and embryos are people. I don't think people have tails. Do you think people have tails?
No.
Appreciate the paper crane. Well,
That's
at that
actually
point, they have tails.
I'm a Democrat. That people
At
don't.
that point, they have tails, and I don't think people have tails. I've never met a person with a tail.
And so, are you? Sorry, this is just going to be a question, just like what you believe. Do you believe it's okay to be a furry and
That's not a biological tail. And yeah, if someone wants to be a furry in their own time, right? Legally speaking, do what you want, right? If you're not harming anyone else, right? Why would I stop someone from being a furry? You think it should be illegal to be a furry?
I don't think it's right. I think that's definitely a mental issue. I think the desire to be.
I don't even wait. That's not even necessarily what it is. But even if it was true,
that
right?
Somebody
that
trying
doesn't
to be an animal that is not human.
I appreciate the hand art. Yeah, someone cosplaying is that? Yeah, that's
no.
I don't necessarily think that entails a mental issue, but I'm not saying I would do that myself or I'm into that. Do you know what a mascot is?
Yes, that's to represent a team. That person does not go around identifying as that animal. I'm sorry.
That's not what a furry is. A furry, someone who's a furry doesn't necessarily identify. It's cosplay. Okay? It's literally cosplay. Do you know what cosplay is?
Yes, I do know what cosplay is.
Okay, so they don't actually think that they're that animal necessarily, right? Most people who do that don't think that.
No, sorry. You're right. I used the wrong word. It wasn't furry. It's oh my god, I'm blanking. It starts with a T.
I don't know what you're referencing. Do you think Halloween costumes should be illegal?
No, not at all. Aetherian.
Okay, what?
You don't think
what about it?
Do you believe that is not a mental issue?
I'm actually not even really familiar with what it is, right? Is there anything in the DSM that indicates it is?
I'm not too sure because it's, being supported everywhere, I feel like.
Being supported? I've never even heard about this, right?
You've never heard about people wanting to be an animal other than human?
No, not typically, no. Is it in the DSM?
It's... Oh my gosh, I'm surprised you've never heard of this. I'm sorry, I'm mind blown. There's actually some schools.
You're mind blown?
Yeah, that you've never heard of this, especially with the political side that you're on, because that's allowing kids or they are supporting kids to want to do this. There's actual schools that have set up kitty litters for people who
Where?
Well, they're allowing it in schools and they're encouraging it in schools.
Wait, you're saying people are they're setting up kitty litters to get people to want to be animals? Push the hand art. What are you talking
not
about?
to want to be animals,
Where?
but there's some schools that have been on the news where they have set up litter boxes for kids.
Yeah, that's for school shootings, right? And for like lockdowns. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's also kids that think that it's okay to be another animal, and nobody is saying anything about it, especially in schools. I know because I went back to my former high school and I asked some of the admin if I had seen what I seen, because there was a girl wearing a foxtail pretending to be a fox.
By the way, Lily, you know that there are service dogs in schools, right?
Well, this was a human girl.
So you think that like human kids, right, are utilizing litter boxes at school? Christine, thank you so much for the subscription.
Probably are, but
give me one source. Give me one fucking source that indicates that, dude.
I'm not done with my story, and
honestly, you understand if kids. One and two, how the hell did we even get to this? What the fuck are we talking about? How the hell did we get here?
You were asking if humans have tails, and I said no.
Yeah, because I was like, because we were talking about the fact that fucking embryos at that point have tails.
But I also want to touch on this basis.
Max, thank you so much for the $1. Isla, thank you so much for the $2. Pauline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Here, I just want to ask you. I want to ask you if you think that this right is a person. Kai, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me 1 second. Right here. Okay. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate the $1. Do you think this is a person?
Sorry, I can barely see. Your phone's
I appreciate this. Look. You think that's a person?
Well, it's an embryo.
Do you think that's a person?
No.
No?
No.
You don't think embryos are people? Trisha, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
I think that they're living. I believe that it's life. Yeah.
Joey, thank you so much for the $5. Do you think it's a human life? Joshua, I appreciate the $2.
Embryo?
What's a person?
A person is a human being.
Yeah. Okay. What is a human being?
Well, what definition do you want?
Your definition. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
Has 2 arms, is made up of animal cells, that has the capability of thinking.
At what point does it become a human being? Or become a person? Push the money on. Is it like conception? Cassidy, thank you so much for the $2.
Yes, I think it's a human.
Neandria, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay. So I have a question. Joshua, thank you so much for the $1. Do you think that this is a human being? You think this is a person? So I'm just doing this so that the notifications don't show off someone's name.
That's a dolphin.
That's a dolphin? Really?
It looks like a dolphin embryo.
What about this one? Is that a dolphin?
That looks like a human embryo.
That looks like a human? Really?
Embryo.
Really?
Yes, it looks like a human embryo.
You read the chat, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I'm staring literally at your phone and at your face.
Yeah, and you just figured it out now?
No, because you kept asking me questions of what defines a human and what defines a person.
And you were reading the chat. This is why, chat, you shouldn't be telling people it's a dolphin fetus, okay? If you want this, hey, chat, okay? If chat, let me talk to chat real quick. Chat, if you want this live to be entertaining, right? You shouldn't be giving them the answers, right?
Literally not.
You gotta let them make the point that they think it's a human, so I can be like, that's a dolphin fetus, right?
No, I
get the
No.
human babies out of the aquarium. Okay. Yeah, it's a chicken wing. Okay, true. So again, the point that I'm making, right, is do you think, right, this is a person, right? And I don't think it is, right? I don't think that they have the same type of value me and you have, right? Let's give you an assumption here, right? Let's say you're in a burning building, right? You've got 2 embryos you could possibly save. Push the money gun. Or you have 1 newborn baby. You can either save the 2 embryos from burning alive or the 1 newborn baby from burning alive. Which would you rather save?
I wouldn't make that decision because it's not a thing. That would not happen. You would not find a newborn baby in 2
Wait, I have a
embryos.
question. Would you rather save 2 people or 1 person?
2 people.
Okay, so if you believe the embryos are people, right, you'd save the 2 over the 1. So I'm asking you the very, very clear question. Would you rather save the 2 embryos or the 1 newborn baby? Bug, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I love that you're setting me up for no matter what answer that I'm doing or that I say, it's going to seem wrong. But
Trace, thank you so much for the subscription.
If it was for sure that those 2 embryos were going to they were going to grow and they were going to become adults one day, I would pick the 2 embryos because that's 2 people versus the 1.
You'd pick. So wait, the
Again,
embryos
like
don't
I
have an
said,
experience,
of
by the way.
course, you would
You would
set that
save
up.
the 2 embryos over a newborn baby that would experience being burnt alive.
Do you remember when you would get shots when you were little, when you were a baby? Did you remember when you were...
Wait, are you saying that's okay to do because they don't remember it?
No, I'm not saying that. But I love, again...
Okay, but like they had an experience,
set
right?
that question up because... And then if I said, oh, I'd rather say the newborn baby...
Because
than
you sound
than one of the
insane. You sound
embryos.
insane. Because an embryo cannot
Well, that's a very
experience.
insane question, wouldn't you think?
The embryo can't experience. Obviously, I would say the newborn baby that has subjective experiences. It's going to be conceived in the stomach.
That was an insane question. That was insane.
How?
Because you set it up.
Okay. Push
You
the cap.
literally set it up, and I gave you my answer.
Do you want me to give you another one?
Answer.
Do you think sperm should have rights?
No.
No, but they're living. They're living.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the capability of being a human until it's...
Wait, of what species are they? Every living organism has a species. Sperm are living. Therefore, what species are sperm of?
I'm not sure. What are they?
Human sperm is of the human species. It's human
Okay.
cellular life. So should sperm have rights? Sperm rights?
No. No.
Why not? Come on.
Because
Don't you
it-
care about sperm? Helping humans. Thank you so much for the
No.
$1. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Again,
Rachel, thank you so much for the
life
$5. She definitely
conception.
did, by the way, helping human. She definitely did. What's up?
Life starts at conception, and sperm...
Wait, but sperm is living, right? Do you think sperm is living? Kenan,
for
thank you
a
so much for the
period of
$15.
time.
She does support Jizicide. That's totally true.
They say I support Jesus' side?
Jizicide. Push the
No.
ICU.
No, it's not...
So
It's
sperm
not-
rights?
No. Because it's not a human. It's
What?
not
It's of the human species.
Yeah, but it's not conceived.
Okay, it doesn't
If it
matter.
has no contact with an egg and it doesn't become a fetus or
Are
an
you saying
embryo,
because it has different DNA? Janie, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Because if you're saying based upon DNA, well, then it actually is the case that I can give you an example for that, right? If it's predicated
That's
off
like
of
saying,
DNA,
like, I
right?
care
Then I have a
about
question. Do
my-
you think identical twins that have the same DNA are 2 separate people?
yes, because they are 2 different beings.
But they have the same DNA. I thought you distinct individuals, people based upon DNA. Push the cap.
I didn't say DNA. I said
Okay,
that
so
they're
what
not yet
quality
conceived.
what quality differentiates them? Ashley, thank you so much
Well,
for the
sperm
$10
doesn't
for the
have an egg.
protection of sperm. What's
Sperm
up?
does not have an egg to conceive with. So without the
That
egg, it is
doesn't matter.
nothing. To me,
Why is it
without the egg,
nothing?
it is nothing.
Alexandra, thank you for the $1. It's living. Why is it nothing? You don't care about life?
Well, a lot of things that are there's a lot of things that are living, especially on our body. That's like saying that the bacteria that's on my skin is living.
Save the swimmers. Save the sperm.
I didn't say that, but okay.
Crinkly, thank you so much for the subscription. But it's living. Come on. Lindsay, thank you so much for the good evening. I can't believe that you would support the killing of individual sperm cells. That is disgusting.
You're so
Morally reprehensible.
That's very mature.
What? That's just like, well, I mean, you're the one that wants to restrict women's access to abortion because you think zygotes are people. Appreciate the hand heart.
Yeah, well, I don't think
Ashley, thank you
that
so much for the
women
$10. Thank you so much.
should kill a life because they think it's inconvenient. No, I think it's right.
I have a question. Do you think that this is a person, a human being? Do you think this is a person?
Those are your ring light. Hang on. Those are cells.
You don't think that's a person?
Um,
Kaylin, thank you for the $10. What'd you say?
I think it could have the capabilities of being a person.
Okay, so zygotes aren't people? Because that's a zygote, by the way. That's a zygote.
Yeah, I understand.
Right, that's under your worldview, that was a person. Right, and you couldn't identify that it was a person. You didn't even know. Do you typically mistake zygotes for like single cell organisms? Right, people for single cell organisms, I mean? Susan, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for Save the Sperm. Thank you so much. And Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Shannon, thank you for the 69 cents.
Sorry, repeat your question. I'm sorry, I'm too busy hearing you thank people for money.
Do you typically mistake people for single cell organisms?
No, I don't.
Okay. Like when you look at bacteria, you're like, oh my God, it could be a person.
No, I don't.
When you brush your teeth, are you like, oh fuck, I might be killing people?
No.
Okay. Whitney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But like, you just mistook a microorganism for like a person.
No, I said it has the capability of becoming a person.
Yeah, but a zygote under your worldview already is a person.
No, I said it has the capability of becoming a person.
A zygote is a conceived cell at conception. Appreciate the boo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought you think it's a person. And Victor, thank you for the $20 for thanks for always thanking us. Thank you so much. And Whitney, thank you so much for the $5 for the genocide. Yeah, so Blake, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. So I mean, I don't understand what your point is, right? You literally just said that you would save or actually, here, can I ask you this question? Do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No, absolutely not.
But they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
In Trump's case, sure.
What? In Trump's case? Bro, that special exception is wild. The Trump exception. I didn't expect that. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10 for just to annoy the guest. Carrie, thank you so much for the $2. Blake, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
People just love to frame him. So, and
They
of
love to
course,
frame him? How are they framing him? Chrissy, thank you so much for the 69 cents for sperm rights.
Criminals. Kamala loves criminals.
Really? Is that why you're voting for one? Leah, thank you so much for the $5.
But
You're
no,
literally voting for a criminal. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for energy to debate Lily.
favorite criminal.
He's your favorite criminal?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Dude, are you trolling?
Right now, I'm just being just as obnoxious as you are. So I'm just giving off your energy.
How am I being obnoxious?
Asking questions that are ridiculously hypothetical in a just a really bizarre and set up kind of way.
Oh my God, I used a reductio ad absurdum. I used reasoning and logic. My bad.
So crazy.
Sorry, I forgot. I can't use reasoning and logic with MAGA.
Yeah, exactly. Using a burning house.
I appreciate the $. Thank you so much. Do I need to use action figures? Appreciate the hat mustache.
Yeah, and to,
Laura Ann, thank you so much for the subscription.
Embryos inside of a...
Do I need to use action figures?
Yeah.
And crayons?
Yeah, I agree.
We need coloring books?
Mm-hmm. With embryos.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Cassidy, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Shelly, thank you so much for the $10. Cassidy said, how dare you try to reason with her? I know, right? Julia, thank you so much for the $1.50. Misty with the $100. Thank you so much for the donation for the cause. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Misty in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Misty.
Woo! Good job, Misty.
Yeah, by the way, keep sending Lily money because it gives me money too. Push the little crown. Thank you so much. Thank you, I am Emery, for all the money you just sent me. Thank you so much.
I believe, though, at the end of the day, that morally it is not right what Kamala Harris has done, as in releasing criminals, as in saying that undocumented immigrants are not criminals, and also just...
You literally are saying convicted felons aren't criminals.
No, she said...
And by the way, Kamala Harris does not believe that it is not against the law, right, to come into the country undocumented. That would be a contradiction.
Yeah, but she said undocumented immigrants are not criminals.
Yeah, that's in 2019.
And said
Cody, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And they're not criminals in the sense that we typically refer to it. Shelly, thank you so much for the $10. Like, for example, right? Have you ever gone over the speed limit?
Sure. Yeah.
Morgan, thank you so much for the $5. Are you a criminal? Jesse, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much.
Sure, in that sense, yeah.
And Morgan, thank you for the $5.
Have you went over the speed limit?
And W Morgan, yes, I have. Right, and so am I a criminal too? DYK, thank you for the subscription.
Criminal, right?
Wait, so I mean, you could say the same thing under your view, right? Like, if you're talking about like undocumented immigrants being criminals, well, then you're also a criminal. Lee, thank you so much for the $1. Kathy, thank you for the $5. And if you don't want criminals in the country, why do you want them in the Oval Office?
Like I said, people love to frame him for a lot of things.
What was he framed for? Push Little Crown. What crime was he framed for? Trisha, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
You list me some of your favorite ones.
She didn't make 400. Trisha, don't worry. What's up?
I said,
Mama, thank you so much for the subscription.
List some of your favorite crimes, and I'll let you know.
Nah, get out of my life. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Kellyanne. Thank you so much for the superpowers. Thank you so much, Eden. Thank you so much for the 69 cents. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Hell no.
Okay. Name's Trump 2024. Okay. Push the confetti. Thank you. Everyone, do tap that screen. Follow me if you haven't already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the hand.
What
Thank
is
you.
wrong with you, bro?
Are you like 12, dude? Appreciate the hand hard. Jeez, dude. What's up with the 12-year-olds joining the live? Push the confetti. Thank you so much. Push the gold line. Thank you so much, Anthony. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I was like, we just got 2 fetuses in a row. Push the coral. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Push the money gun. Thank you so much. What's your birth year? Dude, 3 fetuses in a row is crazy. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you for the hat and mustaches. Thank you so much. Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Carol, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carol. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I just really don't agree. Well, first of all, I want to say I am religious.
What's your birth year, by the way?
2003.
And how old are you?
About to turn 21. 2 weeks.
Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much. All right, go for it.
So first of all, I just want to say that I'm a religious individual, and I just don't agree with Kamala specifically at the rally when someone says Jesus is Lord, and then
look that up and put fact check right after.
Say that again.
Look up Jesus is Lord, Kamala, fact check.
And what about it?
Yeah, so she wasn't doing that. She never kicked him out for them saying Jesus is Lord.
There's a literal video of it.
Yeah, that's specifically was her not responding to that. She was never responding to people who were saying Jesus is Lord. She was responding specifically to them heckling the crowd, right? And being Trump supporters. They were engaging in clear Trump rhetoric. Push the hand art.
So, okay, even if so, what would be wrong? What would be wrong if Trump supporters were at a Kamala rally?
No, they were like heckling her.
So what would be wrong with that? I mean, they would be. That's
like for example, there are people that went into a Trump rally and were like, "This is boring. This is boring," and he's like, "Get him out of here!" And they kicked him out.
Okay,
Cody, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. She made a joke about it. Catherine, thank you so much for the $1. That's not freedom of speech. It's a private area. Carol, thank you for the $5. Taylor, thank you for the $5 as well.
So what you're saying is, people at Trump rallies saying this is boring, and him saying, "Get out of here." I don't agree.
Thank you so much for the $5. You kicked them out.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I think.
Wait, that's a ridiculous statement. If someone came on my live and isn't talking about the stream, and I kick them, that's not anti-free speech. Miss Sophia, thank you for the $1. That makes no sense. How is that anti-free speech? Free speech is government. It's constitutional, right? And Trump actually wants to undermine that. Did you know Trump wants to terminate the Constitution and he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? Push the rock star, thank you.
Okay, first of all,
prescription. Thank
you. He does not want to get rid of the Constitution. That's just.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He literally said it. You want me to show you the tweet?
Prove it.
You want me to show you the tweet?
Sure, go ahead.
I got you.
It's literally nobody can do that. It's impossible.
I'll read it off to you. So with the revelation, I appreciate that had mustache. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Caleb. Good to see you, Caleb. With the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's blatantly and explicitly him saying that he wants to terminate the Constitution. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you, bruv.
Well, when you strongly believe that the 2020 election was stolen, I don't think he's wanting to completely get rid of the Constitution. Nobody can do that. But he
just said it. He literally explicitly said it. He thinks the election was stolen and he wants to terminate the Constitution because he thinks the election was stolen.
A lot of people think the election was stolen.
He thinks it, and there's no evidence indicating that. He's running for president of the United States, and he believes in such a delusional thing. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $1.
In Wisconsin, how were there more votes casted than there were registered voters?
Totally wrong. That's been disproven for like literally years.
No.
Yes, it has. Right? Tell me how many people in Wisconsin specifically were registered to vote.
I don't know the number.
So how do you know it's different? How do you know that it's? How do you know it's?
Because at the time when they were counting the votes, it was however many votes above registered voters in Wisconsin.
So let's look this up. How many registered voters? We said Wisconsin?
I believe it was either Wisconsin or Michigan. I can't remember.
Wisconsin, 2020. Okay. Voter registration statistics specifically, there was in 2020. Let me get this for you.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 2020. Registered voters by age group. So grand totals 33.67 million. Right? So how many votes? You said there were more votes casted for Biden?
No. I'm saying just overall in the state, Trump and Biden combined.
In 2020, I got you. You said Wisconsin?
I believe so.
Yeah. So thank you for this rock star. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So in Wisconsin specifically, I got you. Yeah, there was 1.63 plus 1.61. 1.63 plus 1.61 is less than 3.679.
You said
Samantha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. If you want to do the math, right, it's less.
You said
Again,
the total registered was
1.63. Listen. It's 1.63 million for Biden, right? 1.63 plus 1.61. That has you at 3.24, right? And it was 3.68 that registered
voters. Okay, then
yeah. So there's way more registered voters than there was people who voted.
Okay, so I have a question. If, say, Trump wins, do you think you
got flagged for civic and election integrity, my guy? I got to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Literally go live every day. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Oh? What time is it?
2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Misty, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Misty. Can we get some W's for Misty in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Misty. All right. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. By the way, everyone, do y'all see how the algorithm is totally different? Just letting everyone know. Algorithm is so much better today than it's been, like, in so long. And it's not because there's more people involved with the election. It's totally related to TikTok's glitches. Do you see the difference? It's unbelievable. We haven't hit 11K in, like, so long, and we're consistently holding on to it for hours. Like, yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Megan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I just wanted to come on here. I just came across you, and I really enjoyed your debate. You're obviously very knowledgeable, and I appreciate that. It's been very entertaining. I just don't have a lot of faith that VP Harris, I mean, I hate Trump. I think he's an asshole, but I have very little confidence that Harris is going to be able to really bring our country back to where I would like to see it. And as much as I hate to admit that I'm, voting for Trump, as much as I don't like him, I think he has a better chance of turning our country around.
Okay, in what manner? How is he going to make the country better?
Well, I just think he's more. Well, first of all, I don't like a lot of the policies. I don't like some of the things that I've seen. I think the
what things do you like
better
of Trump?
during Trump. Well, I don't like the idea of paying for transgender surgeries for inmates. I don't like.
Didn't happen.
I know, but it's something she said she was interested in doing. I don't like the open border policy. I don't like the number.
She never said what she said specifically was that she would be okay with people getting access to HRT, which is something that's already provided, right? Specifically, right? They give medicine to inmates. That's how it works, right? Those are meds specifically. And then in terms of open border, Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the border bill, right? And it is the case that Donald Trump has no plan specifically for the border. He doesn't really care about fixing it. And then also, actually, there were people in Trump's administration that actually did provide these sorts of things like HRT to individuals who are trans, right, during Trump's administration. So I just want to let you know that's true.
That's a minor thing. I don't see in 4 years.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
I don't agree with the argument that Harris being the vice president, that she has no control. I mean, she wants to take credit for positives that the Biden-Harris administration did, but any of the negatives she wants to be, distanced from. Or
what are her two typical big powers?
Well, the general argument I hear is, she hasn't done anything in 4 years. Well, she's only the VP.
Wrong. So she's the most influential vice president ever. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, and she raised over $5 billion in private funds specifically for Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in terms of the migrant crisis. So the two particular authorities they have, right, tie-breaking votes and diplomatic, assigned by the president.
Yeah, it doesn't relate to, money in my pocket, how my family is living, the way I feel this country is going, the instability worldwide.
Instability. Can you name me two Trump economic policies you like?
No, I can't absolutely because I don't know that he has any absolute policies. I don't know because again,
so if you don't know any of Trump's policies, how do you know he's going to be beneficial to you?
Well, because I think part of his ability is to find people that can do the job, not that he's completely capable.
And
but
that's
I think
why a huge portion
and
that's why a huge portion of his administration thinks he's unfit to be president. Like his old administration thinks he's unfit to be president.
The ones that he fired,
a laughing fool to foreign leaders. Right,
the ones that he fired, and the ones that he doesn't get along with. Sure, I mean, I get that.
Which was basically all of them. Right, he had multiple national security advisors, multiple chiefs of staffs, multiple individuals like across the board for all of these different positions. That's what Donald Trump did under his administration. Is he fired people who disagreed with him. Right, a four-star general called him a fascist. A four-star general said that he said that veterans are suckers and losers. Okay, that's specifically what Donald Trump's character is. That's what Donald Trump does. He doesn't give a shit about the American people. He cares about him being in what he perceives to be the largest position of power. And Lona, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lona. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're killing it, man. I wish I had done your job instead of what I did, because you're making way more money than I ever did working.
Bro, this is about making money. It's about getting people to vote correctly.
Well, I mean, but you're going to do this. You're still going to have a platform after the election. So obviously, this is still a revenue, whatever it is. I mean, I'm not.
I had a platform prior to the election. Kurt, I had a platform prior to the election.
That's what I mean.
Doing is I specifically diverted my time and my energy specifically into do things related to the election because it was super important to get people to go out and vote.
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job, man. I think you're doing a great job. I think a lot of your points cause a lot of people to think. I mean, I wish 100% that the Republicans had a better candidate than that guy. It's just hard to get away from the culture. I've always been a Republican, and admittedly, it's hard to deviate from that, even though I don't align myself with certainly what you would call a MAGA or a Trump supporter. I believe that women should have a right. I mean, I think they should be allowed to have a right to abortions. I think our gun laws need to be revised, even though I spent 25 years in law enforcement. I think, our a number of other, I wish you would say, conservative type of ideas I'm on the fence on. But I mean, I'm
you don't know any of Trump's economic policies that you like. So here's what it is. If you make less than $400,000 a year, you will pay more in taxes under a Trump administration, not a Harris administration.
But I didn't under his last one.
I understand. But the point I'm making is that he's advocating for 10 to 20% universal tariffs this time, which he wasn't advocating for in the past. Tristan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Tristan. Yeah, that's his main economic proposal. Push the hat mustache. Thank you. Is he wants to bring jobs back to this country, which includes him engaging in tariffs under his view. Tristan, thank you for the $5. Instead of engaging in things like the Chips and Science Act that the Biden-Harris administration engaged in that increase manufacturing jobs without specifically using tariffs.
Yeah, but their increase in manufacturing jobs is not nearly the 700,000 that she. No,
I'm not. Yeah, I don't
think
claim
the
that
CBS fact checkers came out to like 135,000. But
wait, so again, I don't think that just because jobs happened under the administration, that means it's caused by them, right? Obviously, I would relate to specific things that they did that would have caused that.
Sure, and the GDP was better under Trump. I mean, right? The GDP under Trump under the 4 years was 2.3. What?
So you're talking about the GDP growth? Appreciate that.
Yeah, it was 2.3% under Trump's administration.
So do real GDP growth.
I did that.
It's the same trend. It is the same trend under the Biden-Harris administration as what it was under the Trump administration.
2.0.
So you're not doing real GDP increase.
I did, and
I can tell you real GDP growth rate. So if you look at real GDP, right, you can specifically see actually under the Trump administration in 2017, quarter four 2017, it was 19,398. When he left office in 2021, it was 21,058. So it went up by around 2,000, right? And then under the Biden-Harris administration, it went up from 21,000 to 23,000. So it went up by another 2,000. So it's literally the same trend. GDP was doing the same in terms of real GDP. Real GDP is higher now than it ever has been of any country ever. Here's your little crown. Hello? Where's the boo? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah.
Did you hear what I just said?
Can you hear me?
Did you hear what I just said?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear what I just said?
About the growth?
Yes.
Yeah, I know I heard you.
What did I say?
Repeat it. Because I can't repeat it to you.
Let's go on to the next individual. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people. Let's get to 3 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's give you confetti.
Let's go Trump, baby. Let's go Trump 2024, baby. Let's
How old are
go
you?
Trump, baby. Woo!
How old are you?
Let's go Trump, baby. Yeah, let's go.
Okay, why are people like that? What a weirdo. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get out to more people. Cordelia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3.40. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
I just got a question.
Are you voting Trump?
I mean, I'm a Canadian citizen.
Yo, thank you so much for the confetti. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate the relaxed goose. Thank you so much, Appy. Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I just kind of, when I'm looking at this, right, like, if I try to debate you on, I mean, I just feel like you're going to win for the most part on anything of Trump versus Kamala, but I just look at it as like a viewpoint. So, like, I see people like you, and this, I'm really not trying to be rude, but like you, Dean, these other guys, like, you guys don't work these blue-collar jobs. You guys don't have these conservative values.
Donald Trump doesn't work blue-collar jobs.
No, I'm just saying your guys' point of view, right?
What about it? Donald Trump has the opposite point of view and doesn't do any of that.
I'm just saying, so like, conservatives have just different values, right? And guys like you
Maverick, name description. What values?
That's the thing. It's like, I'm not as smart as some of you guys. I can't debate like that. But like, when you look at it, you can tell where the truth is, right? Like when I look at Kamala, or however you want to say it, I just see fake, right? I mean, I'm not going to get into the race thing. That's stupid, but like...
But 30,000 lies, confirmed lies under an administration doesn't tell you fake. Lying about the election doesn't tell you fake. Being a grifter throughout your entire life isn't fake. Being a fraudster isn't fake.
When you see Trump on stage, right, you know what you're going to expect. You know who he is.
A fraudster, a scammer, a grifter. Appreciate the head mustache. A sexual abuser.
When Kamala's on stage, you don't even know what you're going to get. She's just such a different person every time.
Kamala, no. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get compassion.
You're going to get a different accent every time. She's going to appeal to whoever.
No, do you know what code switching is?
I'm not familiar, no.
Yeah, so individuals that experience racism in society, right, like amongst the black community, will engage in code switching specifically to experience less racism, right? What you're referencing isn't necessarily just a difference in accent, it's a difference in vernacular. You're talking about African-American vernacular English, right? It's a type of dialect.
See, here's like my thing why I'm voting for Trump, right? You know, people like us, we work hard, we're blue collar, right? Like you're on TikTok. I'm not trying to be rude, but like these type of people, you guys have money. You guys come from money. You guys sit on TikTok. You're well educated, but you don't have the same values. Like when I look at it, I can just see the truth, and I can tell you that she's a fake person.
Dude, I come from less than Trump came from. Right?
Right, but I'm just saying your values, right? Like you guys sit on here. You guys don't know what it's like to have to work.
I'm literally working right now. I work every single day.
This is not work, dude. This is TikTok.
Asher. Not only is it work, but I don't have any breaks. I don't take days off. I work every single day. I do this every day. So you can't say because I like what I do, that means it's not work. Because there are plenty of people that like what they do, that it's not work. All right, under your view then.
I can respect why you're voting for her, but you have to respect why people like me vote conservative, right? Because the way we see the world, like you're telling me, so I was on here earlier listening to when you were saying that Trump is, how do you call him? What do you call him again? You say he's a violent
sexual abuser.
Okay, right. So you want to tell me that like let's just say my entire town, right? I live in small town Iowa. My entire town, almost.
You grew up in Iowa? I grew up in Iowa as well.
So you're telling me that like my entire town is for a violent sexual abuser? Like,
yes, you guys are voting for one. You misinformed, might be, but yes. Dude, I literally grew up in Iowa. I grew up in the Quad Cities.
That's fair. Yeah, right. Right. I'm not saying anything against you guys. All I'm saying is that there is a set of values in the way people perceive the world as a conservative, which makes Trump look like the right answer. And I feel like you can sit on here and make all these little points. And to be fair, you do make good points, but there's just a completely different way people look at it when they're voting. And I don't think that you can.
What values? What are you looking at? Like, what values? What are you referencing? Like, I want to be clear. Let's talk about it.
I just think it's like.
I understand you think, oh, you're on here all day, right? I'm on here all day because I genuinely want to inform other people, get people involved, and critically think. That doesn't mean any of the things that I say aren't relevant. Right, sure. There might be some things that I don't experience because I'm on here and debating, and I'm not like out, working in the sun all day. Here's the DJ glasses. Thank you so much. That's true, right? I'm not doing that.
That is
then
fair.
You can inform me. I have conversations with people who do live in those conditions, right, and do work in those conditions, and I'm fighting for those people too. Right, I really fucking care about people who are doing those things because that's a very, very huge aspect of our economy. Right, people are taken care of because of people who do jobs like that. So it's very important. Lexi, thank you for the $5. But the point I'm making is that in order for us to have a working economy, for us to have stuff like that, push the booth, thank you so much. We have to have good economic policy that benefits the nations. Right, Donald Trump does not have good economic policy that benefits the nation. He's decreasing taxes predominantly on rich people to explicitly increase taxes predominantly on people who are lower income through the context of universal tariffs. 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause consumer products to go up in price.
Didn't his tax cuts, didn't that help the middle class?
It did help the middle class to some degree, but significantly more helped rich people.
Right.
So, Asher, what you're not acknowledging is that I am totally fine with tax cuts for the middle class, but his tax policy mostly went to rich people. So I'm okay with keeping the tax cuts that were applicable to the middle class, but cut out the taxes that went to rich people.
Okay, I will take a benefit for the middle class. I don't care if the rich people are doing good for them. But
Asher, that's what Kamala Harris wants. Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes.
She wants it, but she's not doing it.
Asher, because Congress isn't going to come together for the new tax plan until 2025. And actually, under her administration, she was able to add in one thing, specifically through the American Rescue Plan, right, which specifically was a increase in the child tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 during COVID for till they're 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18, which decreased childhood poverty by 40 to 50% when implemented. So that was a COVID era policy that did decrease taxes for the middle class, right?
Okay. Can I take this back? And I will be completely fair. If I go down this route with you, you're gonna destroy me. I am not smart. I'm not smart enough for this, but I'm gonna ask you a question, right? So, like, every single male I know that I am friends with or acquaintances with, that, like these stronger, higher testosterone, blue collar, sports playing, like, I don't know a single one that is a Democrat, and I just want you to explain, like,
you live in Iowa. You live in Iowa.
But are you saying they're all misinformed?
Asher,
or can you not accept that there's a certain way?
Asher, I grew up in Iowa. I know exactly what culture you're referencing. I know exactly the type of people and the men you're referencing. Right? I grew up in Iowa. Right? Why am I not as relevant? You know me now, right? I grew up in Iowa. I'm from Iowa. Well, you do know me now. I met you. You understand we've met each other, right?
I guess. You don't know. I mean, kind of. In a way, sure.
In a way, right? Not maybe in the same type of way you do, typically speaking, but we've met each other in that type of way. I appreciate the massage. And you know me from Iowa, literally Iowa, right? I believe otherwise. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter, right? I understand the culture. I used to be in the same position. I used to be misinformed, right? But as I got educated, I got a degree in economics, right? My position has changed, right? I've debated people on the internet. My position has changed, right? I I was a Trump supporter, and then I became super left wing. I was a market socialist, right, for a really long time, wanting democracy in the workplace, cooperatives, like to mandate those things. And now I'm a social democrat, right, which is kind of like what the Scandinavian countries are, right, which in the Scandinavian countries, not only do they have broader access to healthcare, social programs, right, social safety nets, but they also have freer markets than what we have here in the United States. They have more freedom, and they have broader social safety nets that help people when they're in need. And that's the type of community values I was taught growing up. That's how people care about each other in Iowa. So if we care about each other in Iowa like that, well, then why don't we support policies that do that?
I just think it goes down to like, it's very simple for me, right? It's been everyone I know, and kind of in my little bubble, I'll be fair, everyone sees it the same way, right? And I just feel like you can't tell me that all these people are misinformed. Like, you can. So you are misinformed unless. Would you say that you're misinformed unless you vote Democrat this year?
No, they're misinformed Democrats. Shihir, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you for the subscription.
And be well informed?
Yes. Right, but you could be very, very likely to be misinformed. Right, and I'm not saying every single one is misinformed. There are people that are not misinformed that are just bad people. First, the paper crane that still support sexual abusers, that still support people who wanted to do complete and total shutdowns of Muslims entering the country. And Angelica, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
So you cannot be moral and informed and vote Republican this election, according to you.
Yes.
Do you really believe that?
Yes, I totally believe that. And because Asher, this isn't a typical election, okay? We're talking about someone who is fucking insane. Push the hand out. This is not your typical Mitt Romney. This is not your typical John McCain, right? Comparative to Donald Trump, those men are good men comparative to Donald Trump. And I have my huge disagreements with John McCain. I have humongous disagreements with Mitt Romney, but comparative to Donald Trump, they are good men.
Okay.
That's the point we're at in this society, is that Donald Trump has destroyed the social fabric of this nation. He has tens of millions of people that believe the election was stolen. Right, he's made it more common for people to accept misogynistic behavior, right, racist behavior, right, especially towards immigrants, right. That thing has become significantly more common, right, and also people denying like people who have been assaulted, right. That's significantly more prominent, right, because of people like Donald Trump.
Can you accept that when people say this in reverse, right? They're like, this is different, where Kamala is just so bad, so terrible that I have to vote Trump?
I don't understand any of the reasoning. No, I appreciate.
Do you think she's a strong candidate?
I feel like the only reason that certain people do this is because they're like pro-life, and I don't think there's any good reason to be pro-life.
Well, I'm not gonna go that way. I'm just saying, like,
that's the only ethical view people have given. They're like, oh, more people die from abortion every year than all those other things. So I don't care about the sexual abuse. I don't care about the cooing of the country. None of that. I care about all the aborted babies. That's what people will say. Okay, and they're trying to run an ethical argument. It makes no sense because zygotes, embryos, and all those things, right? Like, I don't think that they're people, right? I think that's a ridiculous statement to say that they're just as valuable as me and you.
So I don't want to talk abortion, but.
Sure, but like that, I'm just telling you what other Trump supporters come from.
Yeah, that's fair. Can you not see how? Let me try to formulate my thoughts here.
Take the $3.
So can you not see how people can say, like, Kamala is such a horrible candidate that they have to go
Vote
Trump?
For Trump? No. Because Trump is just so much worse.
Okay, that's fair. But can you see how, like, people are like, okay, my life under Trump was pretty good, and this Democrat candidate is so weak that it might be safer to go with Trump?
No, those make no sense, because what they're doing is a correlation causation fallacy. They're saying just because two things are associated, one caused the other. It says, oh, it's cheaper under Trump's administration, it was caused by him, which makes no sense. Because if you actually study economics, like I have a degree in economics, we know that Trump's tariff policy, 10 to 20% universal tariffs, will actually cause prices to go up, and that under the Biden-Harris administration, the inflation that they experienced was not because of the Biden-Harris administration. It's a global trend that happened around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world experiences inflation, actually to a greater degree than what we saw in the United States.
So then how do you determine if someone was a good president or not, if you can't say that your life while they were in office was good or bad?
Yeah, because the policy they influenced get passed. See, like, it was already good when Obama was in office, going over to Trump, and Trump inherited a well-performing economy already.
This is my thing. This is my thing with your candidate, right? It's like I don't even know
Justin,
what
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I don't even know what her policies are, right? Like she's for fracking, she's against fracking.
I'll explain them.
And you can explain them now, but she goes
these
back
are
and
different
forth
views.
on it.
Push the hand art. No, she doesn't. Push the little crown. She does not go back and forth.
She hasn't switched her view on this.
Asher, yes, she has. Right. Let me explain. So in 2019, she was for a ban on fracking. This is what, 5 years ago. In 2019, she has changed her view and it's moderated. The reason why we know this is because in the Inflation Reduction Act, something that she was a tie-breaking vote on, there are fracking leases within it. So what she's learned as vice president of the United States is that you have to engage and compromise with the other side to be able to get things done in Congress. She doesn't like fracking. She still is against fracking. But what she's not going to do is ban it because she wants to compromise in order to get shit done. She thinks that we can reach a green economy without banning fracking because it's a necessary thing to have, right, in order to get Republicans to vote on legislation. That's what she says now. So her ethics, her morals have not changed, but the way that she enacts to those ethics and morals have changed. And the same type of progression has happened for me in the past, 5 years, right? I used to be a communist, right? And a lot of the same types of values that I had, right, I have now. Like, I want people to have healthcare. I want people to have education. But the way in which I express that is different because I understand, right, the negative implications that could exist from a theoretical communist economy, right, and right from specifically, right, and how to actually get to those places. The best way to get to that is social democracy. It's having a capitalist market that in some scenarios we have certain regulations, and some scenarios we have a government to be able to enforce that it operates in a good manner because the market's not always going to do it.
Don't
and if
we
we
have
were
that
to have the government isn't always going to do it. So it's a combination. So to a certain degree we have it.
I mean, we're not true capitalists. It's not complete free market, obviously.
Well, it is capitalism, but it's not capitalism it's not completely free market. Because I don't think that type of capitalism is good. I think that type of capitalism is undesirable.
So
right?
Because
it leads to insane absurdities.
Let me ask you more about this communism thing. Were you very you supported Marxist views? I'm just asking. So do you still support them socially rather than economically?
No. Because communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. If there's no money, there's no way of having accurate information across an entire market to be able to efficiently allocate goods, right? If there's no state, there's no monopoly on violence that is going to prevent institutions of oppression from arising and taking advantage of people, right? And then classes are just a byproduct of a market economy.
So you reject his not necessarily Marx, but what's come from him, his ideas socially, such as postmodernism. Do you support?
For example, I don't accept socialism or communism, right, or any of those economic models because I don't think that we have good empirical evidence to indicate that these models are beneficial for the average person.
Yeah, but I kind of want to dig
in the same way that I don't accept those. I don't accept trickle-down economics because there's no good evidence, empirically speaking, that demonstrates that trickle-down economics is effective.
That's fair. I just want to dig into more socially, right? So, you're familiar with postmodernism, right?
Yeah. I don't think this is all relevant though. This is
I just kind of want to get into the point. So one of my main things against the Democrats in general is the whole critical race thing. And I just want to get your opinion. Do you support that ideology at all?
So critical race theory is just a method of intersectionality, where you're analyzing the effect that race has on societal actions and how people engage socially. It's a specific lens, and this is taught in colleges. This is not something given
I'm actually being taught that right now.
To kids, right? This is college level, intersectionality courses.
Yeah, but when it's applied, you have to be fair. You can tell me what critical race theory is in definition, but when it's applied, it's more about. I mean, it's in general you're talking about power structures, race hierarchies, and how the world has been set up.
What policy are you referencing related to critical race theory that you disagree with?
I'm just wondering your opinion. That's one of my main things against that because...
critical theory. It's critical theory. It's a lens of viewing of particular societal behaviors, how certain things affect societal behavior. That's all it is. So any conclusions that you form from it, right, are secondary, right? Because those are solutions you're trying to reference that people get from, right, problems that might be identified within critical race theory. Critical race theory is a lens of analysis.
Right, and
Okay?
when it's
descriptive.
applied-
It's descriptive, Asher. It's not prescriptive. Prescriptive means like I'm going to be able to describe this is what you should do, right? Descriptive just means this is what it is. And critical race theory is a description of what is, right? It's just a description of how.
In your opinion?
Yeah, of course. There are certain accurate descriptions within critical race theory. Of
And
course.
what's the? Can you repeat the exact description for me?
So like for critical race theory?
Yeah, that you agree
Like
with.
Like the
So what's
particular
like the view
depictions.
on the world with it? Yeah.
Yeah, so particular depictions that you could exist from critical race theory would be like the existence of privilege associated with race. For example, right, in terms of this, right, we would see that people who do not exist or exist in a society, like for example, like me, right, I'm white, right, I do not experience a system of power that disenfranchises me on the basis of the fact that I'm white. So it can change the way that I engage in particular behaviors comparative to other individuals that are impacted by those types of things. Right. And then we can also see how particular types of things like racism impact behavior amongst individuals versus men and women. Right. How racism can affect men and women differently. Right. We can have a critical analysis of that type of stuff. Right. But like that's something that I would think is relevant to bring up in this context. That's like an example.
Yeah. But my issue with that is like, why are you just stopping at race? Because I can acknowledge there can be certain privileges with race, but you can do that with anything. Anything that
agree,
distinguishes humans, any single thing.
Asher, there's class analysis, right? There's critical theory as it relates to the context of class. There's class privilege. For sure,
I mean, anything you can say that could distinguish human beings. I mean, you could say like
there are lots of privileges that exist in society, right?
So I don't understand why. I guess you could explain to me why, in school, from what I've seen, race. I mean, that's obviously the one that's mainly pushed, and they're kind of
because racism has been heavily prevalent within our society.
But it's clearly not the only distinguishing thing that you can say.
Yeah, we also need it as it relates to sexuality. We also need it as it relates to gender, right? We also need it as it relates to plenty of other things, right? Like
millions of
for
things.
example, people who experience ableism.
Humans. Right, exactly.
Well, it's not necessarily anything that distinguishes humans. It's something that distinguishes humans that can create particular types of systemic disparities within our society or create negative implications upon people on the basis of a particular characteristic that is something that they don't choose.
So what distinguishing quality would you say wouldn't have any privilege?
To be totally honest with you, I don't know why we're having this conversation. This is not related to the topic at all. Right? I was going to answer these things because I just want to be nice, but we're not even talking about why you're voting for Trump at this point. We're having a conversation about critical race theory and what you think intersectionality is. And we can have this conversation, but it's best to have that in a week or two, right?
That's fair.
Once we're done with the election, because I'm going to be having those types of conversations. I'll be debating people on those types of topics after the election.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Emily, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Emily, that's the best argument. But yeah, so okay. In terms of this, is there any other reason you want to give as to why you want to vote for Trump, or is that it?
I just want to know if you would think it's fair for me to say and reasonable, right? That and you're familiar with this viewpoint I'm talking about. Is it fair and reasonable for someone with this viewpoint, and you're familiar with it? You're from Iowa. I understand that. How is it not reasonable to vote for Trump?
Yeah, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to illegally steal the election. He wants to terminate the Constitution. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country. He says that climate change isn't caused by humans and it's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Right? Those are just 5 things. I can mention a million things to you. Okay? Those are 5 very important reasons. You should not vote for Trump on any of these things I just mentioned are reason enough to not vote for him. Alone, by themselves. They're reason enough to not vote for him by themselves. If this was true for another candidate, if you heard about these things with Trump when he was running in 2016, do you think people would have supported him? If you knew he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, if you knew he would try to cause people to deny the election, right, when there was no sufficient evidence to indicate that, right, by sending false states to electors to Electoral College and trying to pressure his vice president into not certifying the election results, and then getting a vice president that said he wouldn't have certified the election results.
My thing with the election, right, is everyone knows that we've seen Trump for so many years. We all know who he is, personality wise, and I think he can have so much pride that he won't admit he lost it, but he still handed over power peacefully. So like he can say all he wants, but he handed over peacefully. There was no like, he was not challenging democracy in any way.
What are you talking about? He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
And it got denied.
It got denied,
did it not?
So he attempted to steal the election and he failed. That doesn't mean that it wasn't a threat to our public institutions. That doesn't mean he was engaging peacefully.
It had no chance of working. And
you could say I had no chance of working, but him trying to actively undermine critical aspects of our Constitution, critical aspects of our democracy and our public institutions is absolutely a threat to our institutions, absolutely a threat to our system, and absolutely a threat to our population, especially when he gets tens of millions of people to believe in these lies, because the people that are putting people into our public institutions and our positions of power are individuals in our society that are voting. So if we continually vote people in that have these types of ideas that want to evade and undermine the checks and balances of our systems, at some point we will have a system where our checks and balances are undermined. Well, I understand it might not be now, but he's creating a society that will produce it in the future.
So I've heard that the Democrats want to add more justices on the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah, where'd you get this from, Ben Shapiro?
Maybe not him, but definitely conservative outlet. Is that true?
Well, Ben Shapiro said that. So they brought that up possibly, but like I don't even think this is a good argument.
That
this is coming after our. Can I please finish? Can I please finish?
Yeah,
this is not a good argument for coming after our public institutions, because under the Trump administration, close to the election, they literally added multiple judges after saying that Obama near the end of his administration was like a candidate that shouldn't be able to put up Supreme Court justices because it was too close to the election. So within the same period in time, they said that they added people, right, when it was they're like not allowed to because it's too close to the election, right? They did so under Trump's administration. So they packed the court, right? This in the same way that you'd reference that like the Democrats would be packing the court if they added more people to the Supreme Court, which is something that they haven't done. And if they were going to do that, why haven't they done it?
So Trump did add more justices. Is that what you're saying?
So he didn't add more than 9, but what he did is he added and appointed justices in a time period where he was not supposed to, based upon the precedent that was set by Republicans when Obama was president. Because closer to the election, he appointed judges.
Was it unlawful?
Not necessarily unlawful.
He could do it.
Asher, thank you for the money. Thank you so much for the money on Apple. You're not listening, Asher, to what I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to. Sorry, I apologize. I see what you're saying. He didn't follow the president.
The precedent set by Republicans prior. So
That's
again, this
fair.
it's not illegal to add more Supreme Court justices. We just have a precedent.
No, but the use of it.
Asher, we just have a precedent that you don't add more.
Yeah.
Right? In the same way that we had a precedent in good faith that you shouldn't, right, particularly appoint judges that close to an election. And you should wait for the election so that the American people can decide how that should happen. And that's not what they did at the end of Trump's administration. Closer to the election, they appointed and nominated judges when they said that Obama shouldn't be able to with more time left on the clock.
Okay. That's fair. I'll give that to you.
And also, this isn't like coming after our public institutions. Because if you think about it this way, if you just appoint judges, they could, the next time they get in office, they can just appoint judges, and then they can appoint judges after that. That doesn't come after our public institutions. Okay? What actually comes after our public institutions is getting people to believe the election was stolen, and that the media is fake. Getting people to believe that that specifically, I appreciate the Megan. Thank you so much. That terminating the Constitution is a good idea.
Well,
right? That type of stuff actually comes at the veracity of our public institutions because tens of millions of people then vote for individuals that believe this in the future. It destroys the social fabric of our nation.
You have to be fair with the media thing, right? There is plenty of like so many cases where the media has portrayed something wrong on both sides, going both ways. I mean, you have crazy alt-right. I mean, there's media that depicts fake things all the time, and that is a fair statement.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but that does not mean that the media is the enemy of the people. Does that make sense? That's what Trump claimed. Trump claims that the media is the enemy of the people. Person the money gun, which is a common phrase used within fascistic rhetoric. right? He specifically is saying that the press is the enemy of the people. This is what free speech is about, right? So what he's coming after is free and fair media. Appreciate the hand heart. Appreciate the dancing flowers.
But he didn't say they don't have a right to say it, but if you're lying, then...
He said he wants to come after them, doesn't he?
Well, he has the ability to... What do you mean by come after them?
He wanted to go after those particular type of media companies to stop them from doing this.
When did he say that?
Yeah, he look up Trump thinks media is enemy of people. I can't hear you out of the app, by the way. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get out to more people. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Ruth, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the boo. Emily, the reason why is because you need to address it on small levels in order to know whether or not it's going to be beneficial in the first place. Appreciate the corgi. Yeah, David, are you voting Trump? David, are you voting Trump? Appreciate the sunglasses. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Yo.
What's up, Matt?
How's it going?
Going good, going good.
I'm tired.
Want to score me? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, and I appreciate the subscription. Alex, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, Alex. Sorry.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Alex, are you voting Trump?
No, yeah, I am.
Okay, why so? The other person just left, by the way.
Bruh.
Why are you voting Trump? Elisa, thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Elisa.
You know, I'm a new voter this year, but it's more
Emily,
of
not
like
enough
his,
to justify that it's good.
It's like his immigration policies mostly.
What immigration policy?
You know, I just think he has like a tougher stance on like, you know, the illegal migrants in our
So why did he call people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill?
I'll be honest, I have no idea. I just think...
How is he going to engage in mass deportation? How does he know who's undocumented and who's not?
I don't know. I feel like we could figure that out. And it's like...
How?
Not even the immigration stuff, like the...
No, how do you identify that they're undocumented?
I don't know.
How are you going to mass deport people if you don't know who's undocumented?
I'm not saying mass deport people.
That's what Trump is saying.
Trump is.
He wants the largest deportation campaign ever. So how is he going to do that? What's his plan?
I have no
idea. Has he even explained his plan? Why don't you guys question whether or not how his plan is of doing that?
All right, outside of immigration, like his foreign policy stuff, like, you know what I mean, like the troops in Afghanistan, he reduced the troops in Afghanistan. I know Biden pulled them all out of Afghanistan.
Emily, that's not me saying it doesn't work. It's me saying there's no evidence to indicate it works. Kia, thank you for the $5, and Amanda, thank you for the $5. Sorry, go for it. What were we saying?
No, Trump reduced the troop levels in Afghanistan, and he was like a broker between Israel and like other Arab nations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which specifically increased conflict within that region, specifically because they didn't acknowledge the state of Palestine, right? And that's actually what like Iran cites now for why they like are why they're engaging in conflict. They literally say that they won't retaliate to Israel if they stop engaging in the onslaught amongst Gaza. So obviously, the conditions that exist in Palestine have incentivized more conflict in the Middle East.
Okay, I see that. I have a question for you though. What do you think? What do you think Kamala will do about the troops and the North Korean troops in Russia?
Nope, Emily, I'm not. So North Korean troops in Russia, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what you want me to say about that.
It tells us that Putin. Well, okay, one, they're not in Russia; they're in Ukraine. But two, it tells us that Putin is worried because it means that he has to go to outside sources to get troops. He has lost so many young men that he has no more troops to basically go. So he's going to a failing communist country to get troops. And someone like Kim Jong-un is stupid enough to send those troops over because he knows that now he has the leverage over Putin, who desperately needs those troops.
Oh, and Matt, I just want to clarify this. I know you mean this in terms of like their government and their political office, but communist country in terms of being a country would be like a contradiction. You just mean like their political office is like communist in ideology, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they call themselves communists. That's what I meant.
But like their economy isn't. I just want to clarify that for people.
Well,
'cause
yeah,
people like
obviously.
who are socialists might look at that and they're like, oh, that's an oxymoron.
Don't come at me, people.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $24 on Cash App. Thank you so much thank you for all you do, Michigan votes. Thank you so much. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much, Elisa. Alex, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm just here to, I was just gonna ask a couple questions. I'm not 100. I wasn't 100% sure if I'm even gonna vote for Trump or not, but I've been listening for 30 minutes, and you're making great points too. So, all
right, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get out to more people.
P.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the boo.
I should join the live and do that.
You're on the live.
I think they accidentally joined. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, Connor, how are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
First that mustache. Why are you voting Trump?
A couple of reasons. Immigration. I question the Inflation Reduction Act. Like, you talk really highly about it, but I'm not so sure about it.
What's bad about it?
Like, for example, California. You're in California, right? Their solar panels, they have a ton of it, but yet they have the second highest cost of energy. So I'm not so sure about that. Like, why is that?
What's wrong with the Inflation Reduction Act in particular? Not California policy.
Yeah. So it pushes like green renewable energy, right?
Yeah, it invests in green and renewable energy to make it cheaper.
Yeah, that's one of the main like purposes of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So California's doing that like really heavily, right? So if California has like all these solar panels,
I want to know what's wrong specifically with the Inflation Reduction Act policy, not California's policy on solar. Just because they both have policies on solar does not mean they have the same policy on solar. So you have to think the $5 on PayPal.
No. Pushing green energy just makes electricity super expensive. That's the problem with it.
No, it doesn't, because it actually creates competition, right? And a substitute for a gasoline, which makes energy prices lower.
Well, why does California have the largest solar capacity, but they have the highest energy costs? Like,
because they tax certain forms of energy to a greater degree, right? Cost of production is higher here.
So, yeah. So if hold on,
there's more people that live here.
Yeah, I'll say more people. Larger population.
Yeah, like greater demand.
Well, the demand's high, sure, but they also produce a lot, so
higher infrastructure cost.
Well, yeah, they don't even have the infrastructure to support all the solar they have.
So that's why we're investing in the infrastructure, Connor.
Yeah,
that's that the Inflation Reduction Act invests in infrastructure, right?
Right.
The bipartisan infrastructure invests in infrastructure related to renewable energy, right?
Yeah. But
okay, so then we're doing that.
Infrastructure. Yeah.
Well, that's why we're investing in it.
Okay, I see.
So you understand that it makes us less dependent on foreign oil, foreign energy. It decreases energy costs by investing in it. And actually, since 2013, we've seen a 3 to 4 times decrease in the cost of production per kilowatt for solar, per the subscription. And that's in like 10 years.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
That's according to the Department of Energy, by the way.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sound like you have anything that you disagree with in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act. You just, for some reason, don't want to invest in renewable energies?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't think it's the most important thing right now. Like,
You can say you don't think it's the most important thing, but do you believe climate change is caused by humans?
Is climate change? Oh yeah, it's caused by humans. Sure.
Is the climate going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet?
Maybe.
Really?
I knew it.
Really? You deny climate science?
I think it's pretty small and insignificant.
Really, the United Nations just like today released a report showing that like we're like on pace to meet our like tipping point of 3.2 degrees Celsius, which is like the point in which like we can't go back. And so you're saying that it's not a big deal, and yet all the indicators are pointing to like within like the next like 15 years, shit like just like totally hitting the fan.
All right. I think.
So is your plan put your head in the sand?
Basically.
No. Like, how do they know that's the temperature that like we're doomed?
Because we know what the habitat can actually sustain, because we know things called what plants and animals based on the temperature that they have naturally evolved in, and when you increase the temperature that quickly, they cannot evolve out of it, and at that point is when it throws the habitat out of whack. You get more melting ice, more temperatures, which means more disease, more droughts, more famines, things like that. So we know, because we know basically at what temperature. Oh, okay. Well, science, I guess. Science scared him away. Boo.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 32.
Appreciate the boo. Are you voting Trump?
I'm not. I'm watching your Jubilee on YouTube. You're awesome, part.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Jake. Thank you so much. You're so incredibly nice. Thank you. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump, but I do appreciate you so much.
See, Parker was on Jubilee, but I was interviewed by 2 foreign press outlets today. So, you know.
Taylor, thank you so much for the $5. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. And I think the $2. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
So if you people in Canada or Germany, I see my face, and you'll know.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 30.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting for Trump.
Lillian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Lillian. Matt, do you see what I just sent you?
No, I didn't see my text. Hold on. That plus the little bottle next to it.
I'm like 2/3 next to it.
Nice. And everybody, I got interviewed on the street for people that went. I went to the Harris rally in D.C. and people just came up to me. So I just like, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll get a speaking.
Yeah, chat. I have an adult beverage. That's what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Nice.
Yeah, go for Trump.
Parker does not go on adult beverages very often.
No,
but when I do,
the last time he did, he got super sick.
No, I didn't. I was fine last time. It was a few times ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're slowly getting more used to it then.
Push the boo. I haven't done it in a long time. It's been like probably like over a month since I have.
I see.
Or last time was with my girlfriend.
Over a month? That's not a long time.
Okay, for me that
for
is.
you,
Okay.
maybe, I guess. I mean, I haven't had anything in God,
See,
man.
honestly, I don't drink very often. I do every once in a while. It's like a once every few months sort of thing.
I know.
Vanessa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Ask what my favorite Fortnite skin is. I don't even know. I don't know. I kind of like the Dazzle. It's like a throwback one.
I haven't played Fortnite in forever.
Me either. Joseph, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
And why is that? Alicia, thank you for the $8 for the drink on me.
I fall more in line with what he believes, like the Second Amendment.
How do you feel about him wanting to terminate all articles in the Constitution? Christian, think of the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Thank you.
You know, I kind of think it's the lesser of two evils.
What? You said that you care about the Second Amendment. Push the boo.
Yes,
She's
I
not
do
coming
care.
after the entirety of your Second Amendment, but Donald Trump is.
But she said she would give us. She said she would give us some time, and if we didn't surrender our weapons, she was gonna send police to our doors to get them. That's
not
what
true.
she said.
I would love
That's
to
what she said.
Give me the quote.
All right.
No, okay. Yeah, that's look.
All right, we'll get up another person to help him out in the meantime. Push the boo. Thank you so much, Ariana.
Wilson, you vote for Trump?
Wilson, you voting Trump? Wilson, hello?
Wilson! Oh, okay. He's gone.
Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes, everyone. If you fill up the bar a few times, we'll easily be able to get up there, y'all.
4 million likes and Matt starts singing.
Victor, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. 7 years sober. Great for you, Victor. Great for you. But I love non-alcoholic beer now. Yes. Cheers, Parker. Cheers, Parker. Thank you. I love soda, so we can do that together. Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We all drink our sodas together. Thank you so much. I love like soda in glass bottles. That might be like one of my things, you know.
Old glass bottle. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yo, what's up, Hal to you?
Okay, this is what she quoted on guns. She said if she was elected president, she would sign an executive order that if you didn't surrender your guns, she was going to send police to your door to confiscate them.
Yeah, give me the source. That's not a quote.
That's what she's stating what you already said.
And Joel, are you voting Trump?
Oh no, I don't. I don't think I didn't.
Okay.
You're good.
1, 2, 3, 4. You just restated what you already said.
It's what she quoted.
No, can you tell us where you got this quote from?
And
someone asked me did you ever call soda pop? Yes, I did. I grew up in Iowa. Of course, I called it pop.
We called it pop too, I think.
Yeah, I got it from both sides.
What? Where'd you get it from?
Both sides.
Jeremiah, thank you for the $2 for get yourself a glass soda. Thank you so much. Savannah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Sober for the 6 years on the 3rd. Hey, good to hear that. Savannah. Allison, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much.
But anyways, that's what I wanted
thank
to
you.
talk about.
Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But I do appreciate that you are
no, just like what's the
coming
source?
on here and debating. I got it from Fox News, MSNBC.
Title? What's the title?
CNN.
What's the title?
I could not recall the title for you.
Okay, go back out of the app. Look at the title. Come back into the app, and then tell us the title. Push the little crown. Chandler, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Sober, I can't say that on live. From O Drugs 5 years ago today. I have Harris and Wallace admin to thank for that. Yo, W for Chandler in the chat. Great to hear that. All right, let's get up another person to help him out. Matt, if you see anyone, you can add them up, by the way.
I got you.
Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Oh, that would have been... Oh, this is a perfect person to add up. Hey, Brittany, how do you feel about Donald Trump diverting $155 million of FEMA funds in particular, specifically for migrant detention centers?
I was wrong, Parker.
Parker, I know that you didn't want to.
I was wrong, Parker. You are correct.
Like, I know that you were dreading this right now. What did you ask me?
Yeah, how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to, or actually, who diverted under his administration $155 million of FEMA funds specifically for migrant detention centers?
No, he didn't do that.
Yeah, he did. I can send you a source right now. Would you like a source?
You're just gonna look up like something that works in your way. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be from the government, probably.
Here you go. Let me look it up too.
Okay. Melanie,
my personal stance on illegal immigrants is they're not paying taxes.
They do pay taxes.
Taking our
What the
taxes.
heck are we even talking about?
That was him, mate. That was not us.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh. So you think it's
mean-
appropriate for Kamala to pay Beyonce $10 million to be at her rally rather than like giving it to victims?
So, yeah, I think that it makes sense for election time. And I do think that the way to give people money specifically, right, is through like the governmental processes. I actually don't even know if it would be legal for them to use campaign funds to do that.
Wait,
I mean, Trump raised, I don't even know where it's at now. Tons
GoFundMe.
of
Why
money.
didn't if Trump is a billionaire, why didn't he give some of his own money?
He did.
Oh, how much?
I'm not sure how much.
Go find it.
I think it was like over 100,000.
100,000 when he's a billionaire?
I mean,
But he
it is
also
his money.
campaigned on it.
Only
is
giving
his
100,000
money,
when you're a fucking billionaire is
So
crazy.
it's not even his administration, and he raised more money than this administration.
That's
and
not
you're
even
really
true.
going to talk
Wait,
negative
what are
about
we
it.
arguing about? Like, for what?
What?
What are we
He's saying
arguing about?
She's saying that they raised more funds through the GoFundMe than the Biden-Harris
Oh, for the
administration did through
hurricane.
federal funds.
Oh, for the hurricane.
I
Yeah.
mean, it
Which is
is his
insane.
money. Is it not his money, though?
Part of it is his money, yeah.
I mean, it is Trump's money, but the point we're making is that if you think that Kamala Harris should give the 10 million she gave to Beyonce specifically to hurricane victims, well, then Trump should have to give way more than 100 grand, right? To
No,
Donald
I'm
to
saying
the
that
victims.
if she can pay Beyonce $10 million, couldn't she have done more by giving that to victims? Or helping
Well,
support victims?
Well, if it helps her get elected, then probably not, because she wouldn't be in office to do that.
I mean, wouldn't it helping hurricane victims help her get elected as well?
But wouldn't it help
So
her get
I
elected
think
if
that-
people knew
I
that she
think
gave
that the
$10 million
determination-
to hurricane
So
victims?
Listen. No, probably not.
No, it would, because people would be like, "Oh wow, that was so nice and so kind."
That's
and
bullshit.
She just helped.
No.
What?
You guys would not say that she did that. You guys would be like, that's not enough.
I mean, I would.
Let's
I
be
mean,
totally
I
honest.
personally
And then
would.
can you give me the source
Yeah,
that
they
she
paid
got
her
$10
$10
million?
million.
I personally don't trash Kamala or Trump. I don't believe in, doing that. But
Where'd you get the source that Beyonce got paid $10 million?
I forget. That was last week. I mean, I could look it up, but you can too.
I'd love to see that. I see this from PolitiFact that apparently there's no evidence that that Beyonce got paid $10 million at her speech at Kamala
you're
Harris's
just
rally.
quoting bullshit.
No. Oh my God. First off, even if I was, but I'm not. That's literally all you
kind
guys
of are,
do.
actually.
That's
Well, no,
literally
we
all
just
you guys
disproved
do.
it. We just disproved it because this is like a talking point, and I'm sorry, but it's just not true.
Okay, so what I like,
Melissa,
you
think of
could
the
not
dollar.
do your research, right? And you could not know what's going on, and you could just go off of everything that you hear and vote. But what I don't understand is that it's hard to live right now. Number
Rebecca,
one,
think of the $5.
so people don't feel that, and then people are like, "Oh, free Palestine," but literally, she's allowing thousands and thousands of people to be murdered right now.
Wait,
free Palestine, but vote for what's happening right now.
I don't know where you got hundreds from.
No,
right?
not hundreds. There's 50,000. It's up to 50,000.
40,000, right? Which
Yeah.
40,000, which
Yeah.
70% are women and children, right?
Right.
Kyle Pierce description. And Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
and that's what's happening
Can I
under
finish,
her
Brittany,
administration.
Can I finish? So you understand that it is the case that Donald Trump supports them doing even more, right? Not only that,
No,
but
that's
it is
not
the
true,
case that
actually.
Donald Trump has also supported multiple other genocides. For example, right, in Yemen, he actually vetoed the block even arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen. Right, we can point to that. The 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East, which actually killed Yemeni children.
But you can spin
we
it
can
how you
reference
want
that.
it, Parker.
We can reference the
okay,
fact
that's
that
just war.
Hold up, can I please finish? Also, in terms of the conflict increasing in the Middle East, he allowed for Israel to engage in the annexation of the illegal annexation of the Golan Heights, right? Illegal settlements within the West Bank, the Abraham Accords, which didn't take into account the state of Palestine, which specifically,
Did he kill
right, has
50,000
Iran has indicated
people?
has shown to
Did
provoke.
he kill 50,000 people?
Okay, so again, as it relates to this, Donald Trump would have provided the funds to Israel and says that he would provide more. Push the corgi. He says
He
any
said
Jewish
that it would have ended.
He said any Jewish person that votes for a Democrat should get their head examined because he believes he's so much better for Israel
I mean,
than Kamala Harris.
Biden also did say, if you don't vote for me,
Netanyahu also wants Trump. Let's be totally honest.
So, it happens on both sides.
It does
Donald
happen
Trump
on both
said
sides, but the
something.
fact that
Biden
it's
said, if you
happening
don't
to
vote
this
for me,
extent,
you
it
aren't
would have never went here. It would have never went this far. It's been over a year.
Wait,
hold on.
on.
In my personal opinion, I think
that's a ridiculous statement.
He literally said it. He said it would have happened.
Donald Trump supports them going into Lebanon.
Boots on the ground.
Donald Trump
Boots on the
supports them
ground.
going into Iran. Donald Trump supports Israeli expansionism. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he can have his
I mean, we're
views, but
literally living it. Like, I don't know how you can
I think we should
that back.
And by the way,
other
Brittany, I just want to let you know, it is free Palestine, and I do heavily disagree with Kamala Harris in terms of her foreign policy record. Right, I heavily disagree with that. That is a very big disagreement I have with Kamala Harris, and it's something I definitely think about all the time. But the point I'm making is that this is not better with Trump; it's worse with Trump, and there's no other alternative.
But how do
There
you
is
know
not
that
another
when
candidate.
he
People bring up Jill Stein. Jill Stein has no shot of winning. There's no road to 270 for Jill Stein. There is no other alternative to Kamala Harris. And if you do not vote for Kamala Harris, the inevitability is that it's going to be more likely that Donald Trump is president of the United States, which he will do even more to hurt Palestinians, right, and people around the world. So we should vote on the fact that Kamala Harris's domestic record is significantly better than Donald Trump, not even fucking close.
Parker,
well, how do we know Kamala's going to do everything?
One, two, three. Kamala, and let Brittany speak real quick.
Okay, I want to ask you a question.
Go
Are
ahead.
you saying that you see what's going on right now over there?
Yes.
Right? Everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying with 100% certainty that under Trump's administration, it would be worse.
Yes.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
But it never happened. And
No,
you're literally just saying, oh no, it would be worse.
Just look at. Sorry,
He literally said that it would have
Go
been
ahead,
boots
Matt.
on the ground. It would have been in and out. Like, that's
no,
it.
that's a ridiculous thing. You would have dropped U.S. troops into Gaza?
No,
So you're
I'm
saying,
talking about the
that they
IDF.
would have done more?
No, I'm talking about the IDF. It would have been boots on the ground, not bombs being ricocheted at
That's not
Gaza.
what Trump said. Wait, please show
Yes,
me a
he
source.
did.
Show me a source.
He said it would have been in and out, over and done with. It would have. He said it would have happened way quicker.
Can you show me a source that it would have been boots on the ground? One, two, three, four. You go for it.
I personally think
I don't
we
have
should leave.
sources like reference.
Brittany, we'll give you time to go look it up. We'll talk to 1, 2, 3, 4 while you look it up.
I think we should leave other nations to do as they please. I don't think we should be sending all this money to Ukraine, all this money to Israel. We should focus
So I disagree
in.
with funds going to Israel, but I agree with the funds going to Ukraine. The reason why I do so is because of the Budapest Memorandum, and we have to uphold nuclear peace agreements. I want nuclear peace agreements specifically with countries like Iran as well, right, and other countries around the world. So if we want to uphold nuclear peace agreements, we have to start with Ukraine. And I understand you don't want to spend money in these places. I get it. Right, most of the money we sent to Ukraine, though, right, that was weapons and equipment, right, we weren't using to help people in need, right, because it's weapons. You can't feed people with weapons.
I also don't think we should send weapons, to Ukraine. I think we should.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to tell you the reality. If you don't send weapons and help to Ukraine, that's Russia. It's not Ukraine anymore. It's Russia.
Yeah, it is.
And what is
It is
Russia going to do
technically
even
Russia.
further? If Trump pulls out of NATO, right, what is he going to do? That means that the entirety of Europe is in the eyes of Putin because he wants to bring back the old
that
Soviet
does make
Union.
sense. I do agree with you on that. That does make sense. Yeah, I do agree with that. Okay, yeah, you are right on that. I don't like how we're sending all this money everywhere. I think we should focus in.
I get it. But like 1, 2, 3, 4, what you're not understanding is you're talking about 3% of the overall military spending under the Biden-Harris administration. How about we talk about the overwhelming level of spending we have, over $900 billion now. Let's talk about that. Let's cut our military budget in half, have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion a year, and we'd also have $4.5 trillion over a decade to help people in need.
I don't think we should cut our military spending.
Okay, so do you see what I mean? Don't cut military spending, but cut stuff going to Ukraine. You understand that the money that was given to Ukraine, that was a part of our military spending.
Yes, yes,
Hey,
yes, I do agree.
And by the way,
that, yes,
the weapons that we're sending over to are primarily those in which we need
Old
to
weapons.
get rid of anyway.
Yeah, we are getting rid of a lot of our stock per se.
Yeah, but we're just buying up new stock. So it's a win-win because we have older weapons that we don't want to use anymore, and so we're giving it to somebody that actually will be using it.
Yeah. Also, I just wanted to say that I do appreciate
Yo, Cortez, you
these
said I was
debates.
uninformed about Ukraine. What am I uninformed about?
Well, I think you're pushing a narrative. You're comparing the Ukraine spending to the entire DoD budget. How about we put a different perspective on it? How about we divide the amount of days that this war's been going on and divide it by the total amount that we spent, and it works out to close to 180 billion daily. That's not chump change.
Daily?
Daily?
Yes. Do the math.
You want to bet?
Yes. Do the math. Pull it up. Pull
$5
it
grand. $5 grand.
Yes.
You want to bet $5 grand?
Yes. It's a little. It's a little.
Okay. So if they are not giving $180 billion daily to Ukraine,
Listen, Parker.
then you will give me $5 grand.
Parker, let me clarify what I said. If you divide the amount of days the war's been going on by 174.2 billion, it works out to just shy of $180 billion daily.
What?
That math is definitely nothing. Okay.
Pull
Wait,
up
hold up.
stop talking and pull up the
Cortez.
calculator.
So if it is the case that it's not $180 billion given to Ukraine daily, they'll give me $5 grand, right?
180 million.
Oh, million and billion are different. Okay,
Correct.
so
If I misspoke, I apologize.
Okay, so 180 million a day. Okay, so as it relates to that, okay, that's fine, right? That's way different than 180 billion, right?
Yeah, I misspoke.
Now, if we're talking, I appreciate the hand art. So if you're referencing what 30 billion, right? By the way, I just want you to know 107 billion went to the Ukrainian government, right? 70 billion is weapons and equipment. So about 30 to 40 billion is cash, right? That we sent to them. So if we were to take 30 to 40 billion divided by what, it's been like 2 years.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years.
Parker,
So that's 765, right? Or it's even more than that. It's 800 and or what the fuck is my math? Jesus Christ, I need to
It's a lot of money.
730. It's 730. What the fuck is wrong with me, dude? It's 365 times 2 is 730, right?
Yeah.
It's 730. Okay. So 730, right? So you divide it by 730. So if you divide 30 billion, 40 billion, 40 billion, right, divided by what, 730, that's going to be like what, 500 something thousand?
Million.
500 million? No, it's not 500 million.
My bad. Look,
that would be 56 million. 56 million.
We can cut this any sort of different ways. Another way I hear that this spending is mischaracterized is that they often say that this money came from Department of Defense. This was 5 separate supplemental spending bills. That means that's money outside of the budget.
No, what I'm specifically demonstrating is the weapons and equipment. Most of it was specifically from the weapons. One was from the DoD spending. And what I'm comparing it to is the overall DoD spending. So I'm saying there's no way you can look at that and then not blame the rest of the DoD spending. So you said I'm uninformed. There's nothing I've been uninformed about that you brought up.
Yeah, you're pushing this narrative that...
I have a source, just so you know. I was
Go
just
ahead.
didn't want to interrupt.
Go ahead. You just did that.
I have a video on my profile with sources.
Cortez, hold up. Let me hear Brittany first. Brittany, you there?
Yes.
Rosemary, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much,
Can
Rosemary.
you not hear me?
No, we can't hear you when you're out of the app. You have to be in the app for us to hear you, Brittany.
Sorry.
I learned that the hard way.
I've never heard of that website before, so I don't know how credible it is, but it's Vox.com, VOX.
Yeah, but what's the title?
Okay.
What?
What's the title?
Okay.
People.
What is it? We
You
can't
can't
hear you when
me
you're
when
out
I
of the
go
app.
out of it?
No,
Yeah,
that's what
we
we just
can't
told
hear you
you.
go out of it. So you have to remember the title and then come back.
Impossible challenge for Mega.
Parker.
He said Israel should, quote, get over with it, stop killing people, and, quote, get back to peace.
Where's the boo? Israel should get over it.
Get over it, stop killing people, and get back to peace.
I mean, I think we should let Israel do whatever with Palestine and let them hash
I mean,
it
I'm
out.
Jewish, so, like, I'm pro-Israel.
Whoa,
but
being Jewish does not make you pro-Israel.
No, it does, like, when you have family from there and you see what happens over there, and, you know what I'm saying?
Wait,
like,
what specifically? Like what? Them slaughtering innocent Palestinians? Them starving innocent Palestinians?
Parker, that really is offensive when you, like, discount everything that happened.
How did I didn't discount anything.
Because you're, like, not giving any credit to what actually happened. You're just being like, oh,
what?
Them killing innocent Palestinians.
Let's talk about what happened. Let's talk about what happened. The Nakba? Let's talk about it.
Okay,
Let's talk
do you
about
wanna
the
talk
illegal
about-
settlement. You want to talk about that? Want to talk about the apartheid state? Let's talk about that.
Okay, prior to
ethnic cleansing
the
of
war on
Palestinians, let's talk
Gaza,
about it.
did you know anybody that lived over there or experienced any type of terrorism?
Do I know anyone that lives in Israel? No.
Okay, so then, like, I have been here, like, this is an ongoing situation that's been happening in my life for at least the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's way more than 10 years for Palestinians.
No, but I'm just telling you, like, I'm young. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in my adult life, that's
and by the
what
way,
I
the source
remember.
you gave doesn't justify your standpoint. Where does it say that?
It's about the third paragraph, but that's only half of his quote. He says after that, he says, but they have to have, like, complete victory, and they have to, do what they have to do. So
yeah, that means
I mean, Trump is pro-Israel. We all know that.
Yeah,
but he did say that, and it makes me feel like it would. Can I talk for a second? It makes me feel like he would have went in and got the job done, and it wouldn't have been this long, drawn out thing for over a year now.
It would have been long and drawn out anyway because Israel has had trouble finding the members and the leaders of the H group to be able to take them out, and they know that from a PR standpoint they can't just go in guns blazing, and because that would lead to more deaths. They're trying to be precise, but they're failing at it terribly. And just now they just managed to, like, kill the H group's leader like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it took them fucking like a year to be able to do it. So what do you think that they would be able to, like, go in and just freaking mow down people?
Mow down.
Well, that's what she wants them to do.
I mean,
I like how you're laughing at people being mowed down. That's crazy.
You know, he literally just said, like,
That's just like
that's
that's like pro-genocide, by the way. That's crazy. Shelly, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
Parker, you are, like, literally. It really pisses me off. Like, we've already had conversations before, and, like, I don't understand how you could be pro-Palestine.
Yeah, well, Brittany just signed your fate there.
Hey, Parker, I agree with you. I agree with you on that, and I'll just thanks for bringing me up. Just I have a video. It has lots of sources.
Wait, so you agree free Palestine?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'll take it. And also, like,
personally,
if
I don't
you're free
agree
Palestine,
wait, what?
Why not?
I mean, did not Palestine attack Israel?
No.
They flew in with gliders.
You're talking. H group did, not Palestine, right? But
did they fly in with gliders?
In that sense, you can't say that it starts at October 7th. On October 6th, it was one of the deadliest days for Palestinians. Josh, I push the description. They were killed at mass. Okay, on October 6th.
Nope. Okay.
Like the day before October 7th. So, and you also can't like
what
ignore the
happened?
the ethnic cleansing of 750,000 Palestinians.
What happened leading up to October 6th?
What?
What do you mean?
Give me a rundown of what happened leading up to October 6th. That, did Israel just gun down the Palestinians? Is that what you're saying?
Palestinians? Okay, we'd have to go through an
gun them
entire
down?
history. We have to go through an entire history of lessons, right? Specifically about the occupation, about the Nakba, right? About like all of the oppressive aspects of
Isn't
like
that
the
technically what we
Israel
did to the Indians?
Zionist state. Wait,
Is that not what we did to
Indians
the
is
Indians as well?
crazy. Indians,
Native Americans,
indigenous
Native
Americans,
Americans,
Native Americans, and indigenous
Americans.
Americans. Yeah, so and that's still wrong. What
So-
the United States
so-
citizen? Listen, what the United States did to indigenous Americans is disgusting, it's despicable, and you will never be able to justify it. It is disgusting.
So we should
and
give
it
up
should
land
never-
to the. We should give up
Wait,
land to the Native
That's not what
Americans. We should free Native Americans.
I mean, I think that Native Americans, right, and indigenous Americans should have equal rights, protections as everyone else, right? So I agree that we should create a multiracial, multi-ethnic, free democracy where everyone can live in peace, right? In tranquility, right? In a society that will create better conditions for people. So that's what I agree with, right? That's what I agree with. The same thing is true. Listen, let me please finish. The same thing is true in the context of Israel and Palestine. I believe in a multi-ethnic, multiracial, multicultural, equal rights democracy for that area as well. I don't believe in ethno-states, right? I don't believe in any of those ideas that there should be like a Jewish state and an Arab state. I believe that we should be living together in peace and harmony. And I think that's what creates better conditions, right? And that same thing is true for the United States in terms of indigenous Americans. I think that there should be reparations. I think that there should be conditions to invest in indigenous communities to make conditions better off for indigenous people in this country, right? But I think that includes, right, allowing, right, indigenous people to reap the benefits from our society, right? From the society that is predicated off of the stealing of the land from indigenous people, right? The slaughtering of their ancestors, right? The genocide of indigenous Americans, right? And the
back to
subjugation
the,
of them continually after that. Because the genocide of Native Americans did not just stop when the United States popped up, right? It was continually perpetuated after that. So we need to acknowledge this. We need to teach our children about this. And we need to create a society where this doesn't happen in the future. Because the ethnic cleansing and the genocide of one people, right, creates justification for that to happen to groups of like that include all of us. Okay? So we all need to be against genocide. We all need to be against ethnic cleansing. And we all need to be for, right, a society where it's multi-ethnic, multicultural, multiracial, right, equal rights for everyone across the world, not just here in the United States.
Okay, so you're talking about a multi-ethnic, Israel, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe in like a Jewish supremacist state.
So are you saying you have the right to dictate what another country does, or if another country decides?
What I'm saying is that this is what it should be. There should be conditions in which allow for, right, multi-ethnic, multiracial democracy with equal rights to exist, where it's not about, right, Israeli supremacy. It's about equal rights for everyone.
I mean, if you
That's
look
what
at
I'm
it,
talking about.
the Israel is just doing what is spoken in the Bible per se. I'm not saying I'm religious or anything, but they're doing what
They're not doing what's in the Bible.
By the way, that's not spoken about in the Bible. I don't know what the thing you're talking
The Bible says, God gave the promised land, I say, quote, promised land to the Israelites. So I guess in some context, they're taking it as it should be strictly them. Again,
That's
I'm not saying I totally agree with that.
The Bible doesn't outline that you go kill people for those things in that necessary in this context, in this history, right, in this society. That doesn't say that. And also, even if it did say that, that doesn't justify doing that.
The big issue is that there's unbalanced points of views. Like if you want to hold a strictly religious point of view, that's unbalanced. That's one-sided. If you want to start this history in October 7th, that's unbalanced because this has been going on for way longer beyond that.
Yeah.
So, I don't want to use that word educate. Learn as much as you can from both points of view. That way, you'll understand it's very complicated, but ultimately it's apartheid and genocide, in my opinion, and we shouldn't support it.
I mean, I don't support genocide either. But I don't know. I think we should leave countries to do what they want. You know, it's not America's responsibility to clean up every single country around the world.
Wait, we're not saying it's the U.S.'s responsibility. We're just telling you, right, what we think should happen in these particular scenarios.
Yeah,
Because we think
and I
what
totally
happening is right
respect your
now
standpoint.
is detestable, right? It's oppressive towards people, right? And it creates a society that would be bad, especially if we were in the context of this. Because what we're doing here is we are in a completely different setting, right? We haven't experienced these types of things. And if we could imagine ourselves in the scenarios, right, in these types of scenarios, it allows for us to humanize Palestinians. Because our society teaches us not to humanize Palestinians, but to instead view them as like outgrouped, right? As an outgroup, right? And I think that leads to the oppression, right, of Palestinians and the devaluing of Palestinians.
Wait, can I also say one thing? Wait, one thing. How is America not involved when 60% of Israel's military imports come from America?
I heard it's 70.
60% come from America, about 30% come from Germany. So how is America not involved when America is directly funding what is happening to the Palestinians?
I'm saying we shouldn't be involved in, we shouldn't be involved in the world's issues like that. We shouldn't be sending weapons to Israel. We shouldn't be sending all this stuff.
So you agree that America should stop funding Israel?
I think we should stop funding everywhere. I think we should focus and fix our problems, and then we can look at the world and help them.
I mean, to be totally honest, you're just never going to engage in any foreign aid at that point. But like, I mean, if it means you not supporting weapons to Israel, I mean, like, I'll take a win when there's a win. But like, I think there should be
totally
humanitarian
agree with your
aid.
standpoint.
Like, do you agree with humanitarian aid provided for Palestinians?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's
I do agree with, but
You mean in terms of weapons?
In terms of weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, we're supplying Israel with all these weapons, and Israel is killing people, innocent people. But wasn't Palestine also sheltering their, I'm not going to say insurgents, I'm going to say their fighters beneath hospitals, in hospitals?
No, it wasn't. There is absolutely no evidence for that. The United Nations released a report on October the 10th, a commission report that showed that Israel has provided absolutely no evidence to substantiate that claim. They literally just blatantly threw out AI generated videos of like command centers under hospitals, but didn't even provide any evidence to back it up. So the United Nations came to the conclusion that an attack on these medical facilities was intentional policy to continue genociding Palestinians and to destroy the medical infrastructure or healthcare infrastructure in Gaza. So no, there is no evidence that H group or militant fighters or combatants have been kind of housed in hospitals.
Israel isn't fighting fair. Anyways.
I'll just close this out, and Parker, you can let me off. I just wish that the Democratic Party took a stronger action against funding some of this stuff, and I'm very disappointed that we haven't. I understand the asking for a ceasefire, but no concrete action. Put conditions. Stop funding it. Do something outside of talking.
Cortez, I'm gonna agree that I in a certain sense that I disagree with the way that both sides conduct their foreign policy, right? Like, I'm not going to agree with foreign policy from either the Democrats' side or for the Republican side in terms of total terms, right? That's but things like, for example, with certain agreements that we have, right? It could make sense. Like, if there's no reason to not uphold the Budapest Memorandum, I don't understand why we wouldn't, right? It makes sense to uphold that if we want other types of agreements like that in the future.
No, I understand, but the Budapest too. I mean, Budapest does not obligate military aid.
No one said obligation, but it does show commitment that we gave. So obligation, no, like it's not legally binding, but it is a commitment that we gave. And if we break that commitment, that is
then
the
other
issue.
countries don't see that we have that type of
Then-
commitment, and they won't engage in those types of agreements with
And
us.
I understand too, but we need to uphold also international law when it comes to the conflict that we're talking about. Because if we're following it
I
in
don't
one
dispute
place and just trashing it in another place, we undermine ourselves at every turn, and that's what's happening.
Wait, how have we violated international law specifically with Ukraine?
No, I'm not talking about Ukraine specifically. I'm talking about with the other conflict that we were just talking about.
Like with Israel? Oh yeah, like I mean I agree. Yeah, the U.S. should abide by international law.
Yeah, like, and not only that, we we violated even our own laws by not following the Leahy law to stop funding weapons over to Israel when there has been human rights violations that have been well documented, and we failed to do that, and that's violating our own law.
Yeah, but does the Leahy law says who determines what the human violation is? Like, see, that's the problem, though. Does Congress have to determine it? Does the president determine it, or is it a body that's like international?
It was Tony Blinken. It's a State Department that determines that.
Okay, so the State Department has to say that, and I'm pretty sure that the State Department has not said that is occurring, which is a problem for the State Department. So then the law is therefore not being going into effect, right?
No, wait, two agencies. I think was it the State's Department Refugee Bureau and I'm blanking on which agency. I have to look it up. They did say that Israel is actively blocking humanitarian aid, and therefore America should stop sending weapons and try to invoke the Leahy law. But that is not being implemented. So.
100%. That's what's happening. So we're kind of dragging our feet on that, and that's what I disagree with. But anyways, I'm going to get going, guys. I have a video on the Ukraine spending. Check it out on my account. Thanks for letting me up, Parker.
Sure.
I'm gonna go too. I do appreciate you're a smart dude. You know, I just wanted to ask some questions, and I appreciate that you are debating people here.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Polaris, thank you for the description. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop as well. But before I drop, Matt, ProPublica did an article about this. The article is called "Israel Deliberately Blocked Humanitarian Aid to Gaza."
Oh, I believe that they did it. My point was only that I think Blinken has to sign off on it probably, and I don't think he's done that.
No. I mean, like about the two government agencies. Yeah. So it was the United States Agency for International Development and the State Department's Refugee Bureau. Those were the two agencies. And ProPublica wrote an article about. But anyways, I'm gonna drop. Thank you for letting me in.
Good seeing you, Athena.
Of course, as always.
Jeffrey, are you voting Trump? Jeffrey, you there? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, TJ? You voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. All right. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4 million likes. It will help send it out to more people. I do appreciate it, y'all, so much. I appreciate y'all so much. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. If you see anyone crazy, Matt, you can add them up.
I'm looking.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, y'all. I apologize. Let's
see.
Okay. All right. Dean hasn't responded to me. I thought he was going to come back on live. Yo, what's up, Palladia?
Damn that Dean.
Carol, you voting Trump?
Carol, you there?
All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
And of course, I invite somebody and they don't accept.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh my God.
Derek, I'm inviting you, so if you want to come up, you got to accept the invite, dude.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Well, I'm voting for Trump because he wants to peel back the deep state. You know, he doesn't want the federal government to have too much power. And so I want tariffs. I don't want to pay income taxes.
Whoa, that was just all over the place. Okay, so replacing income tax with tariffs would be regressive, right? So it actually shift the burden of taxes from people who are rich and wealthy to people who are lower income, because people who are lower income spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods into the country and consumer products.
So would you be able to prove that without using anecdotes? Because we also have the 1820s when the United States was the best economy. We had no income taxes.
Yeah, so the way that we would engage in specifically demonstrating this is by simply saying what the impact of tariffs would be. Tariffs cause prices to go. Are you trolling?
No.
Yeah. But Parker, I just want to say he just cited as the
Political
greatest example of
theorist?
economy.
Okay. He his bio has a satire account, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was like, yeah. When he said the 1820, I was like, okay.
Imagine citing the 1820s as a good economic period.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
Amber.
crazy, to be honest. Amber, are you voting Trump? Hello?
Amber gone.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, Heather, thank you so much for the $5. How much longer will you be on? I don't know. It depends. It depends on what I feel like. By the way, Matt, you have a bit of an echo.
Oh, sorry.
A bit of a feedback. I don't know. I think I'll just feel out the rest of the live, and then I'll let y'all know when I'm gonna get off. If y'all really tap the screen, I won't get off. If y'all hit 5 million likes, I'll stay on until 12 o'clock. If you hit 5 million likes within 5 minutes, right, I will stay on until 12 o'clock.
1.5 million in 5 minutes, Parker. Oh,
I know,
yeah.
and I think there's 8,000 people in here.
Yeah, that's true. How's the echo? Is it going?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I know. 5 minutes, everyone. Y'all can easily do it. There's literally 8.5 thousand people in here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Tim, you there?
Y'all don't realize how long 3 hours is for me after I've gone, 4 hours and 40 minutes? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alpha Trump, how old are you?
24.
Wait, hold on. Alpha, have we talked already?
We have not.
Okay.
Okay, are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because he's going to make this country great again. And
okay, how
he doesn't
so?
have the endorsement of Vladimir Putin.
Okay, so Vladimir Putin specifically was doing that to literally lie, right?
Nah,
right.
I don't think so. There is another problem I do have though.
And what's that?
So if Kamala doesn't get elected, she is the one that would be certifying the election, correct?
Yes.
So she could easily just not allow Trump.
Sarah, thank you for the $5.
Actually, you're incorrect because of the events of January 6th, Congress passed a new law called the ECA, which says that the vice president must certify the count. So actually, she's duty bound by law that she cannot forfeit the way that Trump wanted Mike Pence to do it. So we have safeguards now because of Donald Trump.
So she has to certify it.
Yes.
Bro, y'all are gonna actually get there.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I think she's gonna try and coup the country if she loses.
This is the pot calling the kettle black, by the way.
Are you trolling?
No, Trump.
Do you think
I mean,
she's
look
gonna?
at his
Do you think she's
profile
gonna
pic.
send people to raid the country too? Or raid the Capitol?
They did the last time.
Okay, I'm kicking you
Why?
because I know you're trolling.
Why?
You sound like a troll, dude.
I mean, he has Trump on a lion, so I mean,
Dude, I really feel like if I like portray to be a Trump supporter, I feel like people wouldn't be able to recognize if I had a voice changer. They
You
wouldn't
have
be able
to
to
get
recognize
like
because
that.
I know all the arguments from their side. I know like all the arguments.
yeah.
By the way, we have 2 minutes to get 400K likes. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, they're going to do it. Like it's going to happen.
Yeah, and y'all can keep up the likes, everyone. By the way, we would really appreciate that. Maybe we can get to 12 million today. Hey, that would be a record breaker of any live
Yeah,
ever.
that would be recommended.
I'm sorry.
Audrey, you didn't mean to?
Nope. I'm Kamala. Sorry.
Yes. Wait, Kamala Harris just joined the live? I'm just kidding.
Hey, I just saw you. Great speech, by the way.
1 minute for 100K likes, everyone.
Oh, that's super easy. It's going to get there.
100K likes,
Bazin, you there?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh shit, chat. We got there, everyone. We got there. 5 million.
Yes, Abby.
what's up, how old are
I
you?
was there.
Yo, what's up, man?
All right, now keep going, everyone. Tap. Are you voting Trump?
Wait, you just showed your.
So who's
You showed a ballot.
Trump or it's a hard
Kamala
choice.
Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Do it. Do it.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, let's go.
Baby, come on,
Let's go.
W.
Let's go.
W that person.
Oh, let's fucking go, chat. Woo! That's what I like to see, chat. I want to see every single one of you doing that shit. Let's fucking go, everyone. We got a
not
week.
me. Sorry. I was tapping.
Don't worry. You're good. You're good.
W tapping.
All right.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to text my girlfriend.
You're good.
All right.
I added people. Oh my god! You got the universe!
Christian with the TikTok universe. Let's fucking go. Let's get some W's for Christian in the chat right now for the TikTok universe. Holy fuck, let's go.
Yeah, W Christian.
W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Let's go. Thank you so much for the fucking TikTok universe. Unfucking believable. That is
W
insane.
Christian.
Thank you so much, Christian. Let's get some W's for fucking Christian in the comment section for the next at least 5 minutes, everyone. Let's go. W Christian in the chat. Thank you so much, Christian. That is unbelievably kind of you. It's always good to see you around. Thank you so much, Christian. Alex, are you voting Trump?
I'm not, but I was just on here, and I will.
W for fucking Christians in the chat. Let's get some W's for Christian, everyone. I want to see that for the next fucking 5 minutes. At least, everyone.
What's up,
Thank
Christian?
you
My
so
name's
much,
Matt. How you
Christian.
doing?
It is always good to see you. John, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Brady, thank you so much for the $5.
Lucy, are you voting for Trump?
Ooh,
And yeah, I will, John. Don't worry.
My bad, y'all.
No.
You're good. Don't
You're
worry.
good. You're good. People will be tapping. See, Parker, that's what you caused. You got people tapping away, and now they're joining
Keep
the
topping,
line.
everyone. We're at 5.4. I think we can easily make it to
At 12K, or 12 million.
12 million. That would be the goal. Like, literally, I'm not trolling everyone. I think we can do it in 3 hours. If y'all help me, everyone. I'm serious. Because I'm stuck with y'all until midnight.
I will probably be leaving here in about 13
And I think it's $5. Wow, bro, I'm going to be alone.
Well, it's past midnight for me, man. I gotta, I gotta work my day job.
Oh, gosh.
You're gonna be alone.
Yo, what's up, Kevin? How old are you?
Someone sends me a big gift, maybe I'll stay longer. Just saying. I'll put off.
Yeah, I'm 29.
For that.
Sydney, thank you so
Kevin.
much. I appreciate the $1. Kevin, are you voting Trump? Appreciate the pain. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Why are you voting Trump?
No, I got a question. When will you be doing the live? I mean the guy debates again.
In like a week or two.
Like a week or two. All right, bet. I'm not voting Trump. I just wanted to know that.
All right. Yeah, we're hitting near the end of the election, everyone. Trisha, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much.
For the $1. I did watch her live. Yep, I was there.
Jack, are you voting Trump?
Of course, sir.
Why so? And how old are you?
He's the more patriotic candidate.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
March.
Okay, we push the meerkat. Thank you so much. Okay, why are you voting Trump?
I think he's more patriotic. I think you see a Ford F-150 with 3 American flags on the back. You know who they're voting for.
Holy shit. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $100. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I guess I'll stay on for a little while. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thank you so much.
Okay, wait, what'd you say, Jack?
He's more patriotic.
How is he more patriotic?
Because he's always wearing the American flag, tie. You look at everything from the rallies to his policies to his foreign diplomacy. He's always America first.
Hannah, thank you for the $20. Wait, I was just at the DC Harris rally, and there was a sea of American flags. I had American flag. We were holding signs that said USA and freedom. They sang patriotic songs. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I
guess it is subjective, but yeah.
I felt very patriotic there.
You agree he's better on foreign diplomacy?
No.
Morgan, think of the $10.
Not at all.
No.
VP Harris has been one of the most traveled vice presidents of modern history. She has visited and spent time with more foreign leaders than Donald Trump probably has. She has been on the background of working with these foreign leaders in ways that make her uniquely qualified to be president on that front. And I thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sorry, I missed it. Ariani, thank you so much. So I don't know what you're talking about, frankly.
Well, he didn't start new wars, and he doesn't support sending billions and trillions of dollars to Israel or Ukraine.
Trillions?
Wait, he does support sending money to the state of Israel. He does support that.
Actually, more funds, yeah.
Somebody said I'm from the most racist state. What?
What state are you from?
Crazy. It's billions, right? Not trillions.
Yeah. What state are you from?
I don't really want to say.
Stephanie, think of it $2. Thank you so much for voting Kamala.
Is it in the South?
No, of course not. Do I sound Southern, guys?
I don't know. You could have been like a transplant. I don't know.
No, I'm not from the South.
Oh, you're in Texas?
No,
Florida.
No.
Glasses go.
No. Guys, stop guessing, guys.
I'm going to guess all 50 states.
Please don't.
Here, Matt, do you have the ability to add people up and kick them off?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're going to add up another person. Once we get up another person, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
The adult drink is really getting to me.
It's
Damien, are you
yeah.
voting Trump?
Yeah.
Damien, I'm from Florida. I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
I just don't like Kamala Harris. I don't like it when she was DOJ and or district attorney in California. All the laws that she made or enforced.
Which law?
The one on truancy.
Thank you, Chris, for the raid. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Wait, you don't want to enforce laws on truancy?
I don't.
Are you against schools?
No, but I think that if you have a kid that's not going to school, chances are you can't make them go to school because you're working 2 jobs, and that's why they keep skipping school. So we're basically just prosecuting them because they're poor.
Wait, hold on. No. Truancy means the willful withholding of a student from going to school. So these are parents.
That's not what that means.
Well, hold on. It means that the parents know that the student's not going to school and the student is repeatedly skipping out. Right?
That's not what truancy is, though. That's a little bit of a tight definition, and that's not what it is a lot of the time.
Okay, then what's truancy?
Well, when I was in high school, truancy was I didn't go to school, so I didn't get my driver's license because of it. Had nothing to do with my parents not knowing
whether I was going to school or not. It was me skipping school.
Truancy laws usually only apply to those that are doing it habitually and are outside doing something else while that's happening, right? I mean, you're saying that she's going after the parents, but the parents that are doing this most likely know that their children are not going to school, because the school will notify the parents when those students are not going to school.
Yes and no. I mean, I knew when I was in school, I was smart enough to give them my phone number, not my parents. So my parents were never notified. There's definitely extenuating circumstances with everything.
You think the school would not figure it out, like eventually, why they cannot reach these parents?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. But not just that law. There's also, she's been proven to denying people probation because they need more workers in the prison system. Like, there's plenty of things that she's done while she was district attorney of California that were not good. Those are just like small examples. On top of that, I think the Democrats need to just bring someone forward who's actually likable, but instead they want to bring forward like probably the worst candidate they can.
I have a question. Do you prefer letting criminals on the street? Stephanie,
no.
think of it $2. Susie, think of it $1. Okay, so so you agree with her that you should keep them in the prisons,
if your probation is up, and then your probation, when your probation is up, that implies that you've already served a certain amount of time, which is why you're being
they didn't have enough people. They didn't have enough prisons, so they were specifically getting people to like leave those areas, right? In terms of the prisons, because they didn't have people. So what you're talking about didn't happen.
I'm referencing something else. I'm referencing.
Yeah, what you're referencing didn't happen.
How do you know that?
Give me a single source that you're referencing.
I mean, I can't pull up a source right now, here.
Go ahead. I'll talk to someone while you find it.
Are you cool with that?
Yep.
And also, I just want to point out, I find it funny now that all these conservatives are like
Also, I'm liberal. I've voted Democrat my whole life, so.
Hello?
Okay, Josh, are you voting Trump?
Okay.
I'm voting Trump.
How old are you?
Old enough.
No, you're not. Get the fuck out of my life.
Hey,
whoa, dude.
What do you say?
I'm not even gonna repeat it.
Okay.
Yo, what's the pal to you?
I am 24.
Preach the boiling cauldron. Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so? Preach the confetti.
One reason, border security, for one. 2, no tax on overtime. 3, I like my...
So border security, no tax on overtime, and then Second Amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so border policy. Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill. Push the gem gun. Thank you so much. He wants to terminate the Constitution. And what was the other one you said?
No tax on overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think no tax on overtime makes sense, but decreasing taxes on overtime I'm fine with if it's predominantly going to affect the middle class. Push the gem gun.
So,
but I just don't think that's going to be good policy along with all of his other ones, because most of his tax policy is going to go to people who are rich. I'm cool with middle class tax cuts, right? I think they're actually really good middle class tax cuts, but that's not what the Republicans are advocating for.
So, do you know why taxes were put into place?
To fund the government?
Yeah.
No. Taxes were put into place back in World War II, I want to say, to help fund the war. And it was not supposed to be permanent.
Wait, do you think there was no taxes prior to World War II?
Yes, there was. There was no taxes prior to I think it was World War II.
Jason, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jason. Here's some W's for 50 in the comment section. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jason. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Thank you, Jason. Go ahead.
Do you mean like income tax?
Yes.
Okay. So the income tax, okay. But we did have taxes prior to World War II.
We did have income tax prior to World War II. I don't know where he got this from. You're thinking World War One.
That's what it was then. I couldn't remember which war it was, but I knew it was one back then.
And I think it was a little bit before World War One.
It was somewhere around that time where taxes were put into place just to fund the war, and it was supposed to go away right after, and it never did.
In 1862, the Civil War efforts enacted the first income tax law.
Yes.
That was 1862.
Okay.
Good point.
So my question for you is, why are you voting for Kamala? You asked me why I was voting for Trump. Why are you voting for Kamala?
I got you. Yeah, because it is the case that she's influencing
Your
the
hand,
passing
Mike.
bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which is good policy that helps middle-class Americans. And she also hasn't been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim-centric the country. Plenty of things.
And she also didn't prosecute the Catholic Church when she had full control of their files.
The Catholic Church needs to be prosecuted.
Well, when she had full control over the files, she refused
let me
to
argue this
prosecute
point.
against
They
them.
have engaged in one of the worst cover-ups in human history. Like they have protected child predators for decades. So yes, they should be investigated and they should be held accountable. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, Kamala Harris ignored them when they were reaching out to her.
Wait, you
Kamala
just
Harris,
said?
sorry.
Didn't you just say that like she went after them?
No, she didn't. That's the problem.
Oh, so you're
She
saying
had
that
full
she
control
didn't
over
go
the
after
files.
them.
She had multiple complaints in California against them, and she instead
And you're saying she
went
saw
cold
the
on the line
complaints.
with victims of it.
And she saw the complaints.
Yes, she had full
Give
control
me a
over the
source.
files.
Can you give me a source?
Here in the chat, right here.
I won't be able to click on anything in the chat. You have to tell me the title.
Well, by the way, even though I think the federal government should definitely go after him, I'm pretty sure that they can't prosecute like the Vatican or anything. Like that's a separate entity. So I mean, they could sue them, but that's about it.
They don't accept civil courts, remember? Huh?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, Damien, do you accept civil courts?
Where'd he go? He
You have
disappeared.
to look up the source, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. I mean, it's hard for me to just say the title, bro. It's a long title, and I have to like click on and off because anytime I click out, you can't hear me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It takes a little bit to memorize a sentence.
Here, give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Dawson, you got anything?
So for me as a Christian, I was born and raised as a Christian. That's just how I was. But her last rally, at least the last one that I saw, someone yelled out, "Christ is King."
Oh my God, this thing again.
Jesus is Lord or something like that. And she said that they were at the wrong rally.
Yeah, what about it?
That right there just kind of rubbed me wrong, only for the simple fact of she heard what they said, but then came back with that.
Matt, do you want to take this one? I've already done this like 10 times today.
So she was saying it to them because they were Trump supporters who were heckling her speech, not the fact that they claim that Christ is king, because she agrees with that. Like she herself is a Christian. So she wasn't disagreeing with that. It was the fact that they interrupted her speech, and you could tell by their tone that they were like trying to heckle her. That's why she said it.
All right. So another thing, I saw one. I don't know when it was, but I saw today. It was a video of her talking to a crowd, and
Well, I have a question. If Kamala Harris wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country, do you think anyone should vote for her because of that?
I mean, it's not my place.
It
How
is
about
your
this?
place.
Would you vote for Donald Trump if you wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Christians entering the country?
I wouldn't vote for anybody if they were trying to do that.
Okay, would you vote for him if he were doing a complete and total shutdown on Muslims entering the country?
No. I mean...
Wait, what? Ooh, dun dun dun.
I mean, it to me, it doesn't matter what religion you are. If you're going to come into the country, why don't you do it legally?
That no one's arguing about that. It's not about being legal or not. It's about whether or not we are denying people from other countries entry in this country based on their religion.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're denying them based on their religion or whatever.
We are. That's what I'm saying. Trump wants to do that. He just said a little while ago that like he wants to expand the list. So he wants to take his bigotry and make it bigger.
All right. So how many? We'll just use Muslims as an example. How many Muslims have come in to the United States and have caused terrorist attacks?
Not that many. And why are you just associating terrorist attacks with Muslims?
I'm not. I was just using them as an example.
How many white Americans have caused like mass terror attacks? More than Muslims, by the way.
What's going on?
I wasn't saying that whites don't, blacks don't, and it's just Muslims.
Black
do
people.
that.
Black people.
Yeah, don't add the S.
Excuse me, black people. I'm not saying that it's just down to one race or one belief or whatever.
Okay, but we're asking you: would you vote for somebody who wants to ban people from other countries because of their religion?
No.
Okay, Donald Trump wants to do that. He wants to take his Muslim ban from 2017 and expand it beyond the original 9. Yeah, 9 countries, I think. So he's singling out these countries because they are majority Muslim. And you're saying that you won't vote for that. So thank you for your vote for VP Harris.
No, it definitely ain't going to be for her.
What state are you in?
A good state.
That being?
Is that a red state?
I think so.
Okay, well, you can vote for Donald Duck. I don't care. You can do a write-in candidate.
Vote for Donald Duck.
Write-in Donald Duck.
If you want to vote for Donald, make sure it's Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Dawson.
What?
What state? You're not going to dox yourself based on what state?
Alabama.
Oh,
well,
you can literally vote for whatever the fuck you want. Like,
yeah, literally vote Donald Duck.
You could vote for a lamp. Like, it doesn't matter.
All I'll say for a source,
you should vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because it adds to the total. But
Parker, for a source, you can just Google Kamala Harris Catholic Church and you'll find articles. I saw like 6. You can pick your poison.
Pick a poison.
All of this is just record on Catholic issues.
So you don't see a single article? Because I saw 6.
Which ones? Tell me the title, dude. It's not that difficult to tell me a title.
Clergy sex abuse victim cries. Bro, I can't read I'm sorry, I can't memorize a title that long. They're all going to be like 20-word titles. I'm putting it in the comments.
You could tell me that I won't be able to click on anything in the comments.
That I'm reading it.
Okay, well, Matt reads
There's
that. I can talk to
articles.
them. Damien, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I don't want to. I don't like either of them, to be honest. Like, I'm not sold on Trump either.
I'm just asking, would you vote for someone who's done that?
Maybe. If I feel like that they're going to run the country better.
Do you think violent sex abusers should be able to get access to guns?
I think everyone should have access to guns.
In prison?
100%.
You think prisoners in prison should be able to get guns?
Well, not in prison, no.
Why not?
But I think after they get out of prison, sure.
Wait, Damien, why so? Why not in prison?
Because there's so many. Well, because we don't want to endanger security guards, all that kind of thing.
But you want to
They're in
endanger
prison. They
everyone
need to
else.
not have access to the outside world. It has nothing to do with
So
guns.
violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, right?
No, I'll say no.
If violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they
I think
be able to
everyone
run
should
for
be able to
president?
have access to guns, though. I think the more we take away
Okay,
guns,
if
it just
violent
puts us
sex
in a bad
offenders
problem.
shouldn't, Damien, if violent
I said
sex
no.
offenders shouldn't, if violent sex offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Well, I'm not entirely informed on how he's a violent sex offender.
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll.
Yeah, by his behavior.
How does that make it violent sex offender then?
Wait, hold on. Grape is violent.
There's
by its very
different
nature.
scales. There's different scales, first of all.
Wait, hold on.
Let's be real.
Is sexual assault? Let's say, okay.
There's different scales of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not bad.
What do you mean
'cause
there's
they
different
are.
scales of forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will?
There's roofing somebody, and then there's literally tying somebody up.
Wait, hold on. Roofing somebody can be almost calculated as violent because you're causing them harm.
What the are you saying roofing and sexually assaulting a woman isn't violent?
Roofing is violent because you're causing them bodily harm.
I guess I'm thinking of violent in a different sense. But yeah, you're right. It's violent.
Okay, all sexual assault is violent.
Yes. That's
If we
very
agree that sexual assault is violent, then Donald Trump is a violent sexual abuser. He's a violent sex offender. And if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, they shouldn't be able to run for president and gain
But he
access
is able
to the
to.
nuclear codes. I understand that you think he is able to, but what I'm
He's literally
demonstrating to
running.
you, what I'm demonstrating to you is that you shouldn't vote for him. Then, if you think he shouldn't be able to be president, then you should not vote for
Well,
him.
when we have someone who I think is a complete liar and even more disingenuous than
Wait, so how is Donald Trump?
I'm going to vote
Really?
for him because I feel like
You
he's
think
actually.
Kamala Harris is more of a liar than Donald Trump when Donald Trump has 30,000
Yes.
confirmed lies?
Ben, I'm sorry.
to who?
You just don't live in reality.
I don't live in reality.
If there's
No.
one thing that everybody universally will agree on, it's that Donald Trump lies. As
So does every politician.
every breath he takes is almost a lie.
So
the
does
guy
every
can't help
politician.
himself. Well,
But
no,
the
this
fact
is beyond
is, when he was
politics.
president, my rent was 800, and now it's 2,000.
Your rent was 800. What
That's the
fucking
fucking
relevance
problem.
does that have?
That's a hell of a pivot.
Wait. How did he cause your rent
Because
to
I'm
be
talking
lower?
about who's going to run the country better.
Wait,
I'm
can you
not talking about
demonstrate to me
anything
how
else.
we caused the rent to be lower?
How we caused the rent to be lower?
Yeah.
It's not that he caused the rent to be lower, but he didn't allow inflation to get way out of control the way Joe Biden
Okay,
did.
wait. How did the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris administration cause inflation?
I mean, I can't tell you exactly how they did it, but you can see now that they definitely
here,
did
Damien. Damien, let me help you out. Don't you know that they passed the Inflation Expansion Act? I mean, obviously.
Molly,
that's
thank you
what-
for the $5.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. I mean, obviously, they passed a law that made it that they wanted to make it worse. Obviously.
I'm not really familiar with that law, so
Oh my God, it's a fucking joke.
yeah.
Okay.
You guys can't tell that I'm joking too.
Well, you got a very
come
deadpan,
on,
voice, so
bro. No, you're not.
This is my sense of humor, bro. It's pretty dry, but
Yeah, it is pretty dry.
But listen, all I'm saying is, I just haven't seen enough from Kamala Harris for me to
Kamala.
Or I'm sorry,
Kamala.
I'm sorry.
Can you
I'm
tell me what
around a
Donald
different
Trump's
circle than you.
what's
Kamala.
Donald Trump's healthcare policy? Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank
Does
you
he
so
even
much.
have a healthcare policy?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
well,
I
actually,
didn't think
you
so.
mentioned rent.
I know, right?
What's his
Jason,
policy
thank you for
to,
the $25. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. Literally, though, Jason, I really appreciate. Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get some W's for Jason in the comment section right now.
What is Donald Trump's policy?
Look, man, I voted for Joe Biden, and I just felt very lied to about almost everything he did, because I voted for him because I wanted the minimum wage to go up and a few other things. And within a year of office, they just completely gave up on everything that I voted for him for.
Wait,
So that's one big issue with Kamala Harris is
Joe
they're going to
Biden
say anything that they can to get you to vote for them right now, and as soon as they get to the office, they're going to go, "Oh, well, we can't really pass that. We're not getting enough support, and we have to be."
You understand that it takes stuff in Congress? Like, okay, have you ever
I
voted
understand
before
that,
in
yeah.
an election?
I understand that, but
You
when you
voted
tell me
before in
that
an
this is what you're going to
election?
do, I expect you to do it. Like,
Damien.
I didn't want Trump to build a wall, but you know what? He did it.
Damien, how much wall did he build?
I mean, not the whole thing, obviously.
3.7% new wall.
Hey, he did
built
it.
3.7% new wall of the border. Are you trolling?
Maybe I'm trolling.
Oh my God. Are you seriously?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So that's my fault. I'll admit when I'm wrong.
Okay, so not only that, he didn't make Mexico pay for it. He didn't repeal and replace the ACA. He didn't drain the swamp. He didn't get the infrastructure bill.
Yeah. I got
So
my
why don't
gripes
we
with him
blame-
too. All that.
Wait, so why do you apply this standard to Kamala Harris, but you don't apply it to him?
Because he at least goes after the shit that he's going to do. That's my problem with Kamala
Tree,
Harris.
thank you so
They
much for the
don't try.
$10 for,
They
by the
don't
way,
try.
voted blue today. Can we get some W's for Tree in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
You don't try. How many bills do
Tree.
you think Joe Biden has asked Congress to pass and they just won't do it? I mean, that's trying. Like, or how about this? Joe Biden has tried at least 5 times to pass various versions of student loan forgiveness, right? At least 5 times, and each time he is handicapped by the courts. Like,
This is super
that's, so Joe Biden and a VP Harris have tried multiple times to do things, but they're always handicapped either by the courts or by Congress.
But how does Trump never get handicapped by anything he's trying to do?
Did I claim
It's so
that?
easy to handicap Democrats
Did I claim
every
that?
single time.
No, hold on. Did I
So
claim
easy
that?
to just get handicapped and, oh, gee, guys, we tried.
Damien,
We
did
tried.
I claim that Trump was never handicapped? I think he was handicapped in some ways for the right reason, right? But often Trump didn't try. He said, for example, I have a healthcare plan and I will put it out, and then he never did it, right? That's not trying. Trying would be putting out your
Code,
healthcare
thank you so
plan
much for the $5.
and then
Thank you,
it
Code.
failing in Congress.
I mean, I'm also tired of giving the money overseas every chance we get with Ukraine, with
We don't.
Israel.
The pivots are
And he
like
has, I
insane.
mean, I'm pivoting because, all right, let's go back to the original
You're not
topic.
winning.
I'm sorry, I'll try to stop pivoting. It's just like natural. I apologize.
It's just
I would
natural.
go to foreign policy if you want. Like, I don't.
It's
I'm not
natural.
very
It's
political
crazy.
brained. I'm not going to lie.
You're what brained?
I'm not political brained. This isn't like my forte.
You're good. I mean, it's not mine either, but I mean, you're good.
Wait, so again, if you wouldn't let someone who's a violent sex offender get access to a gun, why would you let them run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Jason, JW, thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, JW. Thank you so much.
I mean, I'm not letting them do anything.
I got you, JW.
It's not really up to me whether or not they're going to run or not.
No, but do you think they
He's
should?
asking
Would you
morally.
vote for him morally?
Right now, if we're talking about Trump, yes, I'll vote for him.
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Yes, unfortunately, and it does
So
pain
you
me to say
would.
that.
So
a
you
little
would
bit.
let violent sex offenders get access to guns?
No.
Why not? Because you just said that you would let them get access
After
to the
they've
nuclear
served
codes.
after they've served their time and maybe
Cuba,
like
thank
a
you so much for the
10-year
$5.
gap.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll let them have access to guns.
Wait, so Trump has to serve his time and then have a 10-year gap?
He
Yeah,
hasn't
but
served his time and isn't.
Well, it would be 120 by then.
yeah, I mean, but again, it's not really up to me, is it?
But why are you
Actually,
voting
it
for
is,
him then?
because
It
you're
is.
voting.
You're letting
Because, because of my dislike for
Damien,
Kamala
you're
Harris.
voting. Damien,
Wait,
you're
hold on,
literally
Damien.
voting.
What state are you in?
Florida.
Okay, I mean, Florida's important, but like
Yeah.
you don't have to vote for the Orange Menace. Like you can vote for like a lamp or something. I mean,
Oh, I've thought about it.
The Orange Menace is.
Yeah, the Orange Menace.
I like that one.
Wait, Damien, if you're laughing at that, why are you voting for him? Jeez,
That's what I
fuck,
call,
dude.
Parker. That's what I said in the interviews.
Carrie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, and Bethany, thank you for the $1. Can we get some W's for Carrie in the comment section right now? Keri. Thank you so much, Carrie.
Honestly, the reason why I'm voting for him is completely selfish. I'm not going to lie to you.
What's the
And
reason?
it's because Republican policies tend to benefit me because I have my own business. So it gives me easier times to get tax breaks, which is what he did.
Sorry, do you make more than $400K a year?
I make right around there. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Okay, Damien, then you're not going to be taxed more. The only thing that's taxed more is the income over $400,000.
Yeah, but the thing is there were a lot of tax breaks I was able to get while Trump was president that went away after.
Wait, so you agree that taxes are too high right now?
No, I think taxes are fine. I think
we're still under Trump tax policy. I'm just letting you know we're still under Trump tax policy.
But Damien, next year the Trump tax credits run out. Which person do you honestly believe is more likely?
Everyone keep tapping the screen. Get this to 10 million likes.
To fight to keep the tax breaks that benefit the middle class and small businesses over those that are largely that go to large corporations and the rich. Like there's only one answer.
Well, I will say that under the Trump tax law, that's been very beneficial for me. So I'm going to vote for Trump based on his
when
first performance.
When it comes up for renewal next year, who do you think is going to be a more staunch advocate of the middle class?
I think they're going to be the same because
really,
yeah, the Democratic
Damien,
Party
do you have
has
children?
also. Sorry, what'd you say?
Do you have children?
No, I don't have children.
Do you want children?
I don't know right now. I'm not that old. I'm only 26.
You're older than me.
Yeah, I haven't. Sometimes I want them, sometimes I don't. To be honest.
Hey, that's valid. That's valid. But what I'm saying is that if you decide to have children, right? She wants a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
That's pretty nice.
I know, right?
But all I was gonna say is you guys are asking I want to go back to his original question of who I think is gonna give out the better tax credits, and all I wanted to say about that is the Democrats have been known to give massive bailouts to all the corporations any chance that they get, so it's not just like a Republican thing.
Wait, hold on. The Democrats have been known to do that. It was not under Democrats that large bailouts happened unopposed. Obama did it when he had great opposition within his own party to do it, and he was just following up on what Bush did, for example, right? Bailouts of large corporations largely come from rich backers that are members of the Republican Party anyway. So no, right now the current state of the Democratic Party is very much anti large corporation. Name me one Democratic politician who's a fan of large corporations.
A fan of is different because they can't be outright fans of them for the optics. But I'm sure you could go into their donations and their PACs and find a whole lot of corporations that are donating to them.
Okay, yes, I agree with you that we need to ban big corporate donations and shit. Yeah, let's get rid of Citizens United and all that, right? But who do corporations love more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? There's a clear answer here because they donate to one political person over the other.
Are you sure? Are you sure Kamala Harris doesn't get any kind of donations?
No, that's not what I said. I said they prefer one candidate over the other.
The they is just like very loose.
Okay,
that's going to be my problem with that.
Large corporations, billionaires, whatever you want to say, they prefer one candidate over the other, correct?
And how do you know, like, do you have a source for that?
Well, we can look at either their public statements or who they donate to.
Yeah, so, again, do you have a source for that?
I mean,
Because
yeah,
I'm sure that
sure,
these
we
large
can go to the
corporations are
campaign-
also
we can go to
donating to
campaign
Kamala as well.
finance websites and look at who's donating.
Sorry.
And we can go also just to public statements. I mean, Elon Musk, for example, right? The rich man in the entire world, he's firmly, on MAGA. So, I mean, that's an example.
Then there's
Bro
no
literally bought
billionaires that
Twitter
are
to be
firmly
MAGA.
Democrats
Yeah.
either.
Let's say that again.
If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Jeff Bezos like backing Biden?
Jeff Bezos, I think, did back Biden, but this year he's not very open in his support. No, I'm not saying that they don't have billionaire supporters. I'm saying on average, billionaires are more supportive.
Elon's just a very how do I say, like, very cherry picked person, because he almost has like a personal vendetta
think of the
against
$3.
cancel culture. So of course he's gonna vote for Mr. Anti-Cancel Culture. That's what Elon Musk is like. His big thing is right now. I don't think it has anything to do with his tax breaks. I think it has everything to do with.
Oh, I firmly think it's about his tax rate plus his.
I firmly believe it's about.
government contracts.
He's on Joe Rogan podcast talking about the cancel culture disease.
Well, I think he has that part too, but I also think he wants those big fat government contracts. Because his rocket corporation, whatever the fuck it's called, I forget what it's called, but they have big NASA contracts.
Are you talking about Elon Musk?
Yeah, whatever that one's called.
SpaceX.
SpaceX, yeah, thank you, SpaceX.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with their contracts. To be honest, I don't really like Elon Musk at all. So
Base.
Yeah, W. I mean,
okay. All right. Well, Damon, you got anything else you want to talk about, Rod? I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I mean, Damon, I really think you should vote for Kamala Harris, because do you know what tariffs are? 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause your prices to go up. Your groceries, your gas, the houses, your clothes, everything you buy imported into the country, your phones will go up in price.
And Damien has a small
your
business.
alcohol.
Damien has a small business.
Thank you
so
for the fireworks. Thank you.
I mean, it's already going up. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, yeah,
No, but you don't want it to go up even more, right?
Eggs
You
went
want it
from
to go up less.
$4 for a 12 pack to like 10 now. It's
You
insane.
pay $10 for eggs?
I
That
paid
is the-
$10 for
the
eggs.
Dumbest shit I've ever heard. No, you don't.
Well, that's a problem in
I also
Florida.
buy the fancy
because-
ones.
Damien, that's a
12 packs are
problem.
Oh,
$8
see,
at
okay,
Publix.
hold on. You can't complain about going to Whole Foods.
If I buy
and paying for the
poverty
price.
eggs from Publix, it's $8. Okay.
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Damien. I can get eggs in California for like $4.
Yeah, no. He said he went to.
How the hell are you?
He
getting
said
it
he
for
buys the
$4? I
fancy
need to go out
kind.
there.
I'm like, yeah, Damien. Like when you go to Whole Foods and you see
I
the
don't
prices,
shop at
don't
Whole
complain.
Foods.
No, I'm using that as an example, right? Like people who go to Whole Foods can't complain about the prices. Like
I know, like you're going to Whole Foods.
Publix, bro.
I
It's not an
literally
expensive
responded to
place to
some
shop.
girl who made a video about this. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. She paid $14 for grapes.
Yeah, Parker, that's where.
Yeah,
I
they
got
had to
it
be
from,
out of
because you
season.
made a good point.
$14
had to be out
for
of
grapes.
season.
Would you? I wouldn't even go through the checking line for $14 for grapes.
Those grapes
$14 for
better
grapes.
than-
It's,
No,
they
those
better
grapes-
be. They better be gold in your mouth.
Yeah, no, Parker.
Right? They better like
Oh,
have some
God.
crazy effect on you.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I better be off my ass on Planet 9.
Parker,
Appreciate the money gun.
we may disagree on this, but I do follow your live, and honestly, I agree with almost everything
Dinosaur.
else
Thank
you
you so
have to say.
Damien,
And if
I really think you should vote
if
for
I
Kamala
really
Harris.
if I really liked Kamala Harris, yes, I'm saying it right.
Yeah,
I would vote for her. I'm so tired of the Democrats putting up bad people every election when we have much better options.
Wait. I'm sorry, but you think Donald Trump is a better option than Kamala Harris? That's like insane to me. Like, I think Joe Biden is a better.
I feel personally offended that they just want to put up whoever I don't want up there.
Wait, Damien, I have a question. If it was Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay.
If it was
So in
Bernie Sanders, if it was AOC, if it was literally anyone else Democratic, I'd probably vote for them.
Oh, okay. So the issue with that is that Kamala Harris is progressive, right? And she's moving us more towards that way. I see. If you vote for Donald Trump, you move us away from AOC and Bernie Sanders even more. I promise you, if you support AOC,
I feel like she's
Kamala
super
Harris in office
establishment, and
because
that's my problem.
both Bernie Sanders and AOC, who are they voting for?
Well, obviously the person in their party.
Well,
It's not just because they're in the party, but it's because they have a better position. Well, Bernie kind of is. I mean, I would consider Bernie kind of a part of the Democrat. I know he's like independent.
Well, now, but like
he was
still,
originally
like,
not. Like he's to the left of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean?
I think
my issue is just the establishment Democrats.
And also AOC is
how I
more
just get
progressive
force-fed.
than Kamala Harris.
I'm force fed all these candidates that I don't want to vote for every election.
And also,
do you think
Trump is anti-establishment? Do you think Trump is anti-establishment?
I think he's more anti-establishment than Harris. And you know what? I think he might portray himself as anti-establishment, but I don't think he truly is, to be real. But I'm willing to take the chance.
No, but I understand you're saying you're willing to take the chance, but that doesn't make any sense given that we know what his presidency is like.
It was good for me. It's much better than the last 4 years. That's kind of the problem. And maybe that's like maybe that's a personal bias, you know?
No, Damien, what that is correlation causation fallacy. You're saying because two things are associated means one caused the other, which does not mean that.
No, I'm just saying under Trump, things were a lot easier than right now.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that he caused that.
No, you're right. You're right. And that might not be what that means, but I don't have anything else to work that off of, to be honest. Like, I just want to get back to how it was before all this inflation hit. And maybe it'll never,
I promise
probably
you,
never
Trump
go back.
is going to make it worse. Trump is going to make it worse.
You may be right, and I respect your opinion.
See, I would be okay with this if I thought I was maybe right, Damien, but I know I'm right for sure, right? And like that's why I'm so certain when it comes to this. I'm not just some biased individual on the internet. I am like
I've seen your
I
lives.
promise you, if there was a better position on the other side, I would hold to that position. I am not party oriented. I promise you that. But it is so clear in this election, it's unbelievable. Right? For me, I thought it was clear with Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. But it is even more clear with Kamala Harris.
I don't think it is, man. I really
It really is.
You should do a little bit more research.
Damien, we are less than a week out
from
from the election. I promise you, I have done my research. Like
on how she handled being district attorney in California with the truancy,
I have.
with the
I have
Catholic
looked at that.
Church.
I did.
The way she handled all of that, it just all that says to me is establishment.
Damien,
I'm going to look out for
what
the
this
people with
says
more
to me?
power.
You know what this says to me? It says to me that you're more critical of the things that Kamala Harris did as district attorney than you are critical of the things that Donald Trump did as president of the United States, and recently too. That's what it tells me, because the things that she did as district attorney, even if you were saying that they were true, aren't even as bad as the things that Donald Trump perpetuated while in office, right, throughout his entire life, etc. Like, I can give you so many more things. You have to literally ignore the things that I'm saying to act like what Kamala Harris did was worse. You have to completely ignore it.
You know, I think you're convincing me, honestly. I think I might need to rethink how I'm voting. And I'm not just saying that.
I am totally unbiased, Damien. I look at the facts. I seriously will not come on my live and support something that I know is not factual. If I know it's not factual, right, I feel disgusting if I were to say it. Okay? I don't do that. I promise you, right? I'm saying this because I genuinely care for you as an individual, and I care about this country a lot. I love this country, right? I want this country to be better off. And I promise you, Donald Trump is not going to allow for us to progress. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. He's like actively, I have to come on these lives and I have to argue against things that I wouldn't have expected to argue against literally 4 years ago. Because the Overton window has moved to the right. And leftists, people on the left, they think that the Overton window has moved left for some reason. Since Donald Trump has been president, we have moved right by far because Donald Trump was elected. And that moves us right. Like all these accelerationists, they believe that Donald Trump being elected is going to move us more left. Like, I think that's delusional shit, right? And I think that we need to acknowledge that what we vote for and whoever gets elected moves this country.
And I think that since
because
Biden
the
was
entire
elected,
conversation
it's
that
gone right.
existed in 2019 and 2020 was way more left wing than what it is now.
Yeah, well, I think part of that I think a lot of that has to do with how frustrated some of those people were in the middle. Because I'm very middle ground for a lot of stuff.
But you know what it did? It pulled us more to the middle. So if you're like anti-establishment, we got pulled more towards the establishment because of individuals like Donald Trump.
Well, that's what's keeping me away from Kamala Harris.
Listen. Donald Trump delegitimizes anti-establishment messages. You want to know why he delegitimizes it? Is because he uses conspiracy, brain rot, misinformation to justify his worldview, which makes it seem like when people are anti-establishment, that they're utilizing conspiracy theory and bullshit to do so, when there are real reasons to be anti-establishment, right? But since Trump makes that so convoluted, it destroys the fight against the establishment. So I think that you think it's better because he's anti-establishment, but it's not.
Let me just say this. I'm not going to sit here and drag on conspiracy theories with you, but there are some that I believe in. There are some that I think are fucking retarded. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I was going so.
Damien, please vote for Kamala Harris. Please vote for Kamala Harris. But like, do you genuinely, as a person, I would recommend get that out of your vocabulary. Right? It's very common for our society to perpetuate the usages of those types of terms, and people will like laugh at the fact that I call it out and say it's bad. But it's not a good thing. And it's something that we should not normalize in our society because it is harmful towards individuals, right? It is very harmful, right? And people don't realize that because they don't have family members around them, right, who are affected by this. They don't know many people that are affected by this, right? And that's why it's so prevalent that people don't care about those things. And
it packs such a punch.
And I don't think he tried to. I think it's just because it was a part of his terminology and what he typically uses.
I know.
And the point is that you need to get it out of your vocabulary. Right?
Every time I hear it,
it just society. Yeah, we all grew up in a society that promotes ableism, that promotes racism, that promotes homophobia. But what our goal here is to do is to get people to be educated about these things so that they don't do those things in the future. Right? So it's to become a better person to not do those things. Yeah, let's get to this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. It's not sensitive to say that we shouldn't use the R slur. Like I don't. Someone in the chat did. Yeah. Wow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm most likely voting Trump. Yeah.
Why so?
I just think I like his policies better. I feel like he's more confident than Kamala. I feel like Kamala, I don't like how she talks. I don't like her accents. I don't like her. I feel like she's just losing the crowd. She's losing the crowd. And it's not good.
Like her accent.
I'm sorry. Let's just clarify. Let's say that the accents thing was true. That's worse than sexual abuse. That's worse than cooing the country.
Well, no, but he did that. All that stuff is. I'm just looking at what I see on TV these days, you know?
And what you see, right, like you don't accept a lot of it because you think that Donald Trump is right when he says that it's fake news and the enemy of the people, right?
I mean, my opinion here, what I see on TV is based on Trump trying to hide the media sometimes, sure, but what Kamala mostly does, all the parties are corrupt in my opinion, but it's more censorship from the left side than the right side.
What does that have to do with anything?
What do you mean there's more from the left? Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Where are people on the left advocating for putting people in prison for a year for doing anything like that?
He wants to make a CBS lose their license because they were mean to him. Like,
Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Michael.
He has sued comedians who have made jokes about him.
Right, I'm not debating the things that make him a terrible person. What leans me more towards him is I just think he would be a better
Thank you so much
world
for the
leader.
$25. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, say that again?
I just think he's more. I don't think he's a better person than Kamala, but I think he possibly could be a person who is more trustworthy.
Oh my God. The word trustworthy and Donald Trump don't go together in any sentence in the English language. No, Austin. The Oxford English Dictionary actually just came out with a new rule that the word trustworthy and Donald Trump cannot be in the same sentence together. It is grammatically just not possible.
Okay. To be completely blunt with you, I am not the most political person in the entire world, but I am trying to, I don't do my research, but I just watch what's on TV, and I'm trying to figure out why there's such a push for Kamala over Trump.
It's really close to the election for you to be questioning these things.
Yeah, now
right,
you're questioning things.
Like Austin, like these are the questions you probably should have been having months ago. Because we're a week out. we're a little bit less than a week out.
Yeah, Austin,
and here, I'm gonna give it to you, and I think you have plenty of time before then. But I just think it's it's just interesting. But
Austin. Sorry, Parker. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, because I want to be able to tell you. I can explain to you the policy she supports. I can explain to you where she's coming from. Right? I see you. You probably just don't know because you haven't been involved in the politics. But I've been in the political sphere for this entire time, the past few months and stuff like that. Very much a lot. So I've seen all of the different things she's done. So I can understand from your perspective, you haven't seen a lot of the things that she's done, so you might not know these things about her. Whereas Donald Trump's been around for 9 years, so you probably know more about him. Chris sunglasses.
Right. So there's obviously Trump's been around longer, so there's more details on him. So,
yeah, right.
But for Kamala,
what economic policies do you like of Trump's?
How do you trust her to not falter under the pressure?
Because she hasn't. We have no indication of that. And Donald Trump, I think he's more likely to do something bad in the context of the pressure. Like he said, he wanted to nuke hurricanes.
Nuke hurricanes? How is that even possible?
He said that he wanted to. I know. He said he wanted to nuke hurricanes so they wouldn't affect the U.S. And you've got climate scientists what the fuck is this guy saying?
He's got me what the fuck?
He's got me like that too, but also he said the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He doesn't use science.
Well, some of these rich people, they get over their head and they start speculating on categories that are their expertise.
No, I don't even think it's about rich people. I think it's about the fact that he is he's just got a lot of conspiracy. Right, and the conspiracy is prevalent with his
during
belief
the
system.
height of a global pandemic, he was standing there next to two of the world's best-known doctors, and instead of going to them being like, what should I do? He tells millions of people, let's put bleach into our veins because that will kill the virus.
Deborah, join the line, Deborah.
I do remember that.
Yeah. That's not exact. And then, did you know, Austin, that after that, calls to poison control went up 200%?
No, I hated the whole COVID situation was terrible, and it was definitely time for a change for that.
But Deborah,
when I look at the situation now,
Deborah's in here.
What's the argument against the way it was 4 years ago versus the way it is now? Or the way it has been the last 4 years.
I mean, Trump failed to guide us.
I asked people to be able to add up Deborah. Deborah, join. You're about to vote here pretty soon, Deborah. Come on.
Trump failed to guide us through the pandemic. Biden had to rescue us, and that's exactly what he did. So we are just suffering from the consequences of a global pandemic, and Biden and Harris have done a good job with policy and maintaining the course.
Oh my God. This person in the chat said you are a fascist. Y'all read this random directive. Vote Trump to save democracy. What? Calling us fascists, right? And saying vote Trump to save democracy is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And Deborah, why are you commenting in the comment section but not joining in? Come on, Deborah.
Deborah, I miss you. Please come up.
No, but I want to switch topics real quick.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to understand something. Like, I was on the live earlier. I'm trying to understand the code switching thing because, like, I get that it's a part of Black Americans to, you know, have to switch the way they talk to white people, especially. But how, I'm just confused. Like, how is it okay for Kamala if, like, I don't know her background. I don't know if she's like part Jamaican or part Mexican or whatever. But like sometimes like she switches into those accents when she's talking to those minorities. But if she doesn't like represent with those, like specifically, like I'm trying to add 2 and 2 together. Like I don't know if those are okay.
Like what specifically? I don't know what you're referencing. Shannon, thank you so much for the $10, and Cassie, thank you for the $1.
Like some of the accents she's used could have been like related to ethnicities that are not what she represents or what has been publicized.
Can you give me an example?
I don't know. I don't know what her full race is. Like I'm just partially basing this off. Like I would assume that she's Black, but I haven't done research or whatever. So
yeah, that's right. She's Black.
She is Black,
and she's South Asian.
Okay. I thought I've heard like Mexican. I've heard Jamaican.
Her dad is African. Her dad is African.
And then Mexican.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from.
I don't know how you can speak Mexican.
No. But like the accent, like when someone was I just have the picture in my mind. Like she was in an interview.
You mean like a Spanish accent or like a like?
No, it was somebody who was I think they were speaking Spanish. But she decided to like reply to them. Like she said, like I love you back, but she said it in like kind of like a Spanish voice.
Wait, hold on.
Wait. Like when I speak Spanish, you that's how you speak the dialect.
Yeah, I mean, like, did she say like te amo and like, and she went like te amo or something like in like a Spanish like accent or something,
or like rolled your R, like you're just using like the dialect.
Yeah. That's not
like if I speak in Spanish, I'm going to utilize a different. Like if I spoke Spanish, like for example, te llamo. Like that sounds ridiculous. I'm not going to say te llamo.
Te llamo taco.
Like use te llamo. Like that's a ridiculous thing to say.
No, me llamo.
Right? Like why would I say it in my normal
that's the wrong
voice?
Pronunciation, but you would still say it like from. Like you would, like if you were trying to match, if you were trying to match someone whose native language was
wait. If you're
Spanish.
speaking the language, that makes sense to utilize the dialect.
Yeah,
I don't. Wait, actually, like it would make no sense for me to be like to utilize my current like way of speaking.
Yeah, like Austin, I can recite the beginning lines of Dante's Divine Comedy in Italian, and when I do it in like an accent, and so like because it sounds better. Like I'm not doing like in like my
again, I want to be clear here. Like it sounds like an accent to us, and that's what Matt's referring to there. But like what we're referencing is a particular type of dialect.
Yes.
Right. We're referencing like a particular language and how it's spoke. Right.
I feel like I can understand. It just still like when I think of it, it still sounds like she's matching the dialect.
Tree, thank you so much for the $1. Tree said I speak completely different when I'm speaking English and Spanish. Literally.
Well, Parker, you clearly know more about this than I do. What about this? When I speak to my parents, They grew up in Southern Illinois. They have a Southern kind of like a Southern dialect to them, right? When I talk to them, I kind of switch into that accent, right? They add R's into their words. Like they say wash instead of wash.
I don't do that because I feel like my like the Midwest is like a little bit different from I don't know. I just like I don't do that myself, but like I understand why other people
all
do
of my
it.
family
Like that
has
makes
this
sense in
like
that context.
dialect thing going on, and yet when I speak, I don't do that. Like, but when I speak to them, sometimes it like will like go into that like old way of like talking that I grew up with.
Okay, yeah,
maybe-
like also
maybe
like
$2.
wait, Austin. Let's be totally honest. Like, how is this like one of the big issues in the election?
Because I'm just going based on what the American people are looking at most. That this is the stuff that pops
Yeah,
up
but
on
why are
people's.
the American people looking at this?
No, because the people who are not doing research. This is this stuff that comes up on your like.
Did you know that
this is the
Trump's
stuff that's
winning
on
by
TV.
like
This is the
14
stuff on
points
debates
amongst?
and stuff.
Did you know Trump's winning by like 14 points amongst people who haven't voted in either 2020 or 2024? And then amongst people that have voted in 2020 and 2024, that Kamala Harris is winning
For the projections for what?
for the polls
right now.
That Trump is winning with new voters, especially people who have less satisfaction in how the like election is. If they're less like involved in the election, they're more likely to vote for Trump by numbers.
Yeah, I believe that.
So the point I'm making with that is that if you get more involved, if you know more of the information, you realize how negative and bad Trump is. And it's hard to see that from a perspective where you're like in a culture that thinks it's normal to vote for him and it's justified to vote for him. And I can especially see that, especially because I grew up in Iowa. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter. I understand the culture that exists. But what I'm telling you is that I again genuinely care about you. I care about this country. I love this country, right? And Donald Trump is a threat to this country. It's a threat to its future, right? To the American dream, to the Constitution, to everything that we hold dear in this country, all the values we have. Wendy, thank you, the meteor shower. Thank you so much. And we can't let someone like that not only destroy the Republican Party, Cora, thank you, subscription, but also try to destroy the country. Because, like, inevitably speaking, this is doing irreparable damage to the Republican Party. People are always going to view the Republican Party through the lens of what Trump has done now. Push the boxing gloves. And you guys are going to have to do a whole turnaround with how you guys act in order to be able to get a huge portion of the population back on your side. Push the fireworks. Thank you so much. You guys would have to stop doing the tax cuts for rich people, like the only tax cuts for the middle class. Talk more about freedom. Drop the whole... right? Like you're restricting women's access to abortion thing. And maybe you guys might win. Drop the racism, drop the homophobia, and you guys might win, right? But if you guys continue on this path of what Donald Trump is leading your party towards, you guys have no chance of winning in the future. And the only reason you guys win is because of the Electoral College, which at some point is going to change because of Texas. Pretty confetti. Like Texas is going to change. Whether it be 2028, 2032, Sam, I appreciate the description. Thank you so much. And you guys are screwed.
Wait, Texas is the deciding factor on whether or not we have the Electoral College?
No, I'm saying Texas is going to, once Texas changes, right, you guys won't be able to win unless you radically change what you do. You guys will not win. Okay? When Texas goes blue, you guys are fucked. I'm just letting you know. You'd have to get so many other places to be able to make up for Texas because Texas has so many electoral votes.
Right. That'll probably. I can see it changing, but that'd probably be really hard just because of what everyone
and
there
also
thinks
Texas
about the border.
Texas changing, push the boo, is not about whether or not it's going to change. It's about when it's going to change. That is the reality for Texas. Is that it's going to be blue.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Well, I mean, I'm not doubting, and I'm not from there, so I can't.
Tara, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You don't even have to be. I'm looking at the statistical demographics of the state and how it's changing. And that change is going to indicate by 2028 or 2032, it's going to be below. Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. I would guess either 2032. That's my guess. Push the shower, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the meteor shower and the booth. Thank you so much. Boston, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rod?
But like the people, like I hear that makes sense to me that a lot of people who aren't as well versed are voting for Trump, obviously, but it can't
because
be
the idea is like gas price is low, I'm voting Trump, but like that's not good reasoning at all. It's a correlation causation fallacy. But yeah, go for it.
Like we're getting really close, obviously, and I look at the numbers and it's not looking great, to be honest, for Kamala. But you never know until election day, obviously. But why do so many people have like this attachment? Like, because I feel like in so many different, it could be, news, or it could be anytime there's people with power, they have money, they can protect themselves from downfall. So I feel like that's kind of what's going on here, but I feel like he's still like knows what he would be doing, and because he's done it before.
What? I appreciate the baby goes. Thank you so much. So in 2016, would you have voted for Hillary Clinton because she had more of an idea what she was doing?
2020, I voted for Biden. I wasn't able to vote 2016.
No, but like if you were able to go back in time and vote in 2016, what would you vote as?
Probably Trump.
So my point I'm making is that just because there's more experience does not mean you would vote for one candidate over the other. It has nothing to do with the experience there. And if you want to relate to experience, Kamala Harris's experience in every single branch of government. The legislative branch, the executive branch, and the judicial branch. Cora, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Out of any candidate we've ever had, she's one of the most qualified candidates we've ever had. The fact that people dispute that she's qualified is, totally honest with you, is totally based upon how we view black women in these spaces. Because it is the case that there is an assumption that DEI just grants people who are black all of these opportunities. The Under Commission, thank you so much, which has an idea associated with it that people are not qualified. But she's overly qualified. The one that is not qualified for this position is Donald Trump, by far. If we were to actually look at that. Out of anything, Trump is the DEI candidate because in 2016, the only reason he won is because of the Electoral College. The Electoral College is predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion for rural communities in rural areas. So Trump is actually the DEI candidate, right? And unqualified, might as we add that. But if we look at Kamala Harris, she's extraordinarily qualified for the position.
Isn't that why
the fact that people dispute that is kind of crazy to me?
Yeah, I don't dispute her talent necessarily, but isn't that why people vote for Trump? Because he's not like a super right Republican. He's more changing the game somewhere.
But it's hypocritical for them to argue, oh, Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, and then at the same time argue that they support Trump because he has less qualifications.
I think for the gifts, holy crap. But by the way, Trump being unorthodox does not make him any less dangerous or any less or any more better to vote for. Like his unorthodox ways doesn't mean that he's a better candidate. He still upholds a majority of Republican values that I oppose. So it doesn't matter if he has like one, unorthodox position,
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm still just trying to figure out like.
How about, can I ask you this? What's the one hang up that is keeping you from voting for Harris? Like if it's that one thing, like, okay, when I go to my ballot and I see the two names, this is the thing that's keeping me from filling in that bubble.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like not even thinking of voting at all. But
well, one, you should. What state are you in?
North Carolina.
You should, you need to vote, okay? See, now
I had like such an intuition to talk to you, and I know why now. I know why now.
Yeah. Now
Austin, I'm serious. Your vote really matters. It really does, Austin. Like, I understand you don't want to vote, but like, you get nothing from not voting.
Yeah. So, Austin,
you get nothing from it.
My question is still out there. What is that thing that when you're at the ballot, what is keeping you from filling in that bubble for Harris? What's that thing that is like keeping the pen away from it?
So it might be a little bit of recency bias. Like, I know I have like a lot of friends who are like from Ukraine. I'm hearing their experiences there. They're doing not very well with the war. It's been going on for a really long time.
Okay.
So yeah, some of that is
Ukraine. As you said?
Right.
Okay. Who is more likely to support Ukraine in their goal to stay sovereign and out of the reach of Putin and make sure that Ukraine does not get a raw deal whenever Russia eventually has to come to the table? Trump or Harris?
I just can't see Kamala Harris. I can see her handling the situation better for Ukraine, but I can't see her overthrowing the power of Putin.
Well, hold on. No one wants to overthrow Putin because that'd be like war and shit. Like, we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to, like start a war.
Well, yeah, not overthrow him necessarily, but like
Trump is a fan of Putin. He talks good about Putin. He totally capitulates to Putin all the time. What makes you think that Putin or that Trump is going to help Ukraine when all evidence that we have shows that he dislikes Ukraine, he dislikes Zelensky, and he is a fan of Putin?
Yeah, I think I don't know why he says all that stuff, but it just feels more protective in a sense that he can handle the situations with him.
Kristen, thank you so much for $5 for a Facebook cat mom who voted for Harris today. W for Kristen in the comment section right now. Can't say more because I'm abortion healthcare worker. Post birth. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, but appreciate the healthcare and advocacy you do. Thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Beth. Thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Peggy, thank you so much for the $1. The $2, thank you so much. Hannah, thank you so much for the $3. And Tree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
So, Austin, who does Ukraine want to win? Like if you polled the average Ukrainian, who do you think they would say that they want to win?
Well, I'm sure the way you're asking that question, I'm sure it's Kamala, but
yeah, sure. Now, why is that? Is it because maybe they know that Harris is way more supportive of their sovereignty and wanting to make sure that Ukraine has the resources to force Putin to come to the table so that Ukraine does not get a raw deal here? Right? That's the whole goal. The goal is not that we want more war and more conflict. It's that we want to make sure that the state of Ukraine has the ability to go to the table and say, Russia, you cannot win.
Mm-hmm.
You have to leave our nation. Because if you continue, you're going to completely destroy your economy. You're going to basically allow thousands of your young men to die. It is not in your best interest. Only VP Harris would allow that to happen. Putin or not Putin. Trump has already said that on the day.
Whoa, mistaking Trump and Putin is.
Yeah, I know, big mistake, right?
Expected.
Yeah, I know. Trump has already said, right, he would force Zelensky, by not giving them money, force him to come to the table and accept Putin's terms. And Putin's term is that he wants half of the state of Ukraine, if not most of Ukraine. Okay, Zelensky cannot accept that, and so we are at a stalemate. Trump is going to make him accept it by taking away the money. So, who is really on the side of your Ukrainian friends, the ones who are right now fighting for their national sovereignty, Harris or Trump? I mean, think about that, right? I mean, Putin has offered his terms. He said, you have to give me the Donbass region. You have to give me the Kursk region. You have to allow us to monitor the government of Ukraine, right? And Zelensky says, no, hello, no, we're a sovereign nation. You can't just do that, right? But then you got Trump saying, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, I'm going to cut off all money, and I'm going to be like, Zelensky, take the deal, because I want this over with. And Zelensky's like, well, now you leave me no choice, so now I'm going to have to give up half of my nation. That's not in the Ukrainians' best interest, because Putin will just come back later and try to gain all of it. Because that's his goal. He wants to remake Soviet Europe.
Right. Yeah, and that's my fear entirely. But I still don't see how just like our country is going to make that possible. More so than either party, to be honest with you.
I told you. I said it's making sure that Ukraine has the ability to withstand Russia's aggression, so that Putin is forced to come to the table because he finally sees that he cannot win. He's starting to get there, right? He already had to beg Kim Jong-un for troops because he's running out of young men to send to the front lines. And so he's already going to go to other nations just to get troops. So he's already realizing that shit is not going his way.
Lily, thank you so much for the $10. Jessica, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that your vote is verified. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Iris, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. And Cass, thank you so much for the $1. I don't know why people are sending me that. I'm so confused.
Like, why don't they ever talk about any of this, like the plans that they have to fix these wars? Like, not just this one, but the one in Gaza is just as bad.
They speak on it all the time. I mean, Trump talks about how he's going to end them, and it's usually always to the benefit of the aggressor. And Harris wants to either maintain Ukrainian sovereignty by making sure that they have the ability to fight back, and she's also in support of a renewed peace deal for the Palestinians, so that Israel will stop their war of aggression. So, I mean, she wants peace. Trump just wants to.
Thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
Trump is on the side of Trump is on the side of Putin and Netanyahu. Those are both sides that I don't want to be on.
I just feel like both of them. That's why I'm always just in the middle of this, because both of them just have such a neutral stance. It sounds like a neutral stance to me, but it also sounds like they both just want to end the wars as soon as possible, finish the job, which doesn't give you clear answers in favor of Ukraine or Gaza.
Yeah, so you're saying like they're not like to the level of us in terms of how like comprehensive they are in trying to establish like what we should do. You're trying to say that they're vague. And I mean, I would probably attribute this, like, this is me. I'd attribute this to like they're running for president of the United States. They go more deep into like detail. They lose more people.
Yeah, people always claim that they want more policy, but then once you start actually talking policy, their like eyes start to glaze over.
You're more likely to lose people in the detail like that.
Yeah.
I feel like in terms of foreign policy, Tyrone, thank you with the $5. Thank you so much. So it's probably related on both sides to at least some sort of political narrative of like, oh, this is going to affect me politically, so I can't be extraordinarily clear with like what this is. I have to be somewhat vague.
Yeah, because also too, you know for a fact that no politician can get 100% of what they want done. So the more specific you are, the more likely you are to not have that specific thing to be passed, because things change. You have to compromise and stuff, and so your policy outcomes will always change at times too.
Shayna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. That's such a great thing to hear. Alana, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Sawyer, thank you so much for the $10. And Tyrone, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely pretty eye-opening to think about all this. Like, I guess it's quite important to do your own research because, all they're going to do is glaze over the topics that are going to hurt their campaign.
Yeah.
I just hate, you look at the ads and you look at the stuff online and then you look at the people fact checking them, and it makes it so hard to develop your own opinion when you don't know who to trust.
Hey, I get it. That's why you look for reputable institutions. You talk to people that know what they're talking about, right? And that's what I've learned from engaging in conversations, because I wasn't always this involved or knew this much or was able to engage with these topics in this sort of way. It came from engaging in these types of conversations, getting myself involved, studying. It takes a lot of fucking work, right? So I understand the point you're getting to in terms of like there's a lot of miscommunication and things in between that keep you from knowing what's right. But I think you're in a pretty good place, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah,
everywhere you can be on the internet, I think you're in a pretty good place.
Yeah. I think when you go to the ballot box, what's going to happen is you're going to be looking at that ballot and you'll be seeing the name Kamala Harris, and you'll reflect on the conversation that we had today, and you'll say to yourself, those two guys made a lot of sense. I think it's time to put Trump behind us and move forward and not rely on the chaos and the division and the 3 a.m. tweets anymore. Let's move on and let's have actual policy and actual functioning government. And you could have the pride in knowing that you, as a swing state voter, would have helped determine that outcome.
Yeah. No, I've definitely appreciated our conversation very much. I was definitely not thinking of voting at all. But
whoever you vote
for sure.
I mean, whoever you vote for, and your vote is always private, but whoever you're voting for, I think you should vote regardless. Even if you vote for Trump, I don't think you should, but even if you do, you should still vote, because your vote is a privilege, and you have such immense power right now because you're in a swing state that you should exercise it, because you hold a heavy influence for the rest of us. So really think about that, because you hold a lot of power. Like, I'm just saying, like, there are people in 7 states hold a lot of power right now, and you're one of them. And so you need to really reflect on that you're making the decision basically for the rest of the 330 million of us.
Yeah. It's just hard though, because every term I feel like I'm more reluctant to vote, because we get so much further from the way that the government used to be ran, or just like the way you look at the presidents. It's just completely shifted, and the media does not help with that either. So it just makes my privilege feel way less valuable to me.
Well, I understand that, but apathy is never a good thing, because when you have apathy and you don't vote and you don't participate, then you can't really complain about anything, right? I mean, your complaints are valid, but the fact that you have voted, but if you don't vote this year and things go sideways, right, then you can't really complain because you didn't actually exercise the franchise and you didn't participate. And you need to participate to have skin in the game.
Okay.
Because you want to have skin in the game, right? And so you want to, be able to exercise your vote, and you should do it. And it doesn't take that long. And I think I think from our conversation here, you'll make the right decision, given what we talked about. And I definitely hope that you make the right decision. So.
All right. Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate you, Austin. Appreciate you.
Yeah, of course.
Peace. All right, everyone. I think I'm gonna do 18 more minutes left on this, and then we're gonna do Q&A for an hour. Okay, everyone.
All right. Well, I have to go to bed because it's almost 2 a.m. So
yeah, I know.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on,
Parker. Thank you for the $5. Good to see you, Matt.
You all have a wonderful night. Okay. Bye, Parker. Take care.
Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me up.
Okay, Alma, again, thank you for the $5. Landon, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I didn't see that. No, I'd have to see them saying that. But yeah, we're going to do this for 17 more minutes or so, and then we're going to go to my second account or third account and do Q&A. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 25 years old. So I'm in the service, actually. And when Trump was our president, it was a lot more easier. We didn't, have to worry about getting deployed somewhere. We got
what
5%
about
pay raise.
Kamala Harris being in office is going to cause that, and the average pay raise was not that. No. The pay raise is higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
Not for service members.
Service members? Yeah, I'm referencing military members.
Yeah, no, it was 5%. We only got
Andrew. Think of the $5. There was not a 5% increase under the Trump administration.
Yes, there was.
Well, are you talking from military, right?
Yeah.
Or you're talking military service, correct?
Yes.
You can look at military pay increase. It wasn't 5% under Trump's administration.
Okay.
Antoine, thank you so much for the $10 for the Crifter Fund. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 for staying. Thanks for staying open late. Of course. Landon, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look through that. Andrew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, Parker, get a real job is the third account. Everyone. I'm gonna do this for like the next 16 minutes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Lower inflation, lower taxes, better economy.
Okay, so how is he going to cause lower inflation with 10 to 20% universal tariffs?
He's going to lower inflation by reducing the size of the federal government by up to 80%.
What is he going to cut?
He's going to cut Congress pay. He's going to cut the members of the federal government, all the bureaucrats, all these agencies that don't do anything but siphon our tax dollars. That's exactly
you've cut like $5 billion from the federal government. So what else?
Lower taxes, buddy.
Lower taxes?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's gonna reduce governmental revenue. So what are you gonna cut in terms of spending?
All the money that's reduced is going to be supplemented by tariffs. That's exactly the point of tariffs.
Tariffs are an increase in taxes that will cause consumer products to go up in price. Reading with Rachel, think of the description. If that causes all those products to go up in price, you understand that's going to be a tax on the American consumer,
okay,
right?
So what's the basis for all the prices going up right now? What's your excuse for that?
So in terms of the prices going up, Nat, think of the description. Thank you so much. That's specifically from COVID supply chains. Kelly, think of the description. That has nothing to do with the president of the United States. That happened globally: Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
The basis for inflation is $36 trillion in debt.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm pretty sure this is not Shiny Evelyn. So you're going to say whoever contributes more to the debt is more at cause for the inflation? Second prescription. Thank you so much. Okay, so Trump contributed more to the debt, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall,
We had
2.2 trillion
economic
non-COVID
growth.
related.
We had economic growth. We had low inflation, low taxes.
You said we had economic growth, low inflation, low taxes. Right now, we're still in a Trump tax policy. We have the same rate of increase in terms of real GDP.
There is no middle class anymore. You understand that? It's rich and
what
poor.
is the relevant difference in the middle class right now versus under Trump's administration?
What do you mean? What's the relevant difference? We paid less in taxes and we have more spending power.
Wait, less in taxes? We're currently still under Trump tax policy.
Okay, if that's the argument that you want to go with, that we're under Trump's tax policy, you realize
we are still under Trump tax policy.
Okay, so when Trump
single thing of description. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when Trump came into office and the economy was booming, you said that it was due to Obama.
No, what I'd said it was due to like trends that existed prior to Trump. So what did he do to cause that? What trend? The trend that existed in terms of GDP growth.
Like what?
I don't know what you're saying. I said the trend of GDP growth.
What are you talking about? The trend of GDP growth?
The trend of GDP growth prior to Trump being in office was the same as when he was in office.
Okay, so if he sustained that, and then Biden got into office, and it all came tumbling down.
No, it actually came tumbling down under Trump's administration because of COVID.
Okay, and then we were staged for an economic rebound, and then they started pouring trillions and trillions of dollars to stimulate the economy. That
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. What are you talking about?
All the bills they passed.
Yeah, that was the Trump administration that caused more debt-related spending.
See, the Democrat strategy is literally to just blame every bad thing that's happening on Trump.
No, I'm literally giving you exactly what it was. 8.4 trillion overall for debt-related spending signed into law under Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Okay, so if that was a problem, then why was our economy beneficial? Why was it good? If the money that he spent,
I'm just saying what he signed into law in terms of debt-related spending. That's over 10 years in terms of his debt-related spending he signed into law.
We had a prosperous economy.
Okay, so what's your point? Yeah, that was under Trump. COVID was under Trump.
What about the border, though? He allowed 30. She's allowed at least 15 million.
There were increasing shares of it. No, that's just a made-up number. Okay, to the description. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, you saying 15 million is just a made-up number.
Oh, it's
so in terms of
it
is.
So how much is it?
So even though, I mean, if you want to look at even some of like the highest estimates, like in terms of 7-8 million, right? We can still explain that in terms of economic insecurity caused by the pandemic. So that has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. It has everything to do with global inflation that affected everyone around the world.
So because
in terms of that, also, like what was the policy? What was the policy they influenced? They said do not come. Tell me what policy specifically that they influenced to get passed that caused it to be better.
It stopped construction of the border wall.
Or to be worse. Sorry. The border wall, you understand that like the bipartisan border bill would have built more wall than Trump built under his entire administration. He called the people in Congress to undermine the bill. Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
So Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bill that would have built more wall than he built under his entire administration.
That bill wanted to nationalize. They wanted to add at least 5,000 immigrants per day and make them.
No, that's not per day. That's if they were to hit that in one day, you could shut down the border. The daily average for a week in terms of that is 2,500, and you could have shut down the border.
To say that was a border bill is a complete farce. That's just not.
It was a border bill. It was the largest border bill in the past 20 to 30 years. It was a Republican border bill drafted by James Langford.
They wanted to make all the people that came into the country illegally citizens. That was a key component.
That's not true. That's not true. That's totally false. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You have no clue what you're talking about.
Have you read you have no. That is not in the bipartisan border bill. I wish it was. That's not in the bipartisan border bill, though.
Yes, it was.
I wish that most people in the country who are here undocumented were able to get access to immigration status, right? Because only people I think who have committed bad crimes and violent crimes should be kicked out of the country in terms of deportation, right? I think that we need to make the systems go faster, right? And make them safer and more secure. And when we make them safer and more secure, it makes sense to then enforce border security. Right now, it takes 7 to 10 years to get to the country through the asylum process and 5 to 7 years to get through here legally the other way around. So like you have to understand people come to the country who undocumented, who are just coming here for a better life. They're not coming here for nefarious reasons. So incentivize them to go through the legal
So we
process.
should allow them to come in because they're not coming in for nefarious reasons. We should allow them to pour into our country. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean by poor in the country? You understand that immigrants benefit our
exactly
economy,
what I
right?
said.
Wait, you understand immigrants benefit our economy, right? Push that mustache. They actually like make standards better
basis for
off
that?
for.
What's the basis for you saying that?
They have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, which means they add more into the economy than they take from it, which will help us with the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare,
about them
things like
receiving
that. Let
all
me
the
please
benefits,
finish.
like
Let me please finish. Let me please.
phones,
Can I please finish?
hotel
Can I
rooms?
please finish? Can I please finish? Well, you're referencing a state policy, not federal policy, right? And even the state
Liberal
policy that you're
state
referencing,
policy.
according to the Congressional Budget Office, right, all the short-term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long-term benefits. The 5.5 million increase in labor force, mainly due to immigration, by 2034 is going to cause a 7 trillion increase in GDP, 1 trillion increase in federal revenues. So if you want to increase the size of the economy, then immigration helps with that.
Okay, how about giving them $14,000 when they come over? Free phones, free hotel rooms.
That was made up. All
What
those
do
are
you
like
can't
wait,
just
the
say all these things are made
$14,000.
up.
$14,000 is made up. The other things that you're referencing, those are
Everything that you
state
don't agree with is
policies.
made up. That's what you're
Those
saying.
are state. I never just said everything I disagree with is made up. You just said people are getting $14,000. That's
They
made
are.
up.
They're getting credit
give me
cards,
one source.
unlimited balances.
Give me one source.
There is no sources because every media source is biased. Do you not understand that?
If there's no fucking source, then you're wrong, buddy. Dude, I'm sorry, but you're just delusional, right? If you don't have a source, you're
All
just
of the
giving me a
media is
trust me, bro.
biased.
You're not giving me any evidence. You're not giving me anything legitimate. You're just engaging in bullshit conspiracy theory.
Everything you don't agree with is a conspiracy theory, right?
No. I'm just demonstrating that this is conspiracy theory because you have no evidence, no reason, no facts, no logic, no
So they're
reason.
not
You've got
letting them stay in
nothing except
hotel
for
rooms?
feelings.
Not giving them benefits?
You understand that you don't have a source for referencing the 14,000. You don't have a source
Okay,
for
so where are they
referencing.
staying? So where are they staying?
So you're referencing specifically, right? In certain scenarios when there was literally storms in New York that people were able to stay.
They don't
You
have
don't
houses
listen.
here.
You're
They
not
don't
listening.
have anything. So
People
where
do
are
have
they
houses.
staying?
You understand that people who aren't undocumented immigrants still have houses?
How would they have a house if they're coming into the country for the first time? Where are they staying?
You don't think that they can buy houses or rent houses?
How would
You
they
understand
do that
people
when
can
they're
rent
coming
with just
into the country
cash?
for the first time?
Wait, you understand they work and then they build up money.
They build up money after being here for
Right
a
now,
month. They
you know,
build up
right now
enough
there's
money
less
to
people.
be able to rent and buy
MS. Right now there's less people coming into the country than at the end of Trump's administration. What
That's just
are you
not
talking
true.
about?
That's just not
It is.
true.
That's what you get from the Customs and Border Protection.
Right now,
What are you
what about
talking
the
about?
last 3 and 4 years?
I'm not disputing that. Cumulatively, there's been more people that came to the country.
Far
That's
more.
because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill.
It's because of a bipartisan board. But what you're saying makes no sense. You're saying that
Amara with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Amara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Amara in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Amara. That is incredibly kind of you. Could some W's for Amara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What were you saying?
I'm not saying immigrants are inherently bad people. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying they don't have a basis to come here when the country is already struggling. And you saying that they've been here for a month, they have no family here, and they're able to rent and buy houses is nonsensical.
You understand that you can rent after you make money, right? Like they
Okay, so
come
if
here,
they're
they
here for a
work,
month,
they
what money-
they rent.
People that are here and have been here for years and have had jobs for years are struggling to afford rent and basic necessities. So how are you going to say?
Thank you so much.
How are you going to say that an immigrant who's been here for months is able to afford rent, groceries, all these things? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they're buying on a different market as well. You don't understand what you're referencing, and also you can get multiple roommates.
Okay.
If you live with lots of people and they're all getting income, you can. So I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know how you can't understand this. You think undocumented immigrants are all homeless?
No, I don't.
Thank you for the travel with you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm saying they can't afford to live here as soon as they come in. They're receiving.
No, are you
benefits from the
telling me?
federal government.
Are
That's
you
what I'm
telling
saying.
me undocumented? So you think the federal government's giving undocumented immigrants money? Can you give me a single policy that you're referencing? Kelsey, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
In my
Lorenia,
town,
thank you
they're
so much for the
staying in
$10.
hotel rooms. They're in schools. I'm not saying they're bad people, but we can't afford that as a country.
So the schools you're referencing when there was severe weather, what was the hotel rooms? That's state policy. And that was
What does it
specific
matter?
levels of time. You're
State
not referencing any
policy-
federal policy. Tell me the federal policy.
I don't know the federal policy. I'm not a
'Cause
political
there
buff
isn't
like
a
you.
federal policy.
Okay, so are you better now
A political
than you were at the
what?
time?
Well, you said a political what?
A political buff, a political. I know you study this. I know.
Okay.
So if it's in front of your face, how can you not believe it? The country is struggling. The country was not struggling under Trump pre-COVID.
You understand that the real median wages are higher right now than they were in Q4 2019 pre-COVID? Real median wages, that means median wages accounting for inflation.
Okay. All right, man.
No, that's just facts. You can get this from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Okay.
How about you study this?
Okay. The country's in the shitter right now, dude. You can say whatever.
What
you
macro
want.
indicator? What macro indicator, MS? What macro indicator? Tell me.
Macro indicator, massive and rampant inflation. It's
Right now we're at
right up in-
2.4%, and that's the same as what it was in during 2018. 2018 had the same level of inflation as what we have right now.
Everything costs more.
Yeah,
Can you
because of
dispute that?
cumulative inflation that happened globally everywhere in the world, and it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay.
The same way the 14.8% unemployment that happened under Trump's administration was not necessarily caused by Trump.
So what's your basis for not liking Trump if pre-COVID everything was fine?
Proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, election denier that tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete total shutdown on Muslim sites in the country. He thinks that climate change isn't caused by humans, and he thinks that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He's delusional.
Okay, man. All right. Fair enough.
I mean, do you think that those are legitimate reasons?
The sexual abuser is definitely a legitimate reason. I will support anyone that does that. Obviously,
Trump has.
No politician.
Siddharth, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much.
No politician in the history of the world doesn't have skeletons in their closet and doesn't have.
You can't mention anything like that for Kamala Harris.
You think Kamala Harris is a good person?
I don't think Kamala Harris has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I don't think Kamala Harris tried to coup the country. I don't think Kamala Harris called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslim centers in that country. I think that's specific to Donald Trump in this scenario.
All right. Okay.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right, everyone. I'm going to end the live and go to Parker Get a Real Job. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick before I do. But everyone look up Parker Get a Real Job. And you can go there and spam Parker Raid. Follow me here if you haven't already. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Why did I say 12.1? That's so weird.